Chapter 301, Demon King. When they arrived to the diagonal platform, two Rhodes Island operators asked them to open their windows. Mr. Thorns. Ah. The two were visibly shocked. I thought you are in Iberia. We thought you are dead. It's a long story. In his situation, it is not wrong to think of him as a dead man. Months had passed since the Seaborns emerged to the surface. They passed through Iberia and caught many nomadic cities by a surprise. It was only now did they stabilize this situation. Casimir's Pegasi Knights barely survived the onslaught on their capital city. There's still Lythanine's Castor Battalion, and Laterano's Apostolic Gun Knights, however. Even so, casualties are building up as they speak. Terra is facing an unprecedented calamity. If the Seaborns succeed, they would become the only sentient species on it. Anyways, there's someone who wanted to meet Dr. Kaltzit. He pointed out to the man driving the SUV. Only now did the operators got stunned by his stunning charm. His silver pupils brought an air of mystery while his pure silver hair made him reminiscent to Laterano's cardinals. Greetings. Shiro waved his hand at them. Please wait a moment. A few seconds later, they broke free from his charm. They contacted someone with their earpieces before they returned. You are wondering who I am? No. Shiro said as he surprised the two. Tell her that the accountable one for the moon has come. After saying that, he looked upwards. His gaze seems to have met someone familiar. As he did so, the operator watching them through her scope was shocked. That girl's grown up already. Moments later, Kaltzit made her response through the two operators by letting them inside. At the top of the landship, there's more than 500 meters distance between that and the surface. How? Andrina muttered blankly. Is he like Nian-san and the others? Just now, she was sure of it. Her gaze met the silver-haired man's. Only the walking gods has the power to do that, the beings dubbed Farinmuts. They are the gods who actively interact with Terra. Their traces could be seen since centuries ago. They guided the mortals to the progression of civilization. While she was left dumbfounded, Shiro found his way inside the landship. One thing he could say was amazing. He knew the specifications of nomadic cities. By making a swift comparison, he knew that Rhodes Island is much better. It has strong mobility, higher durability, and self-defense weaponry stationed all over it. It is a mobile steel fortress that could defend itself perfectly. Fortunately, a map of it was present inside his head. If he lost his way as a creator, he should just quit. Thorns wanted to meet with his other acquaintances. Agir, hey? Maybe I could meet some familiar faces later. For now, he set his destination to the bridge, the command center, to say. On the way, he met a plethora of Terrans with varying races. They all have a common point, which is their infection. The infected, people who does not have a place who accepts them, gathered in Rhodes Island. Shiro heard how Rhodes Island worked from Kaltzit herself, though seeing it himself was different. A place where the infected has a place they could call home. It is a preposterous idea from the other's sight, but this is why Rhodes Island is present to accomplish the impossible. He never met much operators on his way. Although, the ones he met were surprised by him. His max-level charm was that destructive against mortals. Soon, he arrived at his destination. Once he opened the door, he saw a hectic sight. Operators scrambling around and giving periodic report as well as contacting operators on their duties. It is very much similar to Chaldea's busy site. Less than 20 staff remained after its bombing, hence Romani overworking himself every day. A familiar woman climbed up to the bridge. She wore her familiar stone-cold face as she stared at him directly. One thing's more such, though. Who are you? She does not know him. Hey, Kaltzit. This sounds strange, but we're friends. Shiro replied. You just don't know it yet. Are you taking me for a fool? While she had lived for over thousands of years upon being created by the ancient civilization, her memory did not deteriorate. Unexpectedly, he shifted the topic easily. Anyways, you need some extra hands, right? In the face of this unpredictable Farinmut, she chose not to mull over him logically. Some of them could peer into the future, which explains what he mentioned right now. I could help you, unlike those stubborn people back there. A while back, Kaltzit tried to contact more Farinmuts to help Terra. She already saw on the long run that they would lose. Seaborns are that difficult to fight against. If they don't receive their help, Seaborns might as well succeed on their invasion. Things haven't progressed badly right now, but it'll do so in the near future. Follow me. The two arrived on Kaltzit's office. It was the place she was frequently in these days. She had to settle many things like the relationship between Rhodes and the other countries as well as respond to the crisis known as Seaborns. Fortunately, others did not know that the person responsible for it used to be in their ranks. Else, they would have been pressured by the entire world and be placed on the front lines. How much do you know? She asked. Nothing much. Just the fact you're over th. Anything else? As expected, her cold tone is powerful even in a parallel world. There's also an audience above. He casually dropped a big revelation. Other than that, the location of that girl. During his first few days in Terra, Shiro encountered a strange white-haired girl. He instinctively felt the breath of the sea on her despite being in the desert. It was only when the moon helped her did he realize what happened. Inside her lies a vestige of a collective mind, their god, so as to speak. Once she loses, her will would be corroded by them. She would lose her individuality. All that would be left are the remnants of what made her scatty. Clearly, this is what happened in this world. You. How much do you know? This time, a slightly surprised look appeared on her face. As I have said, it's not that much. The door was suddenly opened. A girl carrying a stack of paper appeared. She has a pair of bunny ears and wore 10 similar rings on her fingers. Within her lied the will of the damned, the dead Sarkaz who does not belong to heaven nor hell. She reminds me of someone. He thought. Right, the Sarkaz king's successor. Teresa, the king of Sarkaz. Kaltzit worked alongside her and doctor to establish Babel, which would be known as Rhodes Island in the future. Miss Kaltzit? Are you busy? I will. There's no need. We are finished talking. She said. That's right. We'll talk about it later, Miss Kaltzit. Shiro teased. My name's Shiro, in case you forget. All right. Shiro. Just as he was about to leave, he said something to the bunny girl. Amiya, was it? Why yes. I wish you good luck. Shiro left the office with a series of inexplicable words. Fact number 103, did you know that the last fun fact was over 6 months and 3 days ago? A/N, fun facts are now back. Chapter 302, Fahrenwood. Tab. 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 Minutes after leaving Kaltzit's office, Shiro was lost, figuratively. What do I do now? Kaltzit did not give him a definite room where he stays. Having nothing to do, he simply strode on the Rhodes Island ship. Shiro, where do you send guests inside Rhodes Island? A minute later, Kaltzit's response arrived. A/N, there's a time gap due to them being in different worlds. Kaltzit, the 3rd floor. You would see an extension of the operator's dormitory. You can choose somewhere within 315 to 319. Kaltzit, don't tell me my other self forgot to say this. Shiro, she did. Kaltzit. After the speechless reply, Kaltzit did not entertain him longer. Perhaps due to embarrassment, she closed the chat group panel. I wonder what face she's making right now. I sense it. An Ultraman. Suddenly, a girl bumped into him. Before she could fall, a power intervened. Her balance returned, which let her avoid that fate. You. It was you. Pardon. Caught off guard by the girl's words, Shiro instinctively accelerated his thoughts. Ultraman. The one who fights Kaijus. Unfortunately, the girl went on to her world. How does it feel fighting one? Kaijus? You mean, giant monsters? That's right. She nodded fervently. My intuition told that you fought a kaiju. Was it true? Thinking of the outer god presiding on the moon as well as Walpurgis Nacht, Shiro thought they fitted into that category. I guess so. I knew it. Girl immediately pulled off a notebook out of nowhere. Wearing a bright expression, she began questioning him. How does it feel fighting one? Not that special. How did the kaiju look like? It's quite gross. If you add Godzilla along with 10 other dinosaurs and an octopus, that's how it'll look like. Gojira? Is it a kaiju? That's right. If you want to take a look. Shiro pulled out a manga and gave it to her. She swiftly skimmed through the pages. As she progressed, she became more amazed by its plot as well as Godzilla itself. This is it. The perfect kaiju. She exclaimed. Tisk, I finally have so many new ideas for the next film. She turned around and faced Shiro. I'll treat you to a chili hot pot as a thanks. Sure. With no time, he found himself being dragged by the girl to the cafeteria. She talked to one of the chefs before she went back to their table with a tray of ingredients. Then. Here it is. Out of thin air, a metal pot and stove was created. It was somehow similar to Art's but different. This girl. A Fahrenwood. I'll take care of the fire. Shiro said before summoning the manifestation of Fenix regeneration, a phoenix made of fire. It dove straight into the stove before it kick-started the fire. Whoa. That's very flashy. And cool. Shiro saw she was about to dump everything after adding water. Just before she could do so, he stopped her. What's the matter? I'll cook this one, he said. That's not how you make hot pots. First, he dumped the meat. He let it simmer for a few minutes before adding the flavors, namely the herbs and spices such as chilies. When the meat was about to be cooked, he dumped the vegetables. For a few minutes, the girl watched him cook seriously. By the time he finished, a strong aroma wafted in the air. You remind me of my brother, you know. I see. He replied. How should I call you? She realized that she haven't introduced herself after all this time. My bad, my bad. You can call me Nian. Nian. You can call me Shiro. Shiro? You came from Higashi? No. I'm from Sargon. That wasteland? You really came from afar. While the idle talk happened, the hot pot was done. They soon filled their bowls with its contents. Amazing. Within the first bite, Nian was won over. I've only tasted something like this now. It's been a long time already. I'm glad you liked it. For reference, Shiro did not use much of his powers. He only has his godly timing as well as techniques, two things that made his cooking godly. You are new here, right? She asked. That's right. It's my first time here. To be honest, Rhodes Island reminded him of the modern society. It is the peaceful world that many infected longed for. Here, they have their own jobs and are accepted by their colleagues. It is completely different from the outside world. This is one of the reasons why his company took in the infected. He did not care about the disease that could be handled by them. If he could not do so, he would not be worthy of his name as a creator. Why did you choose to come here? I am fairly sure you can better relax inside our place. Hearing this, Shiro's expression did not change. I'm not the type to shut myself for a long time. Well, it was in the past. I am a changed man now. You're also a shut-in before? You might hit it off with my sister. I am married, Shiro retorted. With 6 wives. As expected of a man like you. As a Faranmut, her worldview was firm. She saw many men in Yan who has concubines. It did not shake her worldview much. While they are talking, other operators noticed the man eating across her. Miss Nian found someone to trouble again. Seems like it. Chn and Hojiguma sighed at the same time. They felt unfortunate for the newcomer bothered by her. The chaos outside is already reaching the breaking point. I wonder what doctor has in plan for us. Hojiguma murmured. I heard the little girl was deployed somewhere else right now. Rosmontes? Don't worry much. Blaze and Sharp are with her. True. The last time elite operators came together was the mess in Casimir's. But, even they could not succeed in that mission. Rhodes Island has many diplomatic relationships with the other countries. Each time, it happened due to the doctor intervening on the said country's matters. Stopping a civil war in Kjarug. Helping the infected in Casimir's. Making connections with the Durance on Sargon. There was even a time when he helped the Abyssal Hunters find the other survivors of the Great Silence. Unfortunately, their lives were lost during the first descent of the Seaborn on the surface. Each time, it proved that Doctor could accomplish many things. The reason Rhodes Island's morale are currently high is due to this. He would find a way. Even if it is to only keep some of us alive. That's fine by me. Struggling the best we could is something I'd wish for. Hojiguma replied. We're under the best leader, after all. Paging Mr. Shiro. Dr. Kaltsit is requesting your presence to the bridge. Hearing this announcement, Shiro has to leave. Well, there it is. He said. I'll be back in a while. Sure. Without wasting time, an aurora curtain went past him. Moments later, he found himself standing on the bridge. What? Amiya was startled when she found someone standing behind her all of a sudden. I am sorry. It's all right. Shiro then added, where's Kaltsit? She's busy. A man wearing a black coat and mask approached him. Shiro saw Kaltsit after the man pointed it out at him. There, he saw her communication with someone. Big screens could be seen on the transparent glasses. Various matters related to Rhodes Island's operations are presented on it. Man with that outfit. Shiro remembered Kaltsit's descriptions of a certain man. You must be the doctor. I am. Silence briefly occurred between the two. Mr. Shiro. You are a Faranmut, right? You don't seem surprised. Right, there are already 3 other than me, no. Nian. Ling. Dusk. The 3 sisters from Yan. Rhodes Island accommodated them as they assisted in finding the other fragments of Sui, a chaotic god who could bring further chaos in Terra. He could sense their presence inside the landship. You're already acquainted with them. No, just Miss Nian. She's a peculiar one. I see. She tends to be troublesome at times. Doctor was one of her victims. There would be times when Nian pulls him over to accompany her in shopping. There are also times she will randomly invite operators for a hot pot party. Anyways. I want to ask something about your domain. My power. The doctor nodded before he continued speaking. How fast can you arrive in Colombia? Right now, the safety of their operators lies in his answer. They could make them fall back, but casualties would be inevitable. Furthermore, Kaltsit guessed that the man would help them actively. From Thorn's statement, they reached Rhodes Island in less than a day, 2. A second. Hey! I could reach that place within a second. For a moment, his mind did not process his words. There's more than 3,000 kilometers between Rhodes Island that is situated in Kasdal and Colombia. Even their specialized helicopters will take days to reach that point. Moreover, their safety was not guaranteed. If a strong catastrophe happens to be on their route, they could only stop flying. Fortunately, he managed to process everything well enough. Please save our operators. He pleaded as he made a bow. Doctor. Who are they? Amiya abruptly asked. He remained silent before he answered. It's Rosmontes' squad. Colombia's defense systems fell through after some of their officials turned into Seaborns. What? Worry could be visibly seen on her face. She and Rosmontes are very close due to their age as well as the immense strength they possess. It's her. Shiro suddenly rushed to Kaltsit's place, to much of Doctor's and Amiya's surprise. Where are they? They should be in the capital city. Understood. As his hand passed through the Aurora curtain, one of his newest tour items, Neo Deca Driver, was called forth. He found it floating inside the curtain where he passed through. I could test this. He mumbled before placing it to his waist. I'll be going for a walk. With that, he left. Shiro. Why does he go to such length? As a result, he did not see Kaltsit's conflicted eyes. Fact number 104, our knights has 3 different routes as shown in integrated strategies. The endings 2 and 3 show very tragic stories such as Thorn's dying as well as Mizuki failing to persuade the Seaborns, which would lead to the end of the civilization in the surface. It was also stated that the Sui siblings, Nian, Ling, Dusk, are busy fending the ancient god Sui, hence they couldn't help with the predicament. It led to Kaltsit begging the Farenmuts to help them, but to no avail. There should still be a few Farenmuts who tried to help them, though, the ones who are already their allies way back. As for the ending 4, it is the canon one. Skadi successfully resists the Seaborns, thus averting the disaster. Mizuki, another Seaborn like Skadi, convinces the ocean Zergs to leave Terra and head to the outer space. There are no Zerg invasions on top of global-scale politics and outer gods. Everyone was happy in that ending. Chapter 303, Decade, Rescue. Decade. The Destroyer of Worlds. With the Deca Driver and Aurora Curtain in hand, he was a terrifying opponent. The former supplied him of adaptable strength while the latter allowed him to travel worlds. Acquiring the Neo Deca Driver was something done through luck. It was one of the reasons why Shiro aimed for it after seeing his parallel self receive it. Still, he did not expect a synergistic effect to occur between the two. Set effect of Neo Deca Driver and Aurora Curtain activated. The X-rank buff Traveler of Worlds has been acquired. Traveler of Worlds. Details, the characteristic of one person who could not return to his home. It grants immunity towards will interference, an adaptable body, and the power to become an immortal through people's beliefs. As long as a single thing remembers the wielder, they could be revived. What an effect! While he is already a creator that could invalidate a will's interference, having immunity towards it is commendable. If the time comes he gets injured, he could save his power. Moreover, the final effect is what surprised him the most. A creator. It is something one could get as a creator. The ability to survive if someone remembers your existence. It is for this reason that many people could not believe his self-orchestrated demise back then. If creators are already hard to kill, beyond creators are more so. The difficulty of removing their existence varies, too. If a mortal had this, they could simply be invincible towards most enemies. Decade. Interesting. Shiro took it out with the mindset of trying, but never had he thought he will receive something like this. I'm getting sidelined. I need to save the little girl first. Rosmontes. The feline girl whom he rescued in his timeline when he received a mission to destroy Loken water tank. She was the result of 2 people merging into one, granting her unparalleled arts talent. As of now, she is a part of his company, the ones that are being taught, to be exact. He opened several schools with his company's name. It is a plan to get more talented people from the infected side. It is also resulted by his will to change the fate of the discriminated ones. They reminded him of his past, the demon race whom he belonged to. I didn't see much from the moon. I could still fix this, anyways. Moments later, he found himself standing on top of a roof. Sounds of screams and gunshots littered all over the place. His sight caught some strange creatures. Those are Seaborn. They have a strange anatomy. Their hides made it difficult for blades and bullets to penetrate. Their tentacles are their versatile weapon for harvesting lives. Moreover, some of them could assimilate another life form by eating them. It is the reason why they could destroy Terra's civilization. Once the higher UPS bodies are taken over, they'll have total control over a country's countermeasures. They could spread misinformation, disrupt an order, fool their allies, and so on. This is the Zerg horror everyone on Earth is scared of. Cayman Ride. Shiro pulled one of the belt's sides, activating its transformation sequence. Like in his memory, he drew a thin card from the ride booker. He examined it for a bit and confirmed it is the one he's looking for. After restricting his physical prowess, he transformed. Decade. Suddenly, his vision turned grey. At this moment, he saw 10 after-images converging into him. As it happened, color returned to the world. The combat suit he is wearing gained a magenta color. Similar to the tail gear, yet it is different. For once, Decade did not offer overwhelming strength. This base form simply provides some boost in physical stats. At most, it could be compared to several times an average human's power. I see. He pulled out the ride booker which turned into a gun. He selected a golden card from it before inserting it into the driver. Attack ride. Blast. Boom. 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 The surrounding seaborns immediately exploded. Despite not having any combustible materials, the explosion happened naturally. Hey! What? Arts. The civilians did not receive any damage, either. Wordlessly, he blasted the seaborns he came across. Some tried to attack him with their tentacles, only to fail as he dodged. Attack ride. Illusion. Shiro's figure split into 3. Each of them held the gun as they easily cleaned their enemies. Attack ride. Slash. The gun unfolded into a portable sword. The other 2 figures did the same before they swung it towards their enemies. Boom. 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 After-images are left on the sword's path. The enemies they have contacted exploded as well, defying the known physics of this world. There are too many enemies. In this experiment, he did not use the sheer power of a creator, he is nothing but an ordinary mortal. This is what made Decade shocking. A mere mortal could attain the ranks of a god, just like Tail Gear. Each of his attacks has the absoluteness which ensures the attacks hit and damage the opponent. It didn't matter whether the opponent is a god or mortal. They would all be affected the same. A slash would be fatal for a god as much as it was fatal to mortals. This is the horrifying absolute aspect of Decade. Cayman Ride. His illusions merged into his real body once more. He picked a card from the booker before inserting it. Kabuto. His vision turned grey. He could see himself change into another rider. When the process was finished, he found himself on a beetle-looking combat suit. Time to sweep up everything. Attack ride. Shiro's booker turned into a dagger. It is a black gold dagger with a simplistic design. Clock up. At this moment, time slowed down drastically. It is vastly more powerful than his Time XL. He could see the trajectories of the air around them. He swung the dagger at them as they floated slowly midair. By the time everything returned to normal, an entire street is suffocated by a huge explosion. Strangely, it did not harm anyone else. While confusion grew amongst the people, Shiro proceeded to clean up the entire city. Attack ride, charging kick. Cayman Rider 000. Form ride, fire. Cayman Rider wizard. Cayman ride, build. Cayman Rider build. Shiro experimented with the powers it held. Through it, he settled most of the enemies inside the city. Still, there are a lot of seaborns outside. What he did was to momentarily settle the matter. When he exited his Decade form, the card flew upwards from the driver before he caught it. Decade. Another ace for my contingencies. Shiro muttered. This is more reassuring. When he placed the Neo-Deca driver inside his storage, his buff did not disappear. His silver pupil scanned the surroundings and grasped the structures around him. Outside the city, it was swarming with thousands of seaborn in varying types. There are the smaller ones, but there are also human-like seaborns. They possessed more power than the rest. Suddenly, rays of moonlight shone on an area. Moments later, the seaborns began turning into grey ashes. The cleansing attribute of the moon made it possible to cleanse its target. It is the total opposite of the moon's previous attribute under the outer god corruption. Shiro stepped on the cleansed area. Who are you? One of the seaborns asked. It's quite surprising. Shiro replied. You're civilized. Your words are pretty confusing. However, we are of single entity. A hive mind. Seaborns consider themselves as a single entity. All of their decisions are made to better everyone's lives. As for those who aren't a part of them, they just have to devour them for them to be considered as a part of everyone. In a sense, they are similar to Beta. They are a terrifying hive mind that could pose a threat to habitable planets. I am wondering. Why did you become hostile with the surface? Hostile? What do you mean? This was all to be one with him. It is to include everyone with us. Shiro has a feeling that Scatty is the primary reason why everything happened. It doesn't matter. You are threatening the world itself due to your innocence. Perhaps, it is your flaw as an individual mind. What do you mean? You don't have feelings. Instead of being an individual, you are the type to think of the greater good. Strangely, the nearby Seaborns felt something similar to irritation. We don't understand. Yet, their feelings hint that they are adverse to his statement. Maybe we could understand after you become one with us. With some zergs? I have to decline. The radius of his moonlight grew in size. Seaborns tried to approach him, only to fail. His domain is absolute enough for him to create a path in the battlefield littered with Seaborns. The wet ground caused by its tsunami did not help, either. Their strengths should have been the same as in the sea, but why couldn't they approach him? Gun he was about to summon forth his Exia. I nearly forgot. It's still chilling on another world. Then. He located the place where Rosmontis and the others are located. Let's rewrite reality a bit. A wave emerged with Shiro as the center, obliterating his enemies instantly. The physical bodies of the Seaborns did not survive for a few seconds. Beyond the pathway lit up by moonlight, there was nothing but ashes. In fact, every single Seaborns present around Columbia turned into pile of ashes. Shiro passed through the Aurora curtain. A second later, he found himself in front of a driving van. Seaborn corpses are littered in its surroundings. He also saw 3 giant broadswords embedded into the ground. The remaining one is still floating above the van. His location is roughly 200 kilometers away from the city. Shiro controlled his power to not extend beyond the city's periphery. Still, his senses caught everything happening here. What? Sharp immediately pressed the brake and drifted to his right. This made it so that Shiro was barely run over by them. Knock. Knock. Sharp decided to open the windows. On the orders of Dame Ka Eltsit, I am to escort you to safety. Only to encounter the surprising words of the man. Fact number 105, ironically, Seaborns are a product of an ancient civilization in Terra. They sought treatments in regards to oripathy and originum, and one of the ideas actualized by them are the creation of Seaborns. They are supposed to consume originum for energy and are immune to its downsides. In a sense, they are made to be the janitor fish of this world. Though, they are not helping in the canon as of now. P.S. We'll be having a fun fact for the said ancient civilization tomorrow. The info revealed from there are something already up on the CN servers, to be specific, doctor visiting a mass cryo chamber, sarcophaguses, that malfunctioned. Announcement. Greetings. I posted this chapter to announce that my new FIC, I Will Live a Better Life, has been published. It currently has 10 chapters. The 11th to 15th chapters will be uploaded tomorrow since something came up. Anyways, the early chapters are mostly slice of life and adapting to his second life. Though, he might not have these leisurely moments when the next arc begins. Feel free to dump your power stones / reviews / comments in the new FIC. Honestly, writing it felt fresh since it is very detached from my usual shenanigans in my chat group FIC. It's not as fast-paced, but it allowed me to do more satisfying build UPS. All the ideas that I couldn't do in my chat group FIC, I placed them there. Feel free to check that one out. P.S. The Patreon page have not been updated yet. It'll be tomorrow, roughly at this time, that its advanced chapters will be uploaded. Chapter 304, Utter Disbelief. Doctor. Inside the van, 10 people were seen. They are the only squad sent to assist in defending Columbia. They seem insufficient at first glance, but the feline girl made it different. Just like Amiya, she has a power to crush an entire city. She is one of Rhodes Island's elite operators. Logic explains that nothing should have gone wrong with her in this place. How did they get themselves caught in this delicate situation? I suggest you not press the accelerator. Things might be troublesome later. You are sent by the doctor and Miss Ka Eltsit. Yours truly. Shiro found himself surrounded by a horde of Seaborn. Surprisingly, their numbers are far higher than the ones inside the city. They converged into this area as if seeking something. Bam! The van's back door opened as Sharp positioned the van to be in front of him. In this predicament, they have to act quickly. There are only 20 meters that served as their buffer zone due to Rosmontis' gravitational field. Quick! There's no need. What? The level-headed Sharp was confused by his response. It's best to use this one. Moonlight fell into their place. A spherical sanctuary that consisted of hundreds of meters was formed. Immediately, it ousted the Seaborns and turned them into motes of white light. Grib! Shiro called forth the fragrant olive sword from his storage. He did not have the chance to use it after the fight against Walpurgisnacht. It has been collecting dust since then. Sheeing. Release recollection. With his soft murmur, the golden blade turned into thousands of flower petals. These petals flew and engulfed the sea of seaborns. Each one of them bore 1,000 kilogram. It scaled with his current strength now, making him realize how much he had grown over the 2 years. This is strong. Very. Shiro faced them back once more. Shall we go? Nobody knew that he was simply playing around. He could overwhelm them last time by forcefully turning them to ashes. It's just that he chose not to. He wanted to use the other powers of his. He need to gauge them so that his planned contingency will be effective. It will be used to counter the future he knew, after all. An aurora curtain spawned behind them. Once it passed through, only spots of white light was left. The moon is comparable to ancient level. That was the conclusion Shiro came into. As for the fragrant olive sword, it deserved its title as an ultra-rare item. As long as the wielder is strong enough, it could wipe out a world with a single strike. There are still many items that he planned to test out later. I am familiar to you. You are. Right now, he accompanied Rosmontis on their way to Kaltzit's office. From the moment he came into the landship, it's already been 2 times that he came there. Each time, it represented trouble. Gravitational control. Well, it is more apt to call it space control instead. Space control. Yes. If you master it enough, you could fold 2 points inside the space. Rosmontis' arts, gravitational control, enabled her to manipulate 4 giant broadswords and drop it into her enemies. This combat method is far more effective than crushing something with her raw power. For example. Suddenly, the 1-meter space on the hallway became heavier. It is very heavy to the point Rosmontis saw a visible fold in space. After it disappeared, she saw Shiro on the end of the 1-meter space. Though there's still a stronger function than it. What is it? She is surprised at the means he displayed. His words are also credible due to it. I could use it too. She doesn't realize it herself, but she's staring at him with bright eyes. Creation of black holes. A tiny black sphere emerged from his palm. The space was compressed thoroughly that it caused a singularity. When space itself is folded infinitely, it results to this phenomena. It's dangerous. Rosmontis' senses flared up. Her heart dropped at the thought of a black hole appearing inside Rhodes Island. If it gets out of control, there's no need to worry. Shiro enveloped it with his palm. This simple act returned the folded space back to normal. I am not the one to lose control of it. I see. Her mind was busy processing the fact that the man stopped a black hole by herself. She might lack the scientific knowledge to know its bigger implications, but she has enough common sense to know it is impossible. Do you want to learn this? Yes. Still, she did not hesitate when asked. Suddenly, Shiro received a message from the chat group panel. Private Kaltzit, I'm coming. Upon reading this, he briefly froze. His mouth twitched as he thought of the confusion it'll cause. Now, Rosmontis. Don't be too surprised by what you'll see. What? Moments after he said that, a pillar of white light descended beside him. As it cleared up, there wasn't anything on it. You can come out. We're almost at your office. Shiro said. A few seconds after saying that, a strange thing happened. Out of thin air, a person appeared. Even more surprising, her appearance is extremely similar to her superior. Dr. Kaltzit. The new arrival silently looked at Shiro. She wouldn't divulge your existence. I understand. For some reason, the two felt very familiar with each other. Kaltzit still wore her usual cold expression, but something's different in Rosmontis' view. I am not the Kaltzit you know of. Upon dropping this incomprehensible words, the trio silently headed for the office. Clank. The door was opened. There are 3 people inside, Dr. Kaltzit and Amiya. Rosmontis. I'm glad you're ALR. Amiya's words were halted as her sight caught of a particular someone. She blinked a few times to see if she was dreaming before confirming she is awake as of the moment. Shatter. The mug on Doctor's hand fell. He also stood frozen at this sight. Creak. MON3TR on Kaltzit's back manifested. It tried to scan its surroundings for the cause of her sudden vigilance, only to be stunned. KR. As for the reason why they acted like this. Greetings, my other self. A completely identical Kaltzit presented herself. Friend. While not a completely foreign term to Kaltzit, she found herself confused. Doctor. 1. Teresa. 2. She only has these 2 as her friends. If a certain vampire medic is counted, there are 3. That's why. Why did you come unannounced? Just so. I wanted to see everything myself. Across the room, an identical Kaltsit spoke with Shiro. You don't trust me. I do. It's just better to make a visit myself. She would never admit that she's afraid of him seeing her awkward self. After interacting with the others, she came to realize how bad she was socially. Kaltsit never shows it in front of strangers, but those who know her would definitely see the difference more so when it is Shiro. 2 Kaltsits. How should I react? The doctor wore a hood and mask which concealed his looks. Still, his voice showed how surprised he was. Miss Kaltsit? Are you really? That's right. Kaltsit affirmed. I am also Kaltsit, but of a different world. To her response, the other Kaltsit added. The parallel world theory. You are also quick to process things. Shiro remarked to her. You doesn't have much difference except she loves to eat nor. Kaltsit's silent stare was enough to shut him up. Why did you come here? To see this world, rather, the outcome of my world. She began explaining that her world, where Shiro is included, still has Babel. Babel. Miss Teresa. Amiya appeared solemn while Kaltsit's face lit up in realization. You're 2 years behind. Is that so? My decision to come is correct. Kaltsit has the Great Sage as her ace card. Even so, it couldn't accurately predict the future without its subsequent evolutions. She recalled how her future self has $, at number that could do just that. It is one of the memories which she never forgot. After she told her world, the other Kaltsit began explaining the current situation. At first, they both had the same development trajectory. Teresa dies, Doctor falls into a coma, and Babel transitions into Rhodes Island. However, everything changed when the Abyssal Hunter Squad decided to settle their feud with the Seaborns. To be exact, to one of the Seaborn gods that continuously attempted to steal the body of an operator named Scatty. Their fight did not go well. Everyone did not return nor update the situation to Rhodes Island. Just as it happened, Iberia was hit by the Seaborns. A giant tsunami swept their shore and the nearby cities. This wave brought Seaborns to these places instantly. Listening to these events, Kaltsit's expression did not change. I see. That was all she said before closing her eyes. Hey! Shiro tapped her shoulder. I already dealt with Scatty. My power cleansed her connection with the Seaborns. The others saw this act and was surprised on both how he settled their problem easily as well as his closeness with Kaltsit. So he's really my friend, in another world. The other Kaltsit wondered. How did I become that close to him? That was the one thing she was confused at. She herself knew that she wouldn't open up to someone that easily. She could never see herself being friends with anyone else than those three. Kaltsit's feline ears shivered for a split second before she opened her eyes. Seeing Shiro being casual made her feel more correct to come. She knew how he would tease her with new jokes once he sees her original personality prior to meeting everyone. If she is quite open to others and quite outgoing now, she's neurotic in the past. Her long age and responsibility numbed her heart down. Now that she knew there are people who would support her, she became more expressive. Though, the turning point was the night after her future self descended. That was the time when she could vividly feel her feelings. That was why she made that embarrassing request back then. A/N, to sleep together with Shiro. Nothing happened between them if anyone's curious. For a moment, her cheeks was dyed in slight pink. It disappeared seconds later, but there are 2 people who saw it. An embarrassed Kaltsit. Am I already dead? Am I in hell? The doctor dropped his jaw inwardly. There's just no fucking way this happened. Yup. I'm hallucinating. He could not believe what he saw and became delusional in a split second. As for the other Kaltsit. What? How? Why? Really? She was in utter disbelief. Her eyes widened while her mouth is wide open. The expression of shock is written to her face. Did my other self fall in love? She wore the expression of seeing the end of the world, much like Dr. A/N, hello everyone. This will be quite the author's note ever since I began writing. Remember what I've said regarding the new FIC I am currently writing? I decided to begin uploading it tomorrow or the day after next. To be honest, I have written it since the end of January, and it was only this month did I announce it to everyone. I stockpiled around 40 chapters worth of content since then. Each of them are written longer than the usual daily uploads I have, which is why its regular schedule will be 1 chapter/2 days. Of course, its release would be special. I will be dropping off 15 chapters at the intervals of every few hours. By the time I will upload the next chat group FIC, there should be 15 chapters up on that day. While it is our vacation, until I could do so, it'll be a form of daily updates along with Foreigners chat group. Next, the PTREN. There will be 7 chapters on the first tier and 15 chapters on the next one. Though if you are planning to subscribe, I ask you to wait until I finished uploading all 15 chapters. That time, I should have uploaded the advanced chapters, 16 to 30, on my page. In short, my page would have both foreigners and my new FIC. Dr. Please wait until I begin uploading the new FIC before subscribing. It's better for the advanced chapters to be uploaded in full. Now, the premise. Since I stockpiled that much chapters, its beginning was already established. My new FIC, A Better Life, will follow the adventures of a man who reincarnated into a mixed anime world, basically a fusion of slice of life and supernatural worlds. Its premise shifts between the slice of life and the said supernatural worlds. Of course, there will also be world travel there. It revolves around the protagonist with a cheat, not a system, exploring his world as well as the worlds he will visit. Unlike my chat group FIC, it'll be slower paced to have a better world building and fleshing out of characters. It is the exact opposite of what I am used to write, shrugs. I hope you'll have a good time reading it as much as I did. I will be leaving a small spoiler though. The first world he will be visiting is Danmachi. It'll be 3 years before the present day canon. Anyways, that should wrap up this note. Maybe it is longer than Kaltzit's monologues. Jokes aside, everyone doesn't need to worry about my chat group FIC. I won't abandon it and place it on a hiatus. It'll continue until it reaches its ending, smiley face, happy reading. Chapter 305, Oropathy Cure. Ahem. Kaltzit coughed to gain their attention. Her previous startled look was gone. We could help solve your problems. Not only that, but also the one regarding Originum. This time, everyone's surprise except the two was evident. You already developed a cure to Originum? The other Kaltzit asked. I did. It was difficult to analyze even with my abilities. Originum is a high-level energy source in Terra. It could empower these nomadic cities without a hitch. Its only downside is oropathy, the said energy particles entering one's body and harming it. Once it reaches a critical state, it crystallizes an organic body, effectively killing someone. Originum is a high-level energy belonging to the world. It was supposed to be something of help to Terra. Kaltzit said. You two must know that civilization as well as Sarkaz's origins. Civilization. I forgot you have amnesia. Kaltzit remarked. The civilization where you came from. She pointed out to Shiro. He's just like you, a human. He doesn't have any features of the ancients. Come to think of it, he didn't have any tails nor horns. Amiya. Rosmontes. Can you leave us for a moment? At this time, the other Kaltzit asked the two kids to leave. What they are about to discuss is something of utmost confidentiality. I understand. Amiya looked curious to their talks. The same went for Rosmontes. But, the two of them knew that it is a huge secret. They left the room as they were asked to. Originum. Does it have something to do with the gods? The other Kaltzit was serious as she asked her suspicion. Yes. It is related to the ones beyond the sky. Originally, Originum was something the ancient civilization of humans could use freely to resist the outer gods' invasion. However, the outer gods did a maneuver they did not expect. They corrupted the possibility left by Terra, turning it into the harmful Originum. Their gods are quick to react, but they could not completely remove the corruption. As a result, Originum turned into something useful and harmful at the same time. Due to their war, they had no choice but to use it, just as how a man would drink poison to quench his thirst. Though, their sights are far-fetched to know of its harmful effect to the future. Thus, they made the cleaners that could effectively devour Originum. Seaborns. They are the means left to purify Originum. What? Doctor fell silent as he processed these information. What about the Sarkaz? He asked. They are the civilization that replaced yours. They are born with the ability to handle Originum with greater ease. In fact, it is resulted by genetic engineering. Out of all ancient races, the Sarkaz has the greatest resistance to Originum. It is for this reason that there are many strong arts user within them. In the end, other gods invaded Terra and brought changes. Just as Sarkaz was the sole race, the gods came. They are different from the outer gods, hence the barrier did not affect them. One of them are the one responsible for a group of Sarkaz splitting off. Their horns are replaced with halos, turning them into what are known as sancta. Other ancients also sprouted during this time. This is the cause behind the vast number of races in Terra. So, what Amiya heard about them are true. That Sarkaz is the race that experienced injustice the most. It is. Doctor let out a deep exhale with these revelations. The other Kaltzit never expected for this day to come sooner as well. Why did you mention the Sarkaz here? Hearing this, Kaltzit replied. The answer lied in them. Their greater resistance in Originum, it was the answer. Their resistance. Dozens of studies conducted by people, including herself, came up. There was nothing different with them except their biological construction. The other Kaltsit is confused at this point. Farenmutz has immunity towards oripathy. Farenmut. The gods. An extremely heretical idea. This came up from her mind a couple of times, but it did not work. She had a few of her Farenmut acquaintances give her their blood samples, but it could not affect the oripathy inside a life form. Kaltsit was only the special case as she could perfectly resist oripathy with her body. Their life level balances it out. Kaltsit declared. If their body is strong enough to rein it in, that serves as the cure. She took out a syringe containing golden liquid. It was something she bought from the shop which costed her 10,000 points. Oripathy cure, SR. Details: this substance regulates the spread of originum inside blood and cells. Its effect disappears when the body could handle everything by itself. Take note that the infected would receive the benefits of oripathy without any disadvantages. After she analyzed its components with great sage, she could replicate it with enough materials. It already worked on someone. I see. In Terra, there are many infected that would not hesitate to jump into the so-called cure. Of course, she confirmed that it was the cure with animal testing before testing it to someone. The end result was her oripathy being healed. She also developed talent in arts and was recruited to Babel. The cure. Doctor felt complicated upon seeing the syringe. The greatest goal of Rhodes Island was to develop a cure. Unexpectedly, Kaltsit from another parallel world did it first. Though, you need to ask him to become the supplier. She pointed out to Shiro, who's leisurely humming a tune. His riches are already vast with his previous treasuries from the past. There's still his millions of points that made him the wealthiest chat group member ever. I won't ask for much money. No worries. The agreement beyond the barriers of worlds began. Are you sure you don't want me to meddle into the Seaborn affair right away? It should be enough. As soon as they returned to their Terra, Shiro expressed his confusion. The sanctuaries and weapons. They need to grow. Before leaving, Shiro gave some crystals condensed form of his power that turns its surroundings into an inviolable sanctuary. The same went for Rhodes Island's weapons. There are many threats beyond Seaborns. True. There would be times we are not present there. Everything boiled down to the fact that it is better to teach someone fish. It is their world, not Kaltsit's. It is also hard to handle two worlds at the same time. Cooperation would be the best answer for Kaltsit to handle two worlds. If the time comes it is endangered, she could ask for the chat group's help. Inform me first if you need help. It won't be difficult to deal with it. Sure. Moments later, Kaltsit disappeared. She utilized a wide-scale teleportation spell instantly with Great Sage's help. I also need to return. An aurora curtain spawned in front before it engulfed him. A second later, he found himself on the company headquarters. You're finally back. It took quite a long time to settle everything. Cardinal put down her book and went for a hug. Shiro responded with a head pat, which she liked very much. The other girls. Suddenly, he thought of a problem. There are other women, all of which had expressed their love to him aside from his girlfriend and wives. Most of them are with him when he lost his memories, but there are also others like Altair who is connected with him through a specific circumstance. I need to deal with this soon. He had a feeling something bad would happen if he doesn't do so. The clone you left disappeared. Disappeared? When? Cardinal buried her face further to his chest. You said you are going to confirm something. It has been days since then. I am still here. Under his comforting words, she separated herself from him. What happened during your mission? It took you so long. It's a long story. Chapter 306, Spark. Upon explaining everything that happened, Cardinal felt relieved. Shiro survived all the ups and downs of that mission. That was all she cares about. That future. We shouldn't worry about that yet. We don't have much information about it yet. Just like what he did to others, Shiro told the portion of the future he saw to her. She could greatly help when the times comes with her cardinal skill. It maintains order in a place, a great counter to that chaotic force. Right. I will be going to the Fate World to pick the others up. I will come. She did not back down. Despite knowing she would meet two of his wives, she had long prepared herself. She accepted this fact a long time ago. If she did not, she wouldn't be in a relationship with him. Kaltsit and Kuroniko. Of course, she was surprised the two showed that level of intimacy with him. She did not expect the cold-faced doctor would like him. Appearances can truly be deceiving. The company is going well. We established an official contract with Babel and Kazdal. There are some who sought to hinder, but we dealt with them. It was inevitable some would be hostile when Nexus Corp allied themselves with Kazdal. They even received resistance from their other allies, Columbia. Though, it was solved by them. The force problems were solved by the 12 managers while the legal problems are handled by Cardinal herself. It is even more so when Rosmontis finished her arts training. Unlike her version in the different world, she was trained by many people proficient in physics. That included Shiro and Cardinal. The others also helped her whenever they could. They might be artificial life forms, but they could already feel emotions. They knew using a child to do such things are horrible. That was why she became their strongest. She wouldn't need to be dispatched often until it is extremely necessary. It is the only way to make up for her life in this messed up world. The company has to accelerate its development. It should become the largest company on Terra within 2 years. Is it the Seaborn? Not exactly. While Shiro dealt with the biggest factor Scatty, the Seaborns still exist. There will be great trouble within the next 2 years. That's what I saw back there. Trouble. Terra will become more chaotic. She muttered. An infected terrorist organization will be in the middle of it. The other Kaltsit mentioned how their leader was just controlled by a certain Farenmut. I'll try to deal with him early on. Even so, Shiro is certain that removing the leader wouldn't completely stop that uprising. The other infected would find a way to vent out their pent-up feelings. By that time, Terra has to bear their anger. You're tired, right? How about a lap pillow? Suddenly, Cardinal came with her shocking offer. I'm nervous. Cardinal touched her heart. It was something she gained after her soul was taken outside the Fluct Light Cube and was materialized. Don't worry too much. They are amiable. Shiro patted her head. They were about to enter the Fate world after half a day of rest. Romani, Shiro. Kaujiki, my. There's some trouble out here. Shiro, what do you mean by that? Romani, Zelrich called me out. He said there's some trouble with one of the worlds he is supervising. Kaujiki, and I tagged along. It's getting quite boring in here. Kaujiki is very close to completely resolving the betas in her world. The advanced technology she made are enough to overwhelm these Zergs. All to that the occasional help she received from the others, the difficulty went from hell to normal. Romani, anyways, the thing is, it's better to come where your 2 students are. Shiro, hey? Why? Romani, it's best to see it yourself. Intrigued, Shiro summoned the Aurora Curtain. He led Cardinal to it. Moments later, they found themselves on a modern-day world. It is different from the skies of Terra that are always blocked with black clouds, catastrophes. What was different, however, was the rumblings that came every few seconds. Bam! The space shook. They could only react by putting an A barrier between them and this world. I see. Bam! Shiro immediately found Romani and Kaujiki and went to their positions. I can see why you said that. It's also been my dilemma since back then. Up into the skies, 2 women fought. One of them wore a caster uniform. She sent out projections of golden swords one after another. On the other hand, the other tanned woman has a white dress. She held a rainbow-colored sword which she used to fire off light rays while supported by her thrust attacks. These rays of light flew all over the place, causing the shockwaves felt in space. Shiro could tell these 2 are still holding back. If not, they would trigger the wills present in this world. It should be Castoria's work. Right now, they are inside a mirror world, a dimension completely separate to the real world. It still has its laws, however. This makes it an identical world which could host many experiments. It is a magic developed by the 2 of them. Never had I expected for her to use it like this. He muttered. But all Terra. I recall they have bad blood originally. Before he met the 2 of them, they already have a rivalry of sort. All Terra was the White Titan responsible for destroying the entire world save for Britain. While the 6 Fairies are responsible to that outcome, it was undeniable she contributed in the creation of their messed up lost belt. They are strong. Cardinal commented. They actually got stronger when I was gone. Watching this, Romani heaved a sigh of relief. It was a false alarm. She placed this magic. There's no chance the real world would be affected. What do you plan on doing, Shiro? Kaujiki asked him with an interested smile. Let them fight. Everything wouldn't be resolved just by my intervention alone. Seems like you're already experienced. I am. At first, it is definitely necessary to stop 2 of his wives from fighting. They did not know each other well, hence there are doubts whether they'll kill each other for real or not. Though, Shiro eventually stopped intervening once the 2 of them knew each other well. Soon, Castoria opted for close combat. She looked as if she wanted to defeat all Terra with the fate she chose. No matter which world she landed into, she always chose Excalibur. Even her Lion King self in the 6th Singularity once chose Excalibur before replacing it with Rongominiad. The fight have been rather intense. Fortunately, Romani and Kaujiki has experiences regarding it. You also have these fights, hey. Makes me remember how you used to ask for some advices. You can't blame me for that one. When he was still recovering his memories, he was uncertain in many ways on how to approach them. Romani's advice proven with his 1000 wives have been useful. It's actually quite complicated. Shiro explained how his split selves had different wives. It actually is. You need to put in more work with that. Romani said. I don't know. In the end, their fight concluded. There has not been a definite winner due to their similar strengths. All Terra has the power to destroy while Castoria has the power of immortality. Their natures made it a stalemate between them. Shiro. Shiro. It seems that they are in agreement whenever their husband is with them. I'll be going first. Kaujiki was the first one to leave. I'll also. Romani. Can you fetch my 2 students? Knowing Romani's involvement in a magical girl school, Shiro already has plans for Mami and Sayaka. It won't do that they are always faced with danger. They have to foster relationship with other magical girls so their development won't be skewed. Sure. Why not? I'm also interested in a world affected by your actions. Romani is aware of the fate world. While this world and his are different, he wanted to meet some acquaintances here. Who is she? Castoria asked as she looked at the girl full of similarities with her. Let me guess. A new wife. All Terra have been more direct than her this time. Greetings. I am Cardinal. Chapter 307, Magical Girl School. How old are you? From the day I was created. 19. How did the 2 of you meet? Through a game. A game. A death game. Death battles. It could bring someone closer. All Terra muttered. I can see why you are the first. Seeing Cardinal's straight-faced expression, she knew the girl is currently tense. It could fool most people, but not her. Let's stop with this interrogation for a while. Why? All Terra tilted her head in confusion. You really? Castoria was speechless at her lack of social skills. You're making her look like a prisoner. Really? I apologize. Fortunately, she was quick to amend her actions. All Terra still has a sliver of common sense. There's no need to apologize. In fact, I expected this interaction to be more hostile. What? Why? Castoria asked. Because that's the opposite of how everything goes in light novels. Cardinal knows light novels are fictional. Many events that happen are idealistic. In real life, there would be no way things go that smoothly. It would be more probable for things to go sideways than for them to accept everyone within their first meeting. Ah! The caster girl's eyes lit up in realization. Didn't Shiro tell you about it? He did. It's just. I would like to prepare for the worse. At least you didn't have to face that. All Terra continued Castoria's words. We would not go back on our words. We trust in his eyes to choose his lovers. That's right. It's already a done deal. Hearing these 2, Cardinal heaved a sigh of relief. Her tension was released. She became more expression upon doing so. How about we talk about how Shiro was when you met him? Prior to this talk, Shiro was asked to leave for a while. It coincided with the need to settle the matter of his magical girl students. I am interested. All right. She began telling them his personality upon his reincarnation. Shiro. He felt like a robot when he first came into the game. Due to his amnesia, he lacked his self. He does not have his sense of direction. His intuition and system missions were the only thing that guided him in his earlier days. He only followed his self-interest when intervening in some events. Only when he interacted more with the other chat group members did he regain his sense of self. He is more of a player than a real player. But that's what made him interesting. Just like the sisters Ui and Stria, Cardinal had the freedom to watch over players' actions. Shiro stood out from what she watched over. He broke many rules of the game as well as the supposed limits on it. He's literally a bug that broke the balance of the game. But then, she did not report him to her creator, Kaiba Akiyoko. Instead, she watched over him. I didn't expect for him to reach out. It's very like him to do. Castoria recalled the unpredictable things he did upon their first meeting. Shiro asked if she was willing to become her friend, that their accidental meeting through the mirror is linked to their fate. He was right. Cardinal continued on telling their stories. From his interactions with the other chat group members up until their stay in Terra. Meanwhile, the 2 brought back Sayaka and Mami to their respective world. It's been 2 weeks, sensei. 2 weeks? The time ratio must have been messed up in this world. While he was gone, the 2 fended many troubles on the Emiya household. The events of the 5th Holy Grail War stirred up the world. Its adjudicator, referee, Kotomine Kaire, died. There are also reports from Bazet, the representative of the Mages Association, that Kaire had betrayed them with his attempted murder. There's also the destruction of the Matu family. With them gone, there are only 2 magician families left that created the Holy Grail. Lastly, the Holy Grail itself going missing. By the time representatives of the other organizations arrived, the Greater Grail was gone. The supposed Lesser Grail, Ilya von Einsberg, had also gone missing. This war stirred up the moonlit world, if not greater, than the Fourth Grail War. You two didn't face some troubles, did you? None. Nope. Mommy and Sayaka responded. Aside from the training, we didn't do much. The latter added. It's here, Miki-san. Shiro went out of the house while holding 2 cookie boxes. These might not suffice as a farewell gift. It does. You don't need to worry about it. Seeing the 2 heroes of justice this close, Shiro flashed a smile of his own. I'm glad you two found your paths. Right. Sayaka thought of something. Even if I am not here to watch, you still have Tosaka-san to do so. What are you talking about? Rin followed Shiro's back, only to hear these words. There's no need to hide it. I mean, everyone knows about your feelings already. Sayaka looked at Mommy and Artoria before responding to Shiro's look. I'm not wrong, right? Your actions are quite obvious, Rin. Their words were met with Rin's blushing look. She averted her eyes, more so when Shiro looked at her with disbelief. An air of embarrassment loomed on top of their heads. Now. The Emiya of this world is still a women's favorite. Romani commented from the sidelines. All I could say is, good luck. Shiro sent a bewildered look at this stranger whom he hadn't met. Knowing the existence of parallel worlds and him being together with Shiro, he knew Romani must have known him in another world. Alright. I do hope you didn't make something strange on that school. I didn't. How many times do I need to respond to your questionable looks? Romani rubbed his forehead. Really? It's your fault. Who asked you to ask a magical girl on a forum, while it is literally a destiny turning point? Magi Mari's advice are really reliable. Yes. The others should really try it out later. Shiro retorted, pass. I don't want to see a. Just as he paused, Romani looked at him with confused eyes. No, it's nothing. Romani felt something was going on. Unfortunately, he chose this himself. He erased his memories of that painful day, that time when his Oshi turned out to be a guy. Alright, we'll be going out. Shiro added, I'll be coming back within a few hours. Good luck, Emiya-kun. You too, Tosaka-san and Saber-san. Farewells. Sayaka and Mommy made their goodbyes before the aurora curtain engulfed the 4 of them. Matsuki School. Taken from the etymology magic, Ma, and Moon, Tsuki, it was recently established on Mitakiera town. It is an all-girls school consisting of more than 1,500 students. It accepted everyone from middle school to high school, 12 to 18 years old. Due to its population, the middle school and high school are separated into 2 different buildings. Interestingly, Matsuki Middle School was built on Mitakiera town. Its counterpart, Matsuki High School, was built on Tokyo. It caused a wave on the town as its direction is a rich and influential person. Moreover, it took in many foreign exchange students. It is also affiliated with many top-level universities on Japan such as Tokyo and Kyoto University. It proved how popular it was despite only accommodating 1,500 students on both middle school and high school. It became an elite school in the eyes of many. What the general populace did not know was that Pian-chan. A white-haired girl ran towards a floating black and white bunny plushie. She pointed her bubble gun towards another girl, only for her entire arm to be entangled with vines. You still have a long way to go, Nagisa-chan. Mew. This school only accepted magical girls. The vines soon removed themselves from Momo Nagisa. You're just too strong, Kaed. I bet you could handle most of the wraiths out there. After a part of Madoka became the law of cycles, the existence of witches were removed from this universe. Still, the negative emotions condensed on another way wraiths. The difference was that, 1. Magical girls would no longer be corrupted into witches, and 2. The law of cycles is the one granting the girls their wishes instead of incubators. Madoka's wish at that time was simple. She wanted everyone to be happy. Under the other's example, she knew the power to protect themselves is necessary. Other than that, the law of cycles provided protection to the new magical girls in the form of 2 things, mentorship and second chance. The former allowed them to seek for a mentor, a veteran magical girl with months of experience. The student would gain precious experience while the mentor gains more power. Simply put, it is a mentorship system. As for the latter, it saves a magical girl from peril. It is something that every magical girl could only use once in their career. These things turned the magical system from harmful into a helpful power system. It is in sharp contrast to the former magical girl system made by the incubators. I would have died back then if not for my strength. Kaed and Nagisa are one of the few magical girls that remembered the previous world, the one that contained witches. Most of the magical girls forgot about its existence. You need to practice more if you want to become strong. We already have you in the student council. Matsuki Middle School's student council consisted of the strongest magical girls on the school. That included Kaname Madoka, Akimi Homura, Akino Kaed, as well as foreign exchange students like Alina Gray. This only made the students' admiration of the headmaster skyrocket. If the student council are this strong, how strong would he be? Hence, Romani is known as the enigmatic headmaster in this school. He wouldn't fulfill your wish if you laze around. MN. I see. For the lifetime supply of cheesecakes. Nagisa owed a great debt to a certain someone. In exchange for fixing the dilemma she made, which is to wish for a cheesecake instead of healing her mother, she has to show efforts towards being a better magical girl. Undoubtedly, Nagisa is one of the youngest magical girls in this school. It is also the reason why she made a dumb mistake. Fortunately, Shiro purified her soul gem while Romani rectified her mistake by reviving her mother. After Romani showed her mother how she had been, she had a change of heart. From the cruel and irresponsible mother she was, she tried to become better. While these memories are once again wiped in her mind to ensure a normal life, those strong feelings remained. In short, she owes her current life to these two people. The headmaster told me a white-haired man would fulfill my wish. When will he come? Nagisa asked. That. It has been more than 1.5 years since the fight against the Walpurgis Nacht. Since then, nobody in this world has seen Shiro. Although, Romani did mention that he will be coming back soon. As to when it was? He never gave a specific date. Romani-san told me that it would be. Suddenly, an orange-haired man emerged from their sights. Along with him are two girls, a tomboyish blue-haired girl and an elegant blonde-haired girl. A school for us. This is, new. The sight of this school made a huge impact to Sayaka and Mommy, especially to the latter. She never had any comrades nor acquaintances that knew her secrets. Most of the time, she rarely meets magical girls. Only when a magical girl from another district visits would she interact with them. This is attributed to the fact that magical girls are scarce. In a town, there are only 3 to 4 magical girls. Meanwhile, there could be 6 to 7 magical girls in a district. Overall, there are few thousand magical girls in Japan, and the majority of them could be found in Matsuki. Currently, Kaed, Homura, Madoka, and Alina Gray attends middle school. An oath has to be taken right after enrollment to ensure its secrecy. There's no need to worry about confidentiality and stuff. Romani shut down Mommy's question before she could even ask. Wraiths will become stronger if humans feared it more. Of course, it is not that troublesome. He knew a lot about magecraft that could do such purpose. Geese is an example of it. By signing the enrollment form, printed and modernized, they could not divulge the school secret to anyone else. On the off chance someone manages to do so, their memories regarding this school would be wiped out. Headmaster. Romani-san. Oh? How rare it is for Nagisa to be this active. Did the cheesecake guy arrive? Cheesecake guy? Romani's mind processed these words for a while before recalling how he used Shiro's name to resolve this girl's wish. Ah. He did come along with me. He's just touring around the school. I'll go tell him later. Finally. When Nagisa was brought away by Kaed, he was met with Sayaka's facepalm and Mommy's deadpan. Romani-san. I guess I should tell my sensei about this. Sayaka sighed as his serious image collapsed on her mind. When did he promise something like that? Hearing Mommy's question, Romani replied. Well. I suddenly blurted out his name when I thought of food. To be honest, I never expected for her to remember this until now. Meanwhile, Shiro's nose slightly itched. Romani? What did he do this time? Creator-level powers works this way. Chapter 308, A Problem Within Shadow Realm. Romani. He worked really hard over the past year. Shiro thought this magical girl school was something like a side project for Romani. After all, he's already preoccupied with the pan-human history's crises. Seeing the school himself made him realize he was wrong. Romani poured in his hard work to actualize this institution for magical girls. Kaujiki and Cardinal also helped. Due to the nature of Ace, they could easily multitask. Kaujiki just had to install a program of herself to multitask while Cardinal brings some of the managers every now and then. The other chat group members are also guest teachers. While they could not dedicate most of their time, they could also bring in others from their world to teach. With the help of more than a dozen worlds, the teacher roles are fulfilled. As for the miscellaneous ones, they are easily solved by Ace. I will invite Shiro sometimes here. Knowing him, he would remember his magical girl sister. As he strolled the school, he earned many gazes. His matching white overcoat and hair made him stand out. Even amongst the variety of teachers this school had, he stood out. Is he a new teacher? Maybe. The headmaster invited many people to become one. Another worlds. I want to visit one. In Madoka's world, there are many life planets aside from Earth that has magical girls. They are the ones planned to be included by Romani in the phase 3 of his plan. Along the arrival of many teachers, it was easily revealed they belonged to other worlds. This came as a surprise, yes, but the safety mechanisms placed by Romani kept this secret tightly. Shiro suddenly remembered of the sleeping girl in his arm. He touched the inactive tail gear beneath his coat. She should wake up soon. His powers dictated this outcome. As he viewed the interior of the school, he found out how Romani did not hold back. The infrastructures were all finished within half a year. It is done with the help of Kaujiki's machines, Magecraft, and Cardinal's assistance. Turns out, buying these materials are cheap within the points store. The design is futuristic. Hard glass were often used within the buildings. There are also silver steel that are imbued with spells to increase its durability. Other than that, the school is generally divided into many parts. Dueling grounds where students could fight one another. Training grounds that simulates an environment as well as enemies. Magic dome where practical classes occur. Simply put, it is a fantasy magic school made true by their hard work. An interesting idea flew on Shiro's mind. What if I store some of my contingencies here? Contingencies meant his spare items. It would just rot as he has many of them. Some other UR skills are also sealed to prepare for the future. For short, he is planning to hide his treasures somewhere, hoping it could reach that future. Nameless book of spells should do. Of course, he is planning to gift every present chat group member with a UR-rated reward. He could just use his god-level spins to have a higher rate of acquiring UR items, too. Each 10 times draw cost 100,000 points, but he currently has millions of points. His max level luck was the only loophole found within the chat group's system. Excuse me. Are you lost? Not really. Is that so? Shiro faced the pink-haired girl. Are you a visitor, then? Something like that. Satomi felt curious. Just now, she had a feeling that she saw him somewhere. She usually does not forget most of the things she sees. That is why the current situation is confusing. She does not know about this man, yet he has a strong impression within her. Do you want to ask something? Sensing her feelings, Shiro reached out. Did we already meet? Perhaps. He flashed a teasing smile to the girl. Briefly, her mind blanked out. His charisma still exists. On the off chance he became a teacher, he would definitely be a favorite. Ding! Dong! The school bell rang. It indicated the end of their lunch break. Good luck on your studies. He waved his hand before leaving. He. Who is he? Let's be creative. Shiro chose a random book from his treasuries. Fire Magic Essentials. This should catch the attention of some students. After slipping in the book to a bookshelf, he applied certain effects to it. That included the criteria for choosing the target to be summoned forth inside. At the very least, they should not be evil. Construction of a subspace, done. He placed the nameless book of spells, a world item belonging to a certain world, inside it. The item was destined to be acquired by the person who fits in the criteria as well as is clever enough to solve the puzzles inside. All of these were done in less than a second. I guess I'll meet Romani now. The aurora curtain engulfed him. Moments later, he found himself on the headmaster's office. Romani is signing some papers while heaving deep sighs now and then. How was the school? He stopped signing and placed the pen on top of the desk. I could feel your sleepless nights. Those are worth it. Just like Chaldea, these children needed help. When Romani turned into a human, he regained his emotions. Those were once sealed for him to become the perfect king. This way, he managed to feel sympathy, sadness, despair, and so on. Even if he is busy managing Chaldea, he could not bear to leave this world behind. It has to be changed in some way. Thus, he came up with the idea which was then accepted by every single chat group member. They all agreed to help him. It showed how these members has good dispositions. To the chat group, there is no use in recruiting villains or are purely evil. If it did invite them, they would have brought the apocalyptic future forward. Isn't the law of cycles enough? To some extent. Romani replied. Even if it offered protection, it does not suffice on the long run. I suppose. Seeing the aftermath of the world he once changed made him feel something. Fulfillment, perhaps? As someone who saw the original fate of this world, the current view he saw is a far cry. In some ways, it is similar on that time he saved his world. Is this why these worlds are worth saving? Shiro came to that realization. All the reason I open up a new future. I will help in your workload. My power is perfectly compatible with that. Thanks. I could finally have some breathing time. You're about to face Goisha. We are. The coordinates to my former temple was already found. One of Romani's major requests to the chat group is assistance when it comes to the fight against Goetia. The latter could not perceive the time of worlds outside theirs. Moreover, it has already been shown that his clairvoyance could be defeated by Ritsuka. Though, Romani wanted to be certain than sorry. When will it happen? Around 3 days in terms of Chaldea's time. I will just mention it to the chat. Alright. Shiro thought of his 2 students. What about Mami and Sayaka? They are introduced to the first years as transfer students. I guess they like this place. For the 2 magical girls who did not have friends of similar interests, this school is a paradise. I see. Private Kuroniko, Shiro. I require your presence. Suddenly, Kuroniko messaged him. Private Shiro, what's the matter? Private Kuroniko, I completely forgot about it. I was only reminded after that mission. Private Shiro, what is it? Private Kuroniko, well. There's an ACT convention today. I am supposed to visit my manga's booth. The thing is, I declared I already have a boyfriend. Private Shiro. Private Shiro, let me guess. You will ask me to pretend as your boyfriend. Private Kuroniko, as expected of you. Private Kuroniko, that's right. But it's also fine to be a real one. Igris readied himself as he saw his liege chatting with another person, presumed to be a guy. He prepared the box of tissues and potions inside the shadow realm. He does not want the previous incident to repeat itself. Kuroniko bit her thumb as she intensely watched her phone. She might wear her Chiyunibiu mask outside, but she does not bother to do so when she's alone. It has been a few months since her breakup. Admittedly, she bears some grudge to Kyusuk who chose his sister instead of her. She held that sliver of hope it would not happen, yet it did. Interacting with those 2 were no longer as awkward as before, more so when Sayori is present. The 3 of them does not want their relationship to end just like that. Fortunately, everything worked out. Private Shiro, I will help. It's not that big of a deal. Private Shiro, though, aren't clichés like this the one you hate the most? Nope. I will forgive them for now. Kuroniko muttered with bright red ears. Seeing this, Igris relayed what he saw to the shadows inside the realm. Crew. What kind of ailment did Her Majesty suffer? Crew. We need to help her immediately. Idiots. Another one of the shadows, Beru, berated the orc shamans. It's not an ailment. There is still. It's a curse. Crew. What? I take back my words. Belian, the commander of the Shadow Army, sighed. Was it a guy? He asked towards Igris, in which the latter nodded. I see. Ashbourne was someone who did not have any romantic relationships. Even so, Belian has enough common sense than the rest of the shadows. Her Majesty must have fallen in love. Igris felt gratified that there's someone like Belian inside the shadow realm. He is not the only shadow that possessed enough common sense regarding the mortal world. We need to see the guy immediately. Memories of Kuroniko's first breakup were shared with him, the highest-ranking shadow. If he is similar to the guy from before, I shall personally see to it. His response sent Igris into exasperation. There's no use. Everyone here does not know the human's world. Chapter 309, Convention. Private Shiro, when will it begin? Private Kuroniko, on the afternoon. Which world are you in? Private Shiro, Madoka's world. Private Kuroniko, oh. Private Kuroniko, I think I'll need you here after a few minutes there. Each of Kuroniko's replies are delayed. Shiro had to wait for minutes just to receive them. It showed the difference between the 2 worlds' time ratio. Well, I need to go. Good luck. Romani replied. By the way, you can cosplay. You are going into a convention, right? Cosplay. A good idea. After changing his outfit into pure black, he began the input to travel. Traveling into Kuroniko's world. Yes/no. After tapping yes, a countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1, 0. Moments later, Shiro found himself inside a public bathroom. A cosplay, hey. He recalled Kuroniko's favorite characters. Characters from Mascara. Her most favorite character is Queen of Nightmare. It is the person she always cosplayed with. She really liked her, to the point of cosplaying as her almost every day. She was also the motive behind Kuroniko's hobby of cosplaying. No, wait. Shiro remembered a similar anime from Mascara. Its theme and character design bears many similarities to it. That was why Kuroniko loved it when she found it on the Incrad world. Darker Than Black. Unlike Mascara, Darker Than Black was way more serious and thrilling. It follows the member of Syndicate, a top-secret group that manages supernatural power users behind the scenes. All Shiro needed was to change back to his Fenrir look. He changed into a black trench coat and wore a white Pierrot mask on top of his head. He does not want to be mistaken as a random public shooter. https://c4.wallpaperflare.com/wallpaper/274/261/70/anime darker than black wallpaper preview.jpg. Upon leaving the cubicle, he saw himself on a mirror. The hair. After arranging his hair, Shiro became a perfect cosplayer. An aurora curtain engulfed him, transferring him into the underground parking lot. The car or the motorcycle? Suddenly, he recalled the main purpose of Kuroniko's visit. She wanted to bring her autographed manga on their booth. The car, then. He summoned forth Koenigsegg Ajira RSR. It was one of the random UC rewards he gained from the random spins. He booted it up and drove to Kuroniko's place. While doing so, he sensed his current location. Chiba, hey? My luck never failed me. Kuroniko and her family is living in Chiba. The convention will also be happening in Chiba, too. Private Shiro, where's your house? Private Kuroniko, you're already here. Private Shiro, well, yes. We can't be late on that event. Private Kuroniko, alright. Here's the address. Shiro inputted her address into the GPS. The world he was in is a normal one. There are no problems whether he uses his powers, but he is sometimes sentimental. He wanted to experience mortal things he did once. Soon, he arrived into her house. He parked the car on a convenience store not far away so as to not inconvenience others. Basic parking etiquette is always observed in Japan. Knock. Knock. It's me. Shiro. The door opened. A shadow guard greeted him. He could not help but notice the apron worn by him. Hello, Igris. Igris could not speak, but he could express himself through his eyes. It's you. I knew it. He met many people during Kuroniko's interdimensional travels. Shiro is one of the few that stood out among them. What do you mean? Nothing. Her Majesty is on the process of preparing. Igris made him a glass of mango juice. He looked very experienced while doing so. Well, thank you. While waiting for her, Shiro became curious about something. What made you change jobs? It's not. I am just serving as Her Majesty's support. Igris saw Kuroniko's previous lifestyle. She always took care of her younger siblings since their father is always busy working. She often prioritized them instead of studying, which led to her receiving failing grades sometimes. She also partook in several part-times when it became more difficult for them financially. It is not wrong to say that Kuroniko, Gokururi, has been struggling before she received the chat group. Just the investment advices and guides made by Shiro helped them get through it. There's also her mangaka career. In fact, she only summons Igris whenever her siblings went to school. She asked for his help since she's also working on her manga. Even with a cloning skill, her workload is still much to bear. After all, she does not have the fame yet. She could have hired other people, but it'll force her to leave the house. It contradicts to her responsibility to take care of her siblings. In the end, she used the clones to finish deadlines. That is also the reason behind her growing fame. The deadline breaker of the mangaka industry completes deadlines without the help of many people. I see. Shiro read Kuroniko's entire story. He was simply curious on Igri's perspective on it as well as on how Kuroniko is currently living. If it turns out she's tiring herself, he would reprimand and assist her. That was what he did back when he worked with Ka-Eltsit. I'm done. Kuroniko left her room. She is wearing Queen of Nightmare's outfit. She copied everything down to the smallest details such as the artificial roses on her head and the cross-shaped designs on her black skirt. Overall, she looks very adorable. There's something different. Despite seeing her wear this outfit dozens of times, Shiro felt a difference from others. Well, it's still the same outfit. Really? Yes. She replied. It's just that. I have redone everything from scratch. The materials from the chat group kept getting better. From the materials in Incrad which allowed her to use it as an armor, each of her outfits are now made using an SSR item. She was somehow surprised there existed fabrics so strong. Most weapons could barely hope to scratch it. Only SSR-rated items or attacks with creator attributes could destroy it. In the first place, all of the founding members stepped into godhood. It's just that they could not easily leave their prior lives. You look adorable today. Shiro voiced out his honest thoughts. Both of them are friends since they began the first chat group mission. He saw her struggle during her first kills. She also saw his inhumane side caused by his amnesia that time. Why, you also look good. Hey. She replied with a slightly reddish face. Really? Thanks. He added, you can recognize me immediately. Both Hei and Shikoku, protagonist of Mascara, looks nearly the same. Both of them has the same get-up and Pierrot masks. Black gloves. The cartridge on your legs. The green detail behind your trench coat. Kuroniko listed his distinguishable features one by one. Why did you cosplay? She suddenly asked. Why not? She looked at him silently, asking for the real reason behind his actions. Aside from Romani suggesting it, I want to help resolve your past. You mean? Kuroniko is smart enough to know what he meant. I already got over it. There's no need to do that. Counting her time on this world and mission worlds, it has been more than 3 years for Kuroniko since their breakup. In this world, a few months had relapsed since then. You already used the boyfriend excuse to them, no? It would happen regardless. Shiro said seriously. I have long wanted to see that guy. He went into a relationship with you despite having feelings for other girls. That was what pissed Shiro off. When he regained his past memories, he regained his bits of humanity. It is contradictory as he should have been more God after retrieving those memories, yet he did not. It is one of the differences made when his two selves returned back to one. This is why you cosplayed as Hei. Coincidentally, Shikoku bears a similar look as Kyusuke, her previous boyfriend. Cosplaying Hei would circumvent that matter, preventing Kuroniko from remembering bad memories. He looks similar to Shikoku but is also easily distinguishable to those who knew two characters. In the eyes of others, they are wearing matching outfits, Shikoku and Queen of Nightmare. A perfect attire as couples. A/N, Shikoku is the protagonist of Mascara while Queen of Nightmare is the antagonist. Kuroniko felt complex. She thought she had let go of everything but it still hurts. She already has someone else she likes, yet the things that happened on the past is like an unremovable scar. I am your boyfriend for this day. Shiro looked at her directly. Let me accomplish this role. No matter how many times she had seen him serious, it always makes her heart flutter. It served to strengthen her feelings as well as regain the emotions she felt when her future self descended. If that's the case, you are now bound by my curse for a day. Vroom. A black sports car sped through the roads of Chiba. Whenever it stopped, some people took out their phones and took a picture, especially the males. It is simply their dream to own something as cool as that. Soon, it arrived at its destination. It parked on an open parking lot. The door opened, revealing a man wearing black trench coat. He earned many looks from fellow cosplayers due to his looks and his awesome cosplay. It's as if he is a living anime character. He went to the other side of the car and opened the door. The man held the girl's hand as he assisted her on leaving. She wore a normal expression, but her cute whispers could not be heard by others. We don't have to do this. I am bound by your curse, your ma. SSH. The girl, Ruri, stopped him from continuing. It's embarrassing. Alright, alright. Shiro let out a playful smile and stopped at that. After grabbing the stacks of manga on his compartment, he placed them on a cart. Then, they went inside the center. In the meantime, Shiro wore his Pierrot mask. It reminds me of the past. Come to think of it. You sold doujinshis before, right? That's right. In the past, she used to carry them on a small cart. She will board a train and carry them all the way to her booth, only to not be sold. It is the cold truth for obscure artists. It will sell. The story is amazing. Shiro had read her new manga. Due to her interdimensional travels, she has something that many mangakas lack, creativity. No matter how hard they imagine, Kuroniko could dish out new ideas based from the stories she see during her travels. Thanks. She said in a low voice. Kuroniko. A blue-haired girl stopped her tracks in front of them. She wore spinning glasses and a headband. No way. You really have a boyfriend? Kuroniko let out an elegant laugh. She grabbed Shiro's arm and proudly declared. This is Hei, my new partner in crime. Hello. She heard a similarly elegant voice underneath the mask. We all thought you are joking. That you are just preserving your dignity when you've said that. HOH. This queen never lies. Chapter 310, Winning a War Called Love. Hello, Makishima-san. Hello. Kuroniko often mentioned you in her stories. She did. Hey. Let's stop there. Kuroniko could feel the smile beneath the white mask. Alright. Shiro spared her of the embarrassment she was about to receive. With Sayori's addition, the three headed to the booth. What nice cosplays. Isn't it? Kuroniko felt proud when she heard praises of their outfits. It's. You two are fitting on a relationship goal. Cosplaying as the characters both of you like, or something like that. So that's how it is. She saw a message from the chat group. Private Shiro, do you want to do it? Private Shiro, your signature book of curses. Private Shiro, hee. Shiro. For a moment, Kuroniko glanced away. The amount of times her heart fluttered today far surpassed anything within the past few months. The time when she boldly announced she wanted to sleep on the same room as him is included. Those were the times Kuroniko became hysterical for some reason. Private Kuroniko, all right. Let's do it. Private Kuroniko, prepare to fall deeper into my curse. Sayori saw the couple silently looking at each other. She felt as if they were communicating mentally. So he's not a fake boyfriend. They could even communicate through eye contact alone. Then it hit her. All this time, she had been the third wheel. People who haven't experienced it wouldn't know, but it could get awkward if you are alone with a couple. It would feel as if you are getting between their alone time. The above is what Sayori feels right now. Oh. Kazuma-sensei is here. I'll be off. Sayori did not elaborate further and left the two of them alone. Your friend is very perceptive. That's right. Back then, she had been the one who shifted the awkward atmosphere of the group. Their friendship began on an online group. When they met for the first time, Kuroniko and Kairino already had their altercations. They did not like the taste of the other, which led to a debate/quarrel. Sayori was the one who removes that atmosphere. It led to them slowly being friends. Oh? She knows those interesting moments of my Kuroniko. Kuroniko was visibly flustered. Why you shall stop there, Shiro. Their conversation led into a teasing competition. It felt very natural for Shiro, but it wants tea for Kuroniko. She had to slowly adapt to it until she wasn't visibly fazed anymore. By the time they arrived into the booth, the staff saw a sweet atmosphere between the two of them. That was a good work. Anything for my mistress. Shiro slightly pinched her cheeks. Koog. Ahem. You shall be rewarded. A reward. Shiro took off his mask. It did not make much noise since it is on the backstage, but few people could still see them. At that moment, he gave her a kiss on the cheek. That would suffice. What? Unfortunately for her, she was still inexperienced enough. Woo. Why am I like this? My heart. Even when she received her first kiss, she wasn't as flustered as today. She did not expect that falling in love for a second time hits harder. While she stood still, Shiro held her hand and led her away. She did not notice the slight commotion they had caused. So cute. They match together perfectly. Just this once, I will not be bitter to those lovebirds. Before she reverted to her current appearance, Kuroniko's beauty already shot through the ceiling. Despite her appearance returning, her beauty did not disappear. When someone looks closer, they would be mesmerized by her. It's just that her friends did not fully notice it yet. The two strolled the center to find a good restaurant. Unexpectedly, they came across an acquaintance. Ruri. Kusaka Kyusuk. Kuroniko's ex-boyfriend. A crossroad. That was what Kyusuk faced at that time. Should he remain true to his heart? Or should he retain his current love? In the end, he chose the former. He broke up with Ruri and decided to be with his stepsister, Kairino. His relationship with Ruri was put to an end with a series of curses and a broken notebook. Fortunately for him, she understood the situation and chose to silently support them. It was the conclusion to their romantic ties. Kyusuk? I thought you'll come at 1. It's only 30 minutes before 1. Right. Kuroniko did not notice the passing of time due to her company. Nice to meet you. Me too. Shiro asked for a handshake, which baffled Kyusuk, but received it. He then thought of the clichés where someone pressures the other character's hand during a handshake. Wouldn't he? However, his worries were all for naught. Shiro made a normal handshake. He did not even use his powers to punish him. I've heard a lot from you. Shiro said. Thanks for being Ruri's friend. And no, that's not a big deal. She's also helped us many times. Ruri is already on her last year of senior high school. She is a reliable senior for many of them, considering Kyusuk and Kairino are in their second year. I remember a nice place. Let's go then. Alright. See you later, Kyusuk. Alright. When the two left, only a mix of complicated feeling and sense of gratitude remained. I'm glad. What is it, Shiro? It's nothing. Seeing her smile, Shiro felt everything is alright. She didn't mind it. Perhaps due to her happiness, she never had any negative thoughts when meeting Kyusuk. Shiro only cared for Kuroniko. He did not care for Kyusuk's reactions. As long as Kuroniko fully accepted her past and moved to the present, she would be happy. Hence, he did not plan to send any kind of punishment to him. In the first place, he is irrelevant to his eyes. This is where you ate with your family. That's right. Tamaki liked their Hamburg steak while Hinata loved their omuras. Speaking of them, we need to take them home by 4. There's still a lot of time. It's already 1:30. Time flew fast. It did, when I was with you. Ruri unknowingly let out a smile. Beautiful. This time, Shiro was the one who got attacked. It was very effective. Where do you want to go next? The photo booth. There are many types of booths in a convention. It ranges from merchandise booths, manga booths, and many more. There are also programs to be held in the afternoon, but it is only on select conventions. Just like in Incrad. Exactly. Back in Incrad, they took many pictures together, be it when they are on a random quest or a scenic view. Other than that, there are also more pictures on Shiro's album. Come to think of it, I haven't seen those pictures yet. Here it is. Shiro unlocked his smartphone and clicked on the album app. These ones. There are several pictures in which she posed in a strange manner. It is during her first few months in Incrad, the time when she lived her life as a fantasy character. She was living the life of her Chiyunibita persona at that time. Please delete them. Nope. Shiro happily denied with a smile. Don't worry, you are also cute in those pictures. That's not the problem. She stood up from her seat. A blush could be seen in her face as she tried to reach for the phone. When she couldn't, she left her seat and targeted it. Here, here. Shiro conceded it to her after a close contact. He doesn't want her to feel more embarrassed than she is. It is real life, the things in dramas doesn't happen often. This. Kuroniko looked at a certain picture. It's taken during the date quest. Yet. We needed to date on specific places to receive that special ring. Our marriage ring. One of Incrad's functions was the couple system. After two players decide to marry, they will unlock many functions such as shared storage, priority panel, and so on. To be honest, the two did not expect the reward to be like that. It was completely unknown. By the time they finished the quest, they are already recognized as a couple. Placed the quest for those who wanted to complete it. Her understanding was that only a couple with feelings toward each other are the ones who will complete that quest. It will definitely be embarrassing for most players, plus the fact that it is a random quest. Shiro. Yes. Ruri steeled herself. She wanted this happy day to last forever. Her intuition also told her to do this, lest she will regret it later. It stemmed from the feelings of her future self. What if, in reality too? She cut off her intermittent words. I love you, Shiro. Not as a friend, but as a girl. She then calmly followed up. Will you take me as your lover? Chapter 311, Two Parallels Converge. Oh. Even that was completely unexpected for Shiro. He thought this would happen in the near future. What caused her change? If you are willing to be under my curse forever, to be beside me. She said with a strong tone. Until you say it yourself, I wouldn't give up. I want to be with you. It was Kuroniko's sole intent. Be it her previous breakup or her future self's possession, these made her determination unimaginably strong. It is the reason behind her insane actions in that future. She wouldn't stop until he comes back alive. Her will is just as strong as his wife's and the others who also longs for him. Ruri. Shiro recalled her actions during the fight against Altair. He was only the person who remembered their bizarre actions due to the time lock. He already knew his answer based from that. He wouldn't shy away. I know what I am going into. There are other girls beside me, but that is fine. She followed up. I've seen the truth in many worlds. She was no longer the previous Ruri. Her worldview have been reshaped dozens of times upon their visits to other worlds. I wonder where you gained your confidence. His words broke the tense atmosphere. Shut it. Who am I to fall for such a man like you? Cute. Shiro left his seat. He held Ruri's hand. Then, he summoned the Aurora curtain and allowed it to engulf the two of them. This is. Isn't it a good sight? They are on the top of Tokyo Tower, a place unreachable by mortals alone. The opening sequence of Mascara took place here. I'm glad you remember. Somehow, Ruri's blush deepened as time went by. The dreaded rejection did not come. If you can accept this troublesome self. Why wouldn't I? Idiot. Shiro wryly smiled. He vaguely felt he would do some very troublesome things in the future. His lovers would also be caught in it. Then again, who was he to decline their strong determination to be with him? He felt they would still be with him even when he does those things. Mn. The eternal curse was sealed by a soft kiss. Catsup tastes good, too. It enhanced. Stop it. KH. The two bantered while walking. I totally forgot about those. Romantic kisses should have tasted something like honey. Though, Kuroniko totally forgot about the omuras she was eating when she abruptly confessed her love to Shiro. This wouldn't reach the others. You said so. Ever since Shiro comforted her in the hidden dungeon, they became good friends. Kuroniko's peculiarity allowed her to catch up to his shenanigans. They are the chaotic duo that messed with the game's story quest, hidden quest, and chain quests. She always accompanied him during his ridiculous moments. This conclusion had been a foregone one ever since they met. Kuroniko. Their banter paused as Kuroniko saw the couple who passed by them. Why are you that surprised? Kuroniko covered her mouth with her hand, acting like a rich young lady. Nothing. You're really not fooling around back then. Why doubt my words? The couple in question are none other than Kyusuk and Kirino. Can you blame them? You're quite troublesome yourself. That's why we're compatible. Their lovers' banter ensued. Fortunately, the two are sensible enough to stop it in front of her acquaintances. You must be Kusaka Kirino-san. Greetings. Hello. Kuroniko asked something. Kyusuk. You are planning to explore this floor, right? That's right. I see. How about coming with us? At least on this floor. Prior to this, Shiro and Kuroniko explored the lower floors. The Kusaka siblings must have planned to explore everything downwards. Why not? Kirino tugged her brother's arm. Let's go. In the end, Kyusuk was forced to come along. When did you meet? It was an offline meeting of sorts. An online community. Yup. Their first actual meeting when they received the chat group happened exactly like that. We were suddenly invited by its administrator. It turned out to be a fun one. Kuroniko continued. They are talented, too. Could it be? He is the financial advisor you sought. Yes. As their living standards increased, Kuroniko decided to tell that she got a financial advisor, so as to make it less suspicious. Kirino looked at him with renewed light. Thanks for helping her out. Kyusuk voiced out. There's no need for thanks. Kyusuk felt complex. He was aware of Kuroniko's financial situation. Never had he expected that her new boyfriend could help her solve the dilemma she had. I will help her no matter what. Shiro. The two made another sweet atmosphere. It was only broken a while later. After that, the four of them continued to chat until Kyusuk and Kirino had to separate. You did this for me, no? I saw it from your looks. You are interested in her new boyfriend, right? Contrary to expectations, Kyusuk did not hold an ounce of jealousy. He simply wanted to know whether Kuroniko's new boyfriend is a good guy or not. That was the least he could do for the girl he deeply hurt. Kuroniko also supported the situation between him and his sister, Kirino. She did not look at them with judgmental eyes, but rather supported them as a friend. Hence, Kyusuk felt complicated towards the girl he once loved. Seeing her have a good guy as her lover made him happy. At the same time, he felt bitter due to their memories. He is feeling confused right now, but he knew that his choice is only to move forward with everything. You're really too hopeless, Nii-chan. Thank you. His gaze met Kirino's. Her clear blue eyes rid him of his confusion. I also need to move forward. Isn't this an indirect kiss? Does it matter? No. Kuroniko ate the rest of the candied apples from Shiro. She dismissed something like an indirect kiss easily. If we had done this during the summer festival. Kuroniko in a yukata? That would be. Shiro visualized her with a yukata. Cute. Cute. Kuroniko's ears reddened as she tried to hide them behind her hair. This gesture was seen as adorable by him, further increasing her charm. It doesn't matter anymore. Tap. Shiro's footstep changed their surroundings. Instead of the convention, they were sent into an open-air summer festival. You could do something like that? She asked. Anything for you. She noticed they are now in a summer festival. It was still half a year before this year's festival, thus she realized they must have traveled in time. This place is familiar to her. She called forth her status window before switching her equipment. Blue effects shone before her black dress was replaced by a similarly colored yukata. The same went for Shiro. They wore a matching black and white yukata. Somehow, it feels quite cliché. In every slice of life anime, manga, or light novel, the summer festival arc would always be there. It is the staple event to generate character development as well as confessions that are buried under the sound of fireworks exploding. My redemption. They stopped at a goldfish booth. They have to capture a goldfish using a small net that could easily be broken. With her enhanced attributes, Kuroniko succeeded in a single try. She placed the plastic bag containing water and goldfish into her eyes. Her eyes shone as she stared at it. I failed at this in the past, but not now. Let me guess. You spent 1,000 yen to have nothing. She was slightly surprised before she nodded. As expected of you, Shiro. Even the thrifty Kuroniko was once fooled by this booth. She always broke the net or the fish escaped, which led to her frustrations. Mn. It's a good one. Have a bite. Munch. It's good. Maybe because it was bitten by you. It's your sweet words again. How could I keep falling over and over for it? The two continued their journey in the Natsumatsuri until the fireworks were launched. They sat on the back of a shrine on top of a hill. It is the best spot to sightsee, yet there aren't any people beside them. A creator's power was used to make the perfect date. Shiro sets his priorities straight. Boom. Boom. The fireworks exploded into myriad colors and cacophony of sounds. It lit up against the dark night like the stars in the sky. A dark and isolated place. Don't tell me you are planning something. Kuroniko smiled at him teasingly. I know you're not ready yet. I would never do such a thing. Sorry. Kuroniko never expected for Shiro to be this serious when it came to that matter. You know, this might be one of the most memorable day of my life. Way back in the morning, her past memories' previous relationship faded away completely. It occurred when she was having too much fun with him. Shiro did not know his objective would be reached that easily. Boom. I love you. She made extra efforts to let her voice be heard. I love you, Ruri. This day, a confession during the summer festival succeeded. MN. The slight itch in Kuroniko's nose woke her up. She found herself on a dark throne overseeing her shadow realm. KRR. A shadow dragon flew around her. You're lively today, Ein. KRR. Ein, a name derived from shadow, kanji. After turning into Kuroniko's shadows, it transformed from a goldfish into a dragon. Right, right. I still have work to do. She leisurely stepped out of her realm. She found herself on a white meeting room. I'm sorry for the trouble, Kuroniko. Yawn. It's not a big deal for this queen. She replied while yawning. What did happen while I was gone? Many things. The orange-haired man faced her. Seems like you grew older, Romani. Perhaps it is the lack of sleep that made me like this. Despite that, his only changes was bits of white hair. His eyes looked much serious than in the past, too. Shiro already appeared. I assume it was his self from the past. Upon taking the form of the, Shiro was able to blast the lock open and travel to the apocalyptic future. The destroyer of worlds decade also showed up after several years. That girl, hey. Romani's timeline, the Grand Order, had several versions. One of them is the timeline where Ritsuka Fujimaru failed on her fight against the spider. All of the servants were lost, including Chaldea itself. She is a failed version of the Grand Order timeline final master Ritsuka Fujimaru. The variables set by him are taking place now. He said. You know, fooling time is no laughing matter. I am aware. To create changes in the future, he had to induce variables that did not exist in the said time span. They should have been the ones who have died or disappeared. That way, the gap of their existence would not contradict the laws of reality. It is simply Shiro rewriting their disappearance or death with returning after a long time. That way, everything becomes natural and logical. This was the method which worked in a certain world inhabited by a mad scientist. To enter the perfect timeline, he had to fool everyone, be it allies or enemies. That was the play he wrote along with the select chat group members at that time. We need to gather those variables. And I am the one who will do that. Everyone has been busy. The current time did not allow them to slack off. Shiro's wives were off doing several duties such as guarding the space-time from being corrupted by the swirls. There are also who actively studied the phenomena behind its appearance while the others constantly fought. It doesn't matter. He trusted me with it. Her droopy eyes showed a glint of determination. It is not weaker than her feelings for him. Boom. Kuroniko looked beyond the windows. Boom. Crimson explosions covered the night sky. Kaujiki must have determined danger in this place. Its sneakiness never disappeared. The root is the source of all things itself. It has the command over all world wills as it supported all of them. It could rewrite reality whenever it pleases. Its only bottom line was the rebellion. It was restricted as a result. Everyone was given a second chance to fight. Kuroniko wore a pair of black gloves along with her black dress. It reminds me of that day. The memories of the past entered her mind. It's your sweet words again. How could I keep falling over and over for it? You know, this might be one of the most memorable day of my life. I love you. For those moments to return. She is willing to do everything. Chapter 312, aren't these guesses too accurate? Another librarian, I understand. The chat group's purpose is to help other worlds. Lelich, that is the general trend. Seal, there are other missions at hand that are random, though. Another librarian, random. Seal, yes. In my case, we went on a treasure hunt. We managed to get quite a few valuable treasures, but that was it. Shinji, just a few? You snagged a divine spear that contained a divinity. Seal, I concede. But, the mission was completely random. Usually, it benefited its world or something. Each of the chat group missions were designed to benefit the world itself. Clearing Incrad helped more people survive. Establishing Madoka's wish put her world back in order. Preventing the destructions of both real and story worlds in Altair's world are self-explanatory. Soldier Princess, butterflies. That mission must have intervened to affect something in the future. Another librarian, if that happens to be true, the chat group is much than I have imagined. If there was something that could read every world's futures and intervene, one could only marvel at it. Seal. Lelich, that's one of the possibilities that could be looked into. Seal, you have a guess like that. Lelich, you didn't ask. Seal. Shinji, we have to use our brains instead of just crazy trainings, Seal. Seal. Another librarian cleared her nickname. Soldier Princess cleared her nickname. They're starting to be active already. Shiro muttered while he cooked for their breakfast. He spent the night in Kuroniko's world. He went into her house to check on her when he arrived whilst she was cooking. Hence, he took over her job. Altair, where are you, Shiro? Altair, wrong scent. The chat group's content crackled. Moments later, it showed a surprising line. Altair had unsent a message. Romani. Seal. Shinji. Kaujiki, how? Kaltsit, +1. Ghost. Romani, how did you do that, Altair-san? Altair, special privileges. As a Beyond creator, she easily manipulated the contents of the chat group. It wasn't that big of a change, thus the chat group let it be. Compared to stealing R-rated rewards, it is infinite times better. Private Shiro, I'll be off in a while. You are about to come here, right? Private Altair, you knew. The time difference is about a few dozen times. You are in a normal world. Private Shiro, yup. It's a world of someone you know. Private Altair, let me guess. Private Altair, Kuroniko. Really? A woman's sixth sense becomes terrifying once the said person is a Beyond creator. She is no longer in the confines of anything, surpassing everything save for one thing. She could view reality like a book. Private Altair, I'll come later. Private Shiro, alright. Setsuna-san is coming. You already guessed it. Knowing who Altair was, it came off unsurprising that Altair is also interested to him. Come to think of it. Cardinal, Terra and Castoria is currently gathered on one place. I want to meet them. Kuroniko's determination couldn't be stopped by just that. I'll bring you later. Alright. She replied. Oh. You might have not accounted one thing. What is? Shiro realized something. Never mind. It should be alright. The cliché in anime is different, you know. A good example was Seal's future. He is destined to have a harem. However, he went through many ups and downs his lovers fighting. It took them years before they smoothened over their relationship. In that regard, Shiro is superior. It took him thousands of years to do the same. That's true. Gods really are different. Kuroniko muttered. But I prefer this life more. While they were talking, Shiro felt the sudden formation of a link. It is one that originated from his moon authorities on Terra. This is due to his two authorities. Some people who received his blessing dreamt of that parallel world. Rosmontis. One of them is Rosmontis. She is currently with the managers on their branch office in Lythanine. Her will to intervene on her dreams is especially strong. More so, he felt trouble brewing over this world. Stria? Well. Private Shiro, Stria wants to go to another world. Private Cardinal, is it dangerous? Private Shiro, no, they only need to assist in dealing a civil war. Private Shiro, sent an attachment. Private Shiro, can you send it to Kumo? Private Cardinal, yes. Also, remind Stria to not cause troubles. She might listen to you more. Private Shiro, I will. Shiro switched to another chat window. Private Shiro, there's trouble in the parallel world. Private Kaltsit, I know. The Isis made his move already. Private Shiro, Stria, Rosmontis and Kumo will be visiting that world. They should be enough. Private Kaltsit, I will still visit it myself to make sure. A system window appeared in his sight. It is very active now that he reached the creator realm, the peak of it, at that. This subordinate management system was based on his hero management system as Shiro. Will of the follower Rosmontis accepted. Begin world transfer. Limited for 3 days. Restriction added. Beginning transfer. This event made him recall his students. They should be fine. Kazuma is extremely troublesome, but Seiya could handle him. The youngest student, Sato Kazuma. The overcautious student, Ryuugan Seiya. The former is the most recent student of Shiro's. He taught him through a modified player system that doubled as a skill board. He is the most troublesome out of all his students. Though, it is undeniable that his journey is very interesting. As for the latter, he is the student that took his mantle perfectly. His character is a spitting image of how Shiro acted during his time as Magus. Before he came to his second round, he went into Shiro's training space first. When he was fully summoned by a goddess, he acquired the skills to survive into another world. It is important to take note that he also spent his time training in the goddess training space. They're not included in my future memories. I need to check on them. Who knows, maybe Kazuma died and restarted his otherworlder life once more. Shit! A brown-haired boy shouted in frustration. How am I this unlucky? Shut up! You're too damn noisy. What's wrong with you? One of the kids jabbed at him. In annoyance. Bam! He swiftly reacted by blocking it with his fist. He did not spare him a chance as he did a shoulder throw at him. Ugh! Oi, oi! That's dangerous. His eyes scanned his surroundings. A modern facility. He mumbled. The technological advancements here are not bad. He thanked his luck for falling into an advanced world. He doesn't want to experience the inconveniences of a medieval era. Having a shower and modern toilets are far better than not having them. As he examined his place, he found some common points. All of them are children not lower than 7 years old. Strangely, they all possessed red eyes. A heavy aura could be felt in all of them. Kazuma fell silent. He is very troublesome and carefree, yes, but that doesn't mean he didn't see any suffering. His time as a hero in both his planet and the entire world made him see such things. It is only his nature to act like it. He silently observed all of them. He saw the procedures undergone by them. The one that stood out the most was the injections they had to take. What's this for? There's too many unknowns. How he wished to have Megaman, Aqua, or Darkness by his side. Arg! Damn it! Kazuma's gaze clashed with the kid he initiated self-defense from. The latter was quick to avert his eyes. Wait! What is it? Where are we? Are you kidding? Just answer me. His strange behavior was overlooked by the boy. A facility for cursed children. Cursed children? What? Did you hit yourself in the head? Tell me what it means. Seriously. The boy looked at Kazuma and saw he was really serious about it. We cursed children are the ones forsaken by humanity. We have a part of the Gastria inside us. Forsaken. Gastria. Boy then sent a pitying look at Kazuma's confused face. The latter didn't know his special identity that he holds in this base. Being the sole anomaly doesn't help. Thus the curtain to Kazuma's otherworldly adventures opens once more. Young Mrs., I am entrusted your safety. Please don't leave my sight. As usual, the white-haired woman Kumo wore her black butler outfit. Noted. We aren't going anywhere. Right, Rosmontis? Stria is currently energetic. There are only few chances she could show off her older sister side to others. The sky looks the same. Yet. What was it again? Ku. Chuan. Kenta. Quantum mechanics. The many-world theory explains the existence of parallel universes. There wouldn't be any drastic differences since this place is one of it. Kumo skillfully explained their current location through the information on her database. Oh. I am close enough. You are not, Miss Stria. Gah. This is it. The place in my dreams. Right, Shiro. He sent us here. A voice entered her mind moments before they came here. Stria conversed with Shiro through it, which landed them to this situation. Miss Cardinal mentioned some problems. We need to solve one of them. Kumo stated. What is it? A civil war. Due to the support of a Farinmut, Theris's side started moving. He wanted to become the leader of all Sarkaz. To do that, he had to take it away from Amiya, the appointed leader of Teresa before her death. He had the information advantage due to him procuring Teresa's body and reviving it. While her remnant memories are incomplete, that was enough to see through the majority of their plans. Most importantly, Teresa is confident enough he would be supported by the dead Sarkaz. They wanted revenge against the betrayers the most. He is willing to give it to them. Rumble. A wave of seaborns formed from the distance. There aren't any nearby cities where they landed. Those entities. They are dangerous. Wait a minute. Where was the car again? Cardinal scanned her messy storage. There's no need, Sister Stria. A void box appeared in Rosmonta's hands. Black particles flew out of it. Soon, it formed a military Humvee. I learned it from my training. Amazing. Why do I feel like I am the unreliable one here? Don't degrade yourself, Miss Stria. Your talents comes in handy later. Stria did not understand Kumo's declaration. Most of the time, she used her diplomatic movements, which is a physical beatdown of her adversary. I will drive it, Miss Rosmontis. Thank you, Sister Kumo. It's not a big deal. Unbeknownst to Rhodes Island, another storm is coming. Chapter 313, Blurry Future. Cursed children. I came into a strange world. What sort of shitty luck do I have? In his first ice sky, he died while mistaking a tractor as a truck. In the end, he died out of extreme fear. He pissed himself in front of the student that he tried to save and the tractor's driver. It was the most shameful thing that happened to him. Gastria is this world's equivalent of demon beasts. Then, these kids are demi-humans. In his adventures, he saw many demi-humans. They are prevalent in the planet he first landed himself as well as the wider world. Though there's something wrong here. The children's treatment is completely unethical. From the few words he heard, he deduced that this is a training facility. These children are to be turned into weapons that could battle the strong Gastries. Most importantly, I'm a unique case. For some reason, only women could survive the Gastria genes. Hence, all cursed children are girls Lolas, to be exact. Kazuma is the sole boy who survived the Gastria genes. It is a development nothing short of an anime cliché. Kazuma felt chills all over his body. Those experiments. I don't want to take those. He learned from the others that he is always subjected to human experimentation. Until now, they are the harmless detection and blood sample tests. Though, he could imagine a day where his body is to be dismantled into experimental subjects. That battle. I know Teach is strong, but for the aftermath to kill me. It was a sudden battle. His teacher, Shiro, went straight into the demon god's palace and fought him. It was so sudden that not everyone could follow him. The few that did included him and Seiya. However, they were held back by the demon pillars. Seiya and the others bought him and even elf goddess time to support their teacher, but they were late. The aftermath of their clash was so strong that it forced Kazuma to sacrifice himself to save his fellow student. One day, you will be forced to make a choice. That time, I hope you will take care of your fellow classmates. It was a cryptic message. Kazuma assumed it was one of Shiro's advices. Never he had thought that it is a prophecy. Skill board initiated. Sato Kazuma. Skill points, 3. Skills, Night Vision LV.1, Enhanced Sight LV.1, Regeneration LV.1, Gastria Infection LV.3. A blue panel appeared in his eyes. Teach really predicted this. System Module, Skill Board was the medium in which Shiro taught him. He receives quests to earn skill points, which was used to upgrade his skills. Those quests are especially chosen by him to guide his growth. Though, there are also quests that appear due to Kazuma's decisions. Gastria Infection LV.3. The genes of Gastria currently resides in your body. The skill level scales with the rate of infection. Debuffs will appear the higher the scaled level of this skill. Concurrently, several buffs will appear. Caution, it is recommended to lower the skill level immediately, or else you die. What a shitty situation I landed into. Kazuma could only deadpan. Columbia. Shiro must have cleaned up everything, but why are there troublemakers around? Database matched. They belong to Confessarius, an organization under Theris's command. But why are they targeting that girl? Currently, a horned Sarkaz is being chased by 4 cloaked men. They all wore black cloaks and has a silver longsword tied to their waist. That girl. Project Ifrit. Kumo schemed the database saved by Cardinal. She belongs to Rhine Cabs. Rhine Labs? Is this some sort of business rivalry? No. Rather than that, hacking complete. Searching general search, complete. Kumo easily connected to the nomadic city's internet. Through that, she found out many things, one of which is the Rhodes Island's partnership with Rhine Labs. They should be targeting the girl to use her against Rhodes Island. Hey? Then. Stria did not hesitate to jump into the trouble. Bam. She sped through the place and arrived at their location. Hey. Bullying is bad. Who are? You can hide behind Nasan's back, K. Sheing. The silver greatsword behind her back made a loud noise. It easily cut through air as she pointed its tip at them. If you insist on bullying a young girl, then come. I'm not a kid. A one-sided beatdown began. We meet again. It hasn't been that long. I couldn't hold myself back. Altair arrived in Kuroniko's house after they had lunch. Shiro was out for a while as he checked something out. Understandable. If I was in your position, I would have definitely be the same. We are similar than I have thought. While the two girls conversed, Shiro touched the wall of grey fog in front of him. I knew it. Time. It is a metaphysical concept. It is something ethereal, it couldn't be touched by anyone. Yet, it is something tangible once someone reaches the creator rank. Due to the 3 creator attributes, they could interact with it. His surroundings are nothing but infinite darkness. A brightly lit pathway could be seen in his footsteps. Mirages flashed by with each moment he spent there. It's far up here. Shiro went and sought how far in the future the time lock have been. It even disrupted the surrounding time. Unfortunately, it wasn't of any help. From the point he went out of that future, the time was messed up. It became more vague, which caused him to not see a proper future reading. He doesn't know when his disappearance would happen. Only, he felt a familiar feeling towards the grey fog. Beyond Creator. After reaching the Creator rank, the next path is up to him to discover. The system's path and Fenrir's were affected by his fusion, hence he have to rank up in a different way than his previous selves. I got the gist of it. He received a vague feeling as to how he could reach it. For now, I should move faster. With a thought, he found himself back on Kuroniko's house. He's like that. Whenever he encounters something interesting, he would have that smile on him. His smile didn't change. Hey! What's with my smile? You're already back. Altair greeted him with a smile. How is it? It's quite bad. I couldn't get a clear reading, too. Well, it's something that I'll solve later. Hearing this, Kuroniko got an inkling as to what it could be. Is it the future? The one where my future self came from? She asked. That's right. Time itself was affected when that event happened. That's why future-seeing powers are temporarily halted. Shiro explained the overview of his discoveries to them. Although, he omitted some specific parts. He knew well that any attempts to prevent them would only bring them forth. Let's go. He summoned forth the Aurora Curtain. Moments later, they found themselves back to the Fate world. Unsurprisingly, Altair felt suppression from the two wills. They, who are unwelcome to foreigners, showed their authority. Don't be too hard on them. I won't. A punishment would suffice. Her uniform fluttered as her figure rose midair. She summoned her legion of swords before using them to tear a hole through the world. Bzzzt. The confines of reality was temporarily pierced. The reality marble, the world that kept its order, was breached. It wasn't a match against Altair, a person who attained tremendous power. The way she acquired them are close to cheating, too. Moreover, she kept her abilities permanently as she surpassed a threshold beyond creator rank. Now, it wouldn't matter if someone creates a fan work where she becomes nerfed. Bzzzt. A glitching blue gap was created. Without hesitation, she stepped inside. Setsuna-san is absurdly strong. Kuroniko mumbled in wonder. You could reach it someday. Shiro. Castoria exited the house. She felt the power of the person who challenged the two wills. This is... She immediately changed her words. I got it. As for the person who caused that, she's also one. You really have a thing for those types. A/N, Yandere, Kudir, and the likes. How are you three? Shiro asked. It's been several hours since you left. Everything went pretty normal. During their casual talks, she found out her new kindred. A shut-in who dedicated herself to the pursuit of knowledge. It's as if she saw herself in Cardinal. I am the Queen of Darkness, and Shadows. Kuroniko began her introduction as she did her gestures. You can call me Kuroniko. I see, Kuroniko. As you might know, I am Artoria Caster. I have a different name in my other form, though. Suddenly, a blue bug effect occurred before a woman emerged from it. It wasn't that hard disciplining them. She then looked towards Castoria and smiled. Greetings. I am Shimazaki Setsuna, but you can also call me Altair. Just like older sister. Seeing the familiar look drawn in her face, Castoria responded in kind. Hello, Altair-san. I am Artoria. One of Shiro's wives. Chapter 314, Fickle Fate, in Crad World. It's the wrong world. Uriel arrived into a strange world. Here, gods and mortals fought. They twisted the flow of time and summoned forth dead mortals and gave them power to contend against gods. More so, this world save for the Colosseum was destroyed. Earth along with every other life planet suffered destruction as a form of deific wrath. How could I make this mistake? She tried to track Shiro's traces from Chaldea. At that time, she made this impulsive decision without knowing that Romani personally knew how to get in his world. In short, she is impatient. Step. 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 She leisurely walked over the place. There, she found out the city which housed the Colosseum. It is filled with many mortals who are excitedly rooting for their side's contenders. Uriel knew best to control her charm, which made her look like a beautiful woman than a goddess. While she was looking at her surroundings, her eyes caught an acquaintance. A woman who ate a bowl of soba widened her eyes in surprise. She hastily downed everything before drinking a glass of water. I never expected to see you here. She said. I assume you ended the same way as me. Musashi. Did you meet Shiro already? Musashi saw the traces of the person she is currently seeking. No. I went into a world he recently visited. Some time ago, Shiro visited Chaldea to improve Romani's way of life and help them solve some problems. Nice. Let's go, then. Wait. He wasn't there. Uriel replied. Why would I leave that world and follow all Terra steps if not for that? Then why are you here? That. I got lost. Upon hearing this, Musashi started giggling. You can't blame me. I didn't expect to land into a distant world. Your presence contributed to it, too. Uriel wouldn't mindlessly track Shiro. She looked for his traces. It just happened for the other wives to have his presence, such as Musashi. Even so, staying to that world should have been more productive, no. You wouldn't understand. When she saw Altera forcibly tearing a hole in space, her competitive side was ignited. If Altera could have that level of determination, then why couldn't she? Let's go back to that world. Fine. TCH. Altera let out a sneeze. Her emotionless face was quick to revert back to normal. Someone's bad-mouthing me. It could be your enemies, or former allies. Castoria commented. She's pertaining to the outer gods who used to be her allies. Altera was the vanguard force that went ahead and checked the depths of this world. Unfortunately, Fate World's depths is something they couldn't fathom. Not only are there many high-level existences inside the reverse side of the world, the servants summoned by Magi could stand their own against them. A goddess of charm Uriel. Altera used her holopsychon to see through the person who thought about her. Uriel. Altera replied, she's with me, Shiro. She also looked for you while you were gone. So that's why. Stop peeking. A line of text appeared on Altair's holopsychon before any information related to her was wiped out. Then. Shiro looked at Altera and Castoria before asking, when did you reach that? Beyond Creator. It signified the breaking of shackles, seeing through the essences and the truth of this reality. They could read it like a book, just as how a reader of a fanfiction would know of a protagonist's journey. They are slowly becoming aware that something is watching over them, and that is none other than the root. When was it? When I'm in the midst of looking for your traces, it naturally happened. I destroyed it. Aside from Shiro that has a definite end to his path, the others have to find their way into it. Anyways, I'm glad you two reached it. It is now time for the two new arrivals to introduce themselves. Few days later. Nothing much changed in this world, hey. It's only been 3 years. There's nothing much that would change except for new virtual reality games. Shiro is currently in Shino's world, the place where the Incrad mission occurred. You're already in your 3rd year, right? Yes. Oh. You're on the fun part of life already? How is it? Nothing out of the norm. It's not like our school will be attacked by terrorists one day. Her school life have been completely normal. It is more similar to the slice of life anime where nothing eventful happens except for the romance and misunderstandings. Though, she didn't even have those two aspects. Shino is a top 10 student who did well in her studies, a model student. She still wore her glasses out of habit, but she could see everything perfectly even without it. How are you? I'm fine. Why ask? I'm just curious. Well. It's true that there are many changes. Never in my dreams had I expected something like these otherworldly adventures. Those are supposed to be fictional at best. When everything first began, Shino felt like she was dreaming. What she had experienced feels so detached to reality, yet it is true. Now, she regained the power and authority contained within her bow, Annihilation Ray. Have you heard anything from Yuaki? Kano Yuaki? Ever since she was brought away from that hospital, there hasn't been news from her. I tried to investigate on my own, but she isn't currently in Japan. After their Incrad mission, Shiro had a whim to help out the Kano sisters. He healed their disease and provided them a new life. Of course, he was aware of its repercussions, hence he gave them a helping hand. In this normal world, they could use the mystical power called mana. I see. I will take care of it myself. He replied. What about your love life? Love. She choked on the cold coffee she was drinking. Tea, there's nothing. Shino briefly turned away from him as she cleared her throat. Ahem. How? Could I find someone like you? Just by existing, Shiro messed up Shino's standards. She couldn't remove his image whenever something romance-related pops up. She looked at him like a reliable older brother, not as a love interest. Hence, her feelings turned complex. Shiro-san. The duo met a group of girls. Shiro immediately recognized all 3 of them. Fancy meeting you here, Ayano-san. He did not try to conceal his unique hair color or his pupils. Shiro? The top player in Incrad. The other girl Lisbeth, otherwise known as Shinozaki Rika, gasped in surprise. The top player, Nii-chan's mentor. The third girl has a shortcut and large breasts. She is Kirigaya Sugiha, Kirito's non-blood related sister. Shinji told me you look like an anime character in real life, but it's really surprising seeing you in personal. Whenever someone sees Shiro, they would think he is cosplaying an act character. His black-white hair is a rarity even in Japan, unless they are cosplaying. That, or they are a famous actor. Shinji? You talked with him? He visits Tokyo around 2 to 3 times a week. We meet up during that time. Ho. A thin smile was drawn to his lips. I see, Shinji. I'm proud of you. Shinji's immersion while reading a book was broken. A chill was sent to his neck. What was it? He muttered before he recalled a foreshadowing from before. Did someone discover my trips? He was very confident that his meet UPS with Silica is a well-kept secret. He even hid his arrival from Shino, Sinan. As to why, he doesn't want to cut off his friends in that world. That was the first world he entered. His friendship with Silica is even more memorable. He had been loathing himself at that time. Somehow, she saw his dilemma which ended up them being friends. Is it Shiro and I? A terrible premonition came over him. He knew his brother would use that to tease him. This is the worst. He lost his motivation to read the rest of the book's content. He simply stared at the green fields from the distance. The clock tower might detect my disappearance. Sigh. Shinji resigned to his fate. Private Shiro, I'm proud of you. Private Shiro, smiley face, here it is. Shinji's power, Pang Cosmic Loner, possessed the power to see through foreshadowing. It is an authority belonging to beyond creators, but he could use it. That proves how broken some powers are. Shiro was aware of its existence. What kind of face is he making now? He paid attention to the words spoken by Sugiha. What happened to Kirito? He is currently in a coma. Coma? How? When they raided the Laughing Coffin base back then, Shiro killed off many escaping members including Prince of Hell. He is sure that the others got the future death gun as well. The Alicization arc shouldn't have happened. They said it was confidential information. Nii-chan worked for the JSDF but our contacts were cut off. At this moment, the information that occurred within the last 3 years showed themselves in his eyes. I see. This time, Kirito's cardiac arrest did not happen. However, he still joined the project and got himself caught in that trouble. The events were similar to the original fate Kirito suffered in the Alicization arc. I will see to it. I have some contacts within the JSDF, you know. His revelation shocked others save for Shino. She knew the company that was developed by every founding Chet group member. It is a form of leaving memories in their first mission world. Of course, Shiro is free to utilize its current strengths. He could resolve it with his creator power, but he'll take care of the aftermaths using this world's procedures. That's right. You can trust this big shot. Shino added. Thank you. Sugiha bowed to him. Hey, it's nothing much. Kirigaya is my student. After some exchange of words, Shiro and Shino separated from them. They exchanged contact numbers before doing so. I will be heading off. Will you resolve the Kano sisters' problem? That's right. Then. Good luck, Shiro. With a thought, he disappeared from her sight. Chapter 315, Solving Problems. Middle East. Bang. Bang. Waves of bullets splattered all over the place. They ones firing didn't mind if they ran out of ammo. Another one. It's no longer safe here. 2 girls wearing the same hoodie went to another cover after the lost tone has been punched with bullet holes. 3. 5. 10. About 30 men. The younger one scanned with a spell. They never stop. It'll be the end of the world if they do. The younger girl Kano Yuaki brandished an HK-416 and returned fire. Lock and dot. Bang. Bang. She scored 1 hits after another without being harmed. It's as if she knew when they will return fire. It is the combination of her instincts and magic. We need to run. The last motorcycle I hit is 1 kilometer away. Hearing her older sister's words, Yuaki let out a bright smile. It's as if you expected this already, no? She said. It's better to prepare for the worst. Kano Aiko Yuaki's older sister recalled that special day. Yuaki told her that she talked with a strange guy before she miraculously found that her body's all right. She no longer feels anything associated to her aids. Surprisingly, the same went to Aiko. When their special cases occurred, they were discharged from the hospital, but not without trouble. They have to provide samples to the government once a week. That wasn't the problem, however. Once their case spread out, they became famous. They were the first case to be cured of HIV/AIDS in the entire world. Naturally, many took notice to them, and that included malicious people. Their security was bypassed and they were kidnapped. The mastermind planned to profit off on the said cure. They decisively cut off Japan's sources of sample and kept them to their own. Fortunately, Yuaki noticed something in her memories. It was a strange portion. It detailed something about magic. Through that, they managed to escape from their pursuers, only to land in another country. Due to the previous events, they planned to settle down peacefully in another country. Then again, their fame reached the entire world. Every few months, they have to change their dwelling. Their pursuers kept increasing, too. From private corporations to countries, they kept finding them. Due to what happened to them, their life was ruined. Still, they couldn't bring to resent the man who caused all of this. Really? I'm glad I could experience something like this. Yuaki said. It's better than slowly dying in that room. This was why she loved virtual reality in the first place. She could travel to wherever she wants to, just like now. She didn't mind they are living on the real Gun Gale online. Don't talk like that. You will enjoy this life more. For the first time in a while, her serious sister smiled. Suddenly, all the shootings stopped. Their surroundings became extremely silent. Only the sound of wind blowing could be heard by them. What is happening? Did they run out of bullets? Yuaki wore a skeptical look. She took a swift peek and saw a lone man. He stood still on this eerie moment. His black trench coat swayed along the wind as he looked at their direction. How was your new life? He asked. Yuaki became speechless. The man she saw is none other than the strange guy she met inside the virtual reality. His appearance matched the one from a year ago perfectly. Are you? The man interrupted Aiko's question. I am. I gave you the cure around a year ago, I believe. Hearing this, the two sisters went out of their cover. They saw the man's appearance and felt it is incredibly surreal. It's as if he could not be affected by the environment. The winds brought sand, but he did not get dirted by it. You're the one who taught us magic. That isn't the most important thing now. Aiko sighed as she looked at her younger sister. But, what are we supposed to do? That. They imagined this exact meeting many times and thought of things they wanted to say to him. However, they could not voice it out. Why aren't you angry at me? This time, the man became interested. Angry? Aiko became confused at this question. The same went for Yuaki. Why would we? She replied. This is better than living on that hospital room. Virtual reality is cool and all, but real life is even more beautiful. During their journey, they saw many incredible sights and experienced many strange occurrences that they could not in virtual reality. The two of them understood the beauty of life and the things they missed out while they were sick. I understand. Shiro affirmed his guess. They wouldn't have experienced this without my intervention. In the past, he viewed it as an interesting action. Now that he regained his memories, he saw it as being irresponsible. Do you have any ties to this world? No. Yuaki replied. Why do you ask? With their parents dead, all that were left are their distant relatives, which seldomly visited them. It is now time to resolve things. Do you want to go to another world? Shiro made a very abrupt request. Private Shiro, I'll arrange them to live in your world. Private Kuroniko, no problem. I will look after them for a while. Private Shiro, thanks. After the sisters' decision, Shiro began making arrangements for the two to live in a parallel world Japan. It is his way of making up for his whimsical decisions in the past. Man. You're really the center of attention, Kirito-kun. He made an unannounced visit on Rath's branch office in Roppongi. He planned to resolve everything normally unlike his previous maneuvers. You must be Whitefield-san. Greetings. Shiro shook hands with the bespectacled man. He wore a traditional Japanese outfit which contrasted the black suits behind him. I have heard from Sugyaha-san. You are here for Kirigaya-kun. I am. Shiro replied. I mentored him back in Krad. It seems so. Though, it's unexpected that one of Nexus Corp's board member is actually the top 1 player. Me and gaming go a long way back. Inside Krad, Shiro's identity remained an enigma to all. He is absurdly strong to rank 1 on the entire server. Many players also saw his prowess firsthand. It was not only his stats that are absurd, his control skills are on another level. Nobody expected for him to dodge every attacks of a floor boss. Not once did he take direct damage from it. Moreover, he also took the lead for clearing the dungeon and ultimately defeating Kaiba Akiyako in a 2-on-1 fight along Kirito. His real-life identity was unknown even for the government. That is, until a corporation changed its name to and rose to popularity due to their advanced technology. Their products included an advanced version of, which led to many countries entering a partnership. That alone is something they want to have since the current are only in experimental stages. In such a corporation, Shiro is known as Mr. Whitefield. What's his current situation? Shiro asked as he saw the sleeping Kirito beyond the glass wall. To be honest, we couldn't get a grasp on his situation. His vitals and brainwaves are fine. However, he couldn't seem to wake up. Kakaoka Seijiru answered with a half-truth. He couldn't leak out the Project Wrath had been working with the Japanese government. With Takarahiga's diagnosis, he knew something went wrong with his Fluctlight. It is something different, far more beyond the scope of human understanding. Even so, they have a hypothesis as to what it is: a soul. Experimenting with Fluctlights is still a risky thing. Kakaoka was shocked. What did? We can stop pretending. Nexus knows all about Fluctlights and more importantly, the underworld project you guys have. How? That was the only words he could mutter. If I say that Kayaba Akihiko left a small present, would you understand? Shiro pushed their involvement to Kayaba's knowledge. Knowing he is the top 1 player, he must have talked with Kayaba before Incrad was deleted. I understand. Don't worry, though. We don't have any plans to intervene your project. Kakaoka believed this statement. Just from the way he talks, he could see his confidence with things regarding Fluctlights. More so, Nexus is a huge corporation with many country partnerships. It was also evident that there are select countries that received more from them. One could guess how protected they are at this moment. We will take care of Kirito-kun. In return, we will provide extra benefits to Japan. You'll have to talk with the ones responsible for negotiating. Okay. Kakaoka agreed to his conditions. I will relay this to the higher UPS. Another trouble was solved by him. Then again, it isn't his last stop. It's time to place another contingency. Chapter 316, Golden Knight. Underworld. It is a world made of Kayaba Akihiko's. It is something that far surpasses his previous works. Inside this virtual worlds, there exist real souls. They could think, act, and decide independently just like a normal human. Kayaba Akihiko's prodigy allowed humans to birth souls. It should be something on the realm of gods, yet he did it. He defied all odds. Kayaba. You really are playing God. Shiro could sympathize. When he's bored, he would do exactly like that, all in the guise of interest. Although, his actions didn't have any adverse effects. The same could not be said for Kayaba. Every single detail in this world is made to be realistic. Knowing Kayaba worked discreetly without wrath, knowing, this became a masterpiece. It is a world. Strangely, it is considered a world. It has complete laws and only lacked a will. Alice. After scanning the entire world, he located the person he was looking for. She is a small girl wearing a white dress. Her pure blue pupils could captivate many people. Instantly, he switched to his knight attire. Wah! The girl accidentally let go of her sword. She was about to chase after it when she saw a knight holding it. You have to be careful, Chu-chan. I'm sorry, mister. She did a bow and fearfully looked at his eyes. Hey, hey. I don't eat humans, nor am I an integrity knight. Phew. The girl was shocked. I thought you are one with your attire. In this world, integrity knights has the highest authority, save for the Senate and Quinella herself. Here. Shiro gave back her wooden sword before patting her head. In that brief moment, he knew Alice's original fate. She did not belong to the locked future. She disappeared during the early stages of its invasion. If he changes the nature of her disappearance, it would work. This is the only way to know whether he'll mess up the future or not. By leaving variables to the people that have disappeared until that future, he could fool time itself. In the first place, he couldn't change the established future since he traveled there already, thus the need to be more discreet with the variables. Nevertheless, things wouldn't have changed whether he established it or not. His knowledge of the future helps greatly in the current situation than him not knowing anything. Aja-chan. Do you want to be a knight? A knight? Her eyes sparkled upon that prospect. I want to be one. Then. Do you want to learn my knight arts? Yes. Shiro pulled out the fragrant olive sword from its sheath. He didn't have many opportunities to use it with his abundance of R-rated items, but he's thankful for its assistance back when he was weak. Cool. Right. Starting that day, he stopped by the same place and taught the girl to be a knight. She started as someone who had improper stance, balance, and grip. That was to be expected from a kid who was role-playing before. Though, she corrected her mistakes slowly. Time flew swiftly. Due to the Fluctlight acceleration, 5 years have passed in this world. The small girl became a teenager. As for her mentor, his appearance didn't change one bit. He still has the same bright smile plastered on his face while sparring against her. Bam! Bam! Their wooden swords clashed. Both sides made sure to control their strength and not cause the sword to break. Once a knight loses their weapon, they'll become vulnerable. Bam! KH. The teenage girl was struck in her abdomen. She didn't expect her mentor's sword to slip and inflict damage. Don't be disheartened, Aja-chan. You have sufficiently learned from me. The 99 hit. Shiro's swordsmanship as Fenrir and Magus changed its essence, making it something else. The teenage girl wouldn't realize it, but his swordsmanship contained something else. I'm not disheartened. I'm wondering how you made that maneuver. It's quite tricky. You have to induce your opponent to look at your hand. Make an obvious feint, and that'll lead to his responses being obvious. Since it became obvious, the openings are easier to spot. It is one of the ways to better read your opponents. Whether they take the bait or not tells a lot about their expertise, too. Aja-chan, it looks like I am leaving today. For good, that is. Sensei. The teenage girl was shocked. Why? It is something that has to be done. Time and destiny is a fickle thing, you know. Shiro jokingly said. I have to settle something. I see. She was downcast. Can I see you again? Maybe. It's up to you whether we could meet again. She couldn't understand his incomprehensible words. Still, it did not prevent her from tearing up. Partings is a part of one's journey. You have to accept that inevitable. That's why. Enjoy your journey as much as you can. Time is limited. She did not hear the rest of his mumblings. Do you recall the knightly oath? A knight protects the people. They serve as the guiding light towards the right. There are no nobles in underworld. At most, there are city lords. This culminated the belief that knights protect the common populace, just as how the integrity knights do so. I am confident you could be that light. That's why. Shiro unstrapped the sheathed fragrant olive sword and handed it to her. Take care of this sword, okay? With that, Shiro vanished without any warnings, leaving the girl behind. Sensei. The girl accomplished many feats. She won the sword competition and was granted a chance to become the 32nd Integrity Knight. However, an error occurred. Her module couldn't be manipulated by Quinella through any means. This gave the girl a chance to escape from the tower. She was deemed a heretic. A line of text was engraved to her pupils as if to show that. Still, her brilliance never dimmed. She exposed the cathedral's shady practice and cut through all 31 Integrity Knights. When her blade reached Quinella, she reversed everything the Pope had done. Suddenly, a black portal sucked her body. She couldn't resist no matter what she does, be it system commands, arts, and so on. With that, the girl's light cube simultaneously disappeared from light, brilliance, guidance, protect, night. The knight's consciousness grew stronger. The concept of time is not within the place she was in. Her sole protection was the golden light membrane formed by her blade. Remember. A knight serves as the light towards the right. Those words woke her up. With every bit of her strength, she broke through the endless darkness. Countless flower petals surrounded her in this endeavor. Slowly, they began disappearing. The might of this darkness wasn't something to be scoffed at. I am a knight. She didn't know when, but the darkness around her receded. She could now see an endless sea of stars. What? She was reminded of her mentor's eyes. They are just like this, full of brilliance. Ah! Suddenly, a force pulled her to a certain world. The nearest world caught her in its attraction force. The girl already spent her strength coming out of the darkness. Helplessly, she could do nothing but fall down. The remaining flower petals shielded her from the impact. I'm falling. In the vast expanse of blue, she realized it is what her mentor called sea. What's strange, however, is the fact that a huge ship is fighting against a dragon. Release recollection. She let out the final power she could muster. Her final skill invocation made the petals grow in number once more. Bam! She fell directly on top of the dragon. The latter had to endure the impact she gathered since she was pulled into this world. Unsurprisingly, it instantly died. What? Oziel. This. The golden petals soon disappeared, leaving the girl whose sword is stabbed on Oziel's head. She used it to remain standing. This wyvern, no, dragon. It's evil in nature. With a glance, she understood Oziel's nature. Who are you? The girl lifted her head. She saw a group of people on that ship. Another blonde-haired girl took the initiative to ask her a question. I am Alice Zuberg. The meeting between two other worlders began. Chapter 317, Party Preparation. 5 years in a span of a day. Kaiba's crazy enough to make this stuff. Shiro exited from the underworld. He already laid out another future for Alice. Instead of disappearing within its power, she would be able to survive. That's precisely why he left fragrant olive sword in her hands. It might look like a chunk of data, but that's how it was converted with his power. It'll return to its real form once Alice leaves this world. Leaving Heaven's Feel is good enough. Within those 5 years, Shiro got to think many things. He didn't have to do all these efforts for the others. He could have just left this burden to others while trying to escape. However, that was easily shot down. If running away worked, why did he disappear in that future? It meant that everything's screwed. He has to do things himself. He is the only one who remembers that future. It's like that time. What an irony. Shiro recalled his past. What he have been doing right now is very similar to that. He kept his knowledge of the future a secret as he orchestrated his downfall, all to save worlds from his destructive nature. All these times, he had been the center of trouble. I hope it'll help my sorry self later. 2 weeks had passed since then. Upon returning from Altair's world, Shiro experienced many things. He met his missing wives one by one, all the whilst handling the aftermath of the recent confessions. Shiro, I'll be imposing on you for now. Romani, no problem. It's our turn to help you out. Shiro, how about the Temple of Time? Romani, it'll be starting in a couple of hours. Some members are already here. To that, many chat group members responded. Hajin, I think I shouldn't be here, dash. Lelich, why didn't you pass then? Hajin, yet. But, do you know how interesting this is? It'd be a big help during the future fight with Baal. Plus, I'd be left out. Baal is the first of the 72 demon gods recorded in Lemegidon. It was the inspiration behind this final boss. If he faced Goetia, a being even more terrifying than that, he would have more confidence in that fight. Shiro, no worries. Shiro, I will revive everyone on the off chance they die. Kaujiki, what a reassuring statement. Seal, I knew I could trust Shiro Nim. Seal, let's fight freely, Shinji. Shinji, you're not pulling any reservations later, hey. Seal, why would I? Just like Hajin SSI said, it'll be useful for the final fight here. Unbeknownst to Goetia, he is now being treated as a punching bag. Romani, I'm surprised you wanted to join, Ghost-san. Surprisingly, the most inactive chat group member decided to reveal themselves. Ghost is the only member who chose not to reveal their real name. Ghost, you needed an insurance, right? I could lend a hand. Romani, thanks, really. Currently, this is another event where every single chat group member joined forces to resolve something. A festive mood could be felt with all the occurring conversations. Tuka, we might get a new member after this. Shino, it should be. Lelich-san was the latest member. Madoka, Romani-san. I think I lost my way. Romani, where are you? Madoka, I'm in. Let's see. A dorm room? There are others here. Madoka, Chloe, was it? She's one of the people in this room. Romani, I see. I know where you are. Shino, hang on. I'll go to Madoka, Romani-san. Romani, thanks. Everyone's in a really festive mood. This is a rarity. The last time they came together was when the Incrad mission occurred. That was the first group missions that required all of the chat group members. Seeing how everyone is willing to help, Shiro appreciated the chat group's criteria once more. I hope Cardinal's enjoying her first Chaldea tour. Cardinal went ahead of him while he waited for the parallel world Terra's dilemma to be resolved. His other wives chose not to join as it is a friend reunion, or so they say. They have full trust on his powers. To be honest, it is hard to lose against Goetia given their preparations. While the newer chat group members are one-trick wonders due to their inability to freely use their R-rated reward, they could turn the tides of the battle. I'll see to her first. You. Moments ago, there are intruders who stormed the building Rosmontis was in. She and Amiya is currently in Lungmen. They brought along the Sacrament Core which serves as the Sanctuary's core. It helps fend Seaborns by purifying them into ashes. Of course, it'll mostly defend and not attack for some reasons. They were about to meet with Lungmen's current leader who was called by CHN when robed men stormed the building. They blatantly disregarded the Lungmen police department in an attempt to kidnap the current ruler of Sarkaz. Knowing her strength, the ISIS prepared countermeasures. Unfortunately, they chose the wrong timing. Hub. A whirling tornado was sent on the hallway. The walls broke and sent the robed men flying. There is also a woman in black suit who adeptly apprehended the criminals. Lastly, a child manipulated her nanomachines to protect the two girls. Why are you surprised? Mr. Shiro told me that you met Miss Kaltsit already. Ah. It clicked. Knowing there was another Kaltsit along with the keywords another world, Rosmontis should have expected that she existed in another world, too. Then again, their disparity was quite big. It is clear that the other Rosmontis has greater control than her. Perhaps she's already nearing the black hole that Shiro talked about. Rosmontis. You must be Miss Amiya. She greeted the bunny girl with respect. How? How did you not have that? Rosmontis asked to her counterpart. That? Ah, I see. She replied. My brother, right. Disregarding her shocked expression, the other Rosmontis continued explaining. Mr. Shiro solved that problem. I don't have a clue how, but he solved my problem. My brother is now living separately. What? Shock overwhelmed her before a bitter taste of envy appeared. The smaller Rosmontis came closer to her. You don't need to worry. Mr. sent me here exactly because of that. You mean? I can help you. The trio helped with everything. With them here, their ISIS wouldn't succeed. Kaltsit said. The group consisted of a materialized soul, a bottom-up AI, and a monstrous girl whose control over her powers are honed. This addition effectively thwarted their ISIS plan. I sent Rosmontis to help her other self. She's the most compatible one to teach her, too. You thought everything out. That's an occupational habit. Shiro replied. Anyways, we should go. We can't miss out on the party, no. Fighting Goisha would be the second milestone of the chat group. With their collective, they will put an end to the prologue of another disaster Lost Belts while ensuring Romani wouldn't die. You seem excited. Kaltsit asked. Quite. Even though he might be able to brute force through Goisha's immortality, their cooperation plan has a higher chance of success. Shiro is the type to take the more stable route. We can't be late. An aurora curtain enveloped the two of them. Chapter 318, Full Attendance. Kaie. W. Who are you? Ah. After confirming her destination, Madoka arrived at Romani's world. However, she didn't expect she will arrive inside a dormitory room. I'm sorry. Why did you enter my room? Wasn't it prohibited? It's an accident. Really? I was supposed to meet the head Mimine, Romani-san. Romani-san? The director. The white-haired girl became curious at her. She wore a regular school uniform for middle schoolers. Her most surprising characteristic is her life form. Caster Ilia was summoned in this world as a servant. With the amount of enemies they faced up until Babylonia, she saw many divine spirits. The girl in front of her is similar to such beings. Considering her condition for arrival, she must have traveled from a dimension at the very least. By chance, are you related to that grandpa? She asked. Grandpa? Madoka immediately thought of something. Perchance, are you Ainsburn-san? Yes. How did you know? Zelrich-san mentioned your name a few times. I knew it. Ilia pitied the girl who became a victim of Zelrich's whims. Do you know where Romani-san is? Why can't we deal with the cryptors as well? I've heard someone's playing God and wanted to fool the world itself. It will be troublesome later. To solve the problem at its root, we need to lure the leader out. It's like that, I suppose. Kaujiki ended their conversation. It's a pain to live in your world, Romani. From the beginning, Chaldea was used by Marisberry Animusphere to carry out his secret plans. That involved humanity being the enemy of the world itself, going so far as to be called a scourge. In exchange of humanity's safety, they become the enemy of the world. It stands that Marisberry is already dead. However, Romani has a feeling that he is out there somewhere. The lost belts occurring in his future is a proof that his plan will continue. Dealing with a hidden enemy is far more difficult than a visible enemy. That's why. Do you really have to do this, Romani-san? Shino asked. She was silent until the end of their talks. You are a pillar to everyone in Chaldea. Your disappearance would mean. It's going to be hard for them to take it. Inspired from Lelich's story, he plans to die in the eyes of Chaldea. It will be inevitably weakened after this, but it is a necessary step to go through. He have to make Marisberry believe that everything's going within his plans. It is for this reason that not all chat group members publicly appeared to Chaldea. There are people like Sinan, Shiro, Uriel, Surtur, and all Terra who publicly appeared before leaving. They are all considered foreigners who briefly appeared in the base before leaving. Their cases are similar to Voyager and Abigail who left Chaldea after a period of time. Though, the others who remained unseen will contribute to Romani's plan. Once Marisberry appears, all of them would show up and subjugate him. Romani believes that everything would be useless as long as Marisberry is out there planning something else. Nevertheless, he plans to act on the background. Within each Lost Belts, there are a huge amount of unjust deaths. He is planning to shoulder the responsibility of saving the Lost Belts denizens in his shoulders. As a human, he could not simply turn his eyes away from such massacre. The problem has to be solved in its source. Without knowing Marisberry's goal, it will be more dangerous for everyone. If he knew about the Temple of Time, he must have guessed my decisions in the original timeline. He knew I will sacrifice myself for everyone. Romani felt bitter towards the friend he once trusted. He never expected for him to hatch a long-term plan. Then again, it becomes understandable once he knew about the events of Land of Steel. The calamity of types descending to Earth is something horrifying. If Zelrich was having a headache against the spider which will be fought by Chaldea later on, how about multiple types on its level? Click. The door to his office opened. Two familiar faces appeared. Greetings. Hello, everyone. Lelich and Madoka soon arrived, totaling the current chat group members to 5. Sigh. Apologies for the late arrival. Tuka followed next with an exasperated look. Showing her magic is the wrong decision. I could imagine it. Kaujiki responded. Meanwhile, Sanan also gave her thoughts regarding it. Tuka-san's sister. She's a Chiyunibiu, right? That's right. I thought she grew up after everything that happened, but her childish personality sprang again. Sooner or later, Tuka will make her sister's wish of seeing their parents true. Hence, she introduced her to magic. Of course, she had done so after deeming Takanashi Rika is mature for it. She went through much during her first year of high school. She even threw her Chiyunibita persona away after having a lover's quarrel with Togashi Yuta. After that, Tuka thought it was the best time to reveal it. What she did not expect, however, is that Rika reverted to her old ways upon knowing magic is possible. Excuse me. The next one who arrived is Cardinal. I'm not late. Nope. There's still much time. Phew. I need to fix my sense of time. She said. It's quite difficult switching between worlds often. BZZT. Suddenly, a space rift emerged on top of the office. There, 2 more members fell. Bam. Ow. Fighting a dragon is not enough, hey? Why did we have to head to the simulation room, CLNII? Just as the two quarreled, they noticed the broken glass table that they landed into. Then, they noticed the looks of the other chat group members. The 2 training maniacs. Kaujiki said with a smile. How have you been? I'm not a training maniac. Only he is. Shinji denied her accusation. CLNII doesn't know how to train in moderation. Hey, why are you throwing me under the bus? Didn't we agree to check out the simulation room? That's after we asked for Romani-san's permission. That. In the end, Seal couldn't find another excuse. They did agree on using the simulation room to fight against phantasmal beasts, but he totally forgot about the permission part. His blood boiled upon knowing he could further improve than he is. This is his temperament he cultivated after training with Zhang Maldong. Restore. With a spell, Shinji swiftly repaired the damaged table. I'm sorry. I apologize. Seeing both of them apologize, everybody told them it was all right. After that, a silent mage entered the room. Hello. After bowing, she sat down. Since Altair was not attending, Meteora felt quite awkward. Of course, it didn't last when the members broke the walls down. She was able to integrate with everyone inside the room. A person born from an imaginary world. This is interesting. Kaujiki commented. It does not employ the quantum theory of parallel worlds, but an entirely new phenomenon altogether. Most members present did not understand her ramblings save for a few. Suddenly, a shadow crept upon the room. It is a shadow soldier everyone was familiar with. Then, shadows crept on it before turning into a person. Why are you guys surprised? It is only I. Kuroniko nearly had some hiccups when she first arrived. She used an SSR-rated item to turn her presence to nothing, but there was still some divine spirits who almost caught her traces. Fortunately, Romani funded the UR-rated item inside this office. It guaranteed that nobody could see through this place. Ah. It's the same Rurine. Shinji commented. Same old, same old. Even Romani felt the urge to say this. You feel somewhat different. What was it? Hearing Kaujiki's words, Kuroniko became alert. As expected of you. Your senses are just as sharp as my rivals. Rivals? So that's how it is. What did you two mean by that? Kaujiki answered Romani's question with a teasing smile. Go find that yourself. Ah. I see, I see. Romani fixed his glasses victoriously. The experience of the Harem King is not only for show. His EQ enabled him to understand everything that had transpired. Meanwhile, the others deadpanned at their profound discussion. They didn't understand their words at all. Click. The door opened once more, revealing the figures of Shiro and Kaltsit. They were done settling everything in the parallel Terra. I see everyone is here. Shiro's words caused some confusion. There's still one last. Just as Seal was about to explain, another figure appeared within the room. The person wore an oversized white hoodie. He was caught off guard before his brain kicked in. Mako. The girl looked at him with widened eyes. Clearly, she had recognized him, the only person who could discern her presence inside the room. Fuckin'. Well, it's been a long time. The curtain to his first life opens. Chapter 319, Let's Win. I had a feeling, but to think it is you. Ghost carefully unfolded her hood. What greeted everyone's sight was a white-haired girl. She is on the same age as Sinan. Ghost looks like that. I never expected Ghost is a girl. Lelich muttered. That's more important now. Shinji was speechless to Seal. When there was a mission in Lelich's world, Shinji and Seal were the ones who took care of it along with Ghost. Her ability to thoroughly hide her existence had been a huge help to the team. It is even more absurd than Shinji's Pang Cosmic Loner. Instead of having secondary abilities like sensing foreshadowing, her irrated ability focused solely on hiding. Romani looked between Menma and Shiro back and forth. He had the eyes of it's something related to you again, yet. That's why I had that feeling. Before he went in this world, he sensed that he would meet someone from a long time ago. It just didn't state the identity of the person. We'll be out for a while. He naturally held Menma's hand. Despite not meeting her for thousands of years, the familiarity remained. This was how they did it when they were a child. Take care. The door closed after Shiro nodded to Romani's words. Shiro's first life isn't as illustrious compared to his 2 lives. There, he lived a normal life as a half-Japanese. You're done. Okay. Role play? Pass. So childish. He was a prodigy back then. He understood many things that normal kids wouldn't. Hence, his words often clashed with the kids around his age. There was only one friend group that stuck to him for good, and the one who introduced him there is none other than Menma Mako Hanma. The two of them couldn't find the words to start their conversation. Reincarnation is real. It is. I see. Shiro sensed her turmoil beneath her facade. Don't blame yourself. It was nobody's fault. Menma couldn't find the courage to face him. I'm alright. Aren't I alive? Fuckin'. She started crying uncontrollably. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Shiro immediately took the initiative to hug her. It was something they had done frequently in the past. It's my choice. Don't push yourself too much. I'm sorry. Flashes of memories entered his mind. Granted, his first life was ordinary. He didn't have any encounters with magic or supernatural. He is simply a child prodigy who had his college degree at a young age. When his parents suggested for him to socialize with others, he complied. That was how he ended up in their friend group. Usually, he was often shunned due to his communication complex. He didn't act similar to the children at his age, thus he was left out. Only Menma took the trouble and stuck with him. Unlike others, her smile shone brightly in his mind. That was the beginning of his first love. Soon, he integrated with her group. It is a bunch of social misfits who are even more annoying than the average kids of their age. In a sense, it is a group of misfits. Perhaps due to that trait, every members of that group persistently clung to him. In no time, he accepted their group. He acted as the practically smart kid. He guided the innocent kids in making the practically correct decisions. Though, there are times when these practically correct decisions gave them troubles. These troubles were the source of their fun. However, nobody expected for an accident to happen. That day, Menma nearly slipped into the river. It was fortunate that Shiro caught her hand and pulled her hand back. The unfortunate thing was that, this act of pulling her was very abrupt. In exchange for regaining her balance, Shiro was the one who slipped headfront into it. That marked the end of his first life and the start of his second. Heek. Please. Menma's reddish eyes met with his. She was surprised to see concern instead of blame. I saved you that day because I wanted to. I want to keep you happy. So please. Stop blaming yourself. Fuckin'. Never had Shiro thought that these memories would be evoked once more. In his long life, this crossed his mind many times. Just as how he died for her, Menma must have been blaming herself. He wanted to say these words since that day. Unfortunately, he was affected with the world's restrictions towards himself. After she stopped crying, he decided to do something completely unlike his past self. You look beautiful when you smile. Wah. Her startled face looked just as adorable in the past. Ahem. Did the meeting start? Shiro entered the room followed by Menma. Seeing her hold his sleeves, everybody knew something happened. It hasn't yet. We waited for you too. Thanks. It's not a problem. Romani replied. It's fine to have everyone attending this, anyways. It is the first time every one of us gathered in a single place. Due to the nature of their worlds, the chat group members are often busy with their own things. That left them with no time to gather like this moment. Anyways, the briefing will start. This involves our enemy this time, Goisha. When King Solomon Romani died, his corpse was inhabited by Goisha. It is a sort of program he implemented to watch over humanity after his death. When he saw the future with his clairvoyance, everything was all right. Meaning, his plan was a success. However, everything changed when he turned into a human. He lost his clairvoyance, but not without seeing something of grave importance. The future he saw changed. He waited for the moment I became human with the Grail's wish. That way, nobody would be able to see through his plans. That's the purpose of those corrupted Grails. Kuroniko recalled her memories with Romani's story. 7 corrupted Grails were placed into the 7 crucial points for humanity. These historical events turned into singularities. The Grail only has purpose, to change the past. If it succeeds, humanity will crumble. If it fails, the human order would be retained. Then again, there's still the widening crisis initiated by the alien god. Goetia believes that he will succeed once the final master is eliminated. Chaldea would no longer be able to resist in his plan. Romani elaborated, in my guess, I believe he knows about the coming future. This is why he's planning to eliminate the humans early on. That's the extent of clairvoyance. Tuka asked. Yes. However, it has a potential weakness. Romani turned to Shiro who smiled. Triple-stacked UR items which secretly shields Chaldea is enough to do the trick. By fooling Goetia's clairvoyance with 3 URs set up in Chaldea, it never knew the phenomenon about the foreigners. These are enough to shield the disturbance made by all Terra and Uriel. As for Sinan, she was considered as a servant back when she assisted them during the 7th singularity. Her appearance did not alarm Goetia. With his Nega summon, he could cancel the servant summoning system used by Chaldea. His prowess as the fake king of magecraft reached to every man-made magecraft. The summoning system is considered as such, thus he possessed a trump card against even divine spirits. After some time, the meeting was concluded. Everyone talked about the necessary knowledge and preparations to be done during the battle. How about a group cheer? It's a waste if we don't do it. Kaujiki commented. Yes. It sets the mood before a decisive battle. Seal-san is all about battle, hey. It's not surprising. I guess he's letting out his maniac side as of now. Lelich explained to Sinan. With his time with Seal, he could already guess his thoughts every once in a while. What about the tagline? I suck at that one. Romani. How about I came, I saw, I conquered. Seal. That sucks. Kuroniko. How lame. Seal-kun's naming sense is even broken than Romani's. Kaujiki. How about Carpe Diem? Meteora. There's still something lacking. It's the fierceness. Shinji. Right. I think it sounds better with more spirit. Madoka. I suggest to narrow it down to simpler phrases. We might get better results with it. Cardinal. We don't want another one from Seal-kun's naming sense. Tuka. I concur. Kaltsit. Even Kaltsit, hey. Too bad for Seal-kun, but you have to sit out in this one. Shiro. It's for the best of everyone. Sinan. In the midst of their deliberation, somebody finally came up with a proper line. How about Katajo? Let's win, Menma. That sounds nice. Romani. Yet. Sinan. Agreed. Seal. Becoming self-aware now, Seal-ni. Shinji. Then, that's it. Collectively deciding on a phrase, they all stacked their hands on top of one another. Let's win. Chapter 320, where it begins. In the future. What? Ritsuka Fujimaru is in the midst of fighting the spider when a stranger appeared. She was wearing a strange magenta combat suit. With a single kick, or so she calls it, she banished it. It is a ridiculous sight. It was a sight out of a Sentai show. What's more ridiculous is that it truly happened in their eyes. Everyone be it the staff from Chaldea or Ritsuka and the servants went silent. Click. A card flew out of her Neo-Deca driver. It cancelled her transformation, showing an orange-haired woman in a trench coat. Her red turtleneck complemented her black coat, making her seem more mature. An aurora curtain showed on her behest. You are. Ritsuka had a strange feeling. When he looked at her, she feels very familiar. He is sure he hadn't met her before, yet this striking familiarity couldn't leave his chest. It doesn't matter. She replied. That guy. I understand him now. She, Ritsuka Fujimaru, Gudeko, was supposed to be dead. She failed in her mission to save the human order and lost everyone. When she held expectations that they could cross over the final hurdle, they were defeated by the spider. Every single possibilities were broken as she lost everything. A/N, she came from the April Fool's event. However, one meeting changed her fate. Gudeko looked at the master in this world's timeline. Good luck. She stepped into the curtain. Inside, there was nothing but a blurry grey world. It is akin to the fog from Mysteries, but it came from a different source. Good Eiko was surprised to see someone inside it. A gothic girl sat cross-legged on her throne of shadows. You work hard. I need to. She replied. I'm following our agreement. I am surprised how I missed your meeting. Seeing Kuroniko laugh, Good Eiko went straight to the point. What do you need? Your help. Hearing this, she wasn't surprised. I will do as per what we talked about. Well, I'm glad with that. Kuroniko stood up. The throne she was sitting dissipated. Wait. What is it? Good Eiko briefly hesitated before asking. When will it come? He didn't mention anything about it. That is completely normal. Shiro couldn't have mentioned it to others considering the lock. Back then, they were preparing for a grand battle. While this happened, Shiro somehow met with Good Eiko and made an agreement. If we knew it'll happen. Never mind. Kuroniko shifted the topic to her question. In his words, it's something you'll know. There's no need to worry. Alright. When Kuroniko left, Good Eiko was stuck into deep thoughts. That man. What did he think back then? In the control room, Shiro waited for any abnormal parameters. It's his turn to watch out for any abnormalities, on the off chance Goisha strikes first. The others are already waiting for that moment. Yawn. Shiro stuffed a lollipop to his mouth. It is a candy used to clear his mind over. Most of the time, it should be saved as a precious resource, but Shiro and his millions of points gave him a lot of it. His random spin results were nothing short of lucky. Da Vinci-san. Shiro-san? You're here. Finished a research just now. The research direction you gave is really helpful. Seeing her act cute, Shiro deadpanned. He knew how Da Vinci used to be a guy, that he's now inside a female homunculus body. He didn't do any of this while he acted as Tail White, yet, he did. Ahem. I didn't know you are visiting. Sorry about that. I got quite bored and decided to see how things are in this place. Want one of these? Sure. Da Vinci thought it is a normal lollipop but she was wrong. When she placed it to her mouth, she felt all of her accumulated fatigue disappear. Is this just a special candy? I also give one to Romani whenever he pulls off consecutive all-nighters. So that's why he looks energetic. She discovered Romani's secret to his all-nighters without the use of energy drinks. Rumble. Suddenly, Chaldea shook. Da Vinci nearly lost balance if not for Shiro holding her arm. A series of alerts showed on the screen. Romani will be busy now. He muttered. Yes. It looks like Goisha chose to strike first. Imaginary number space. It is a dimension that exists inside the reverse side of the world. It is extremely distinct from the real world. It could not be easily perceived. In such a place, it is where the Temple of Time is located. The promised time shall come. From the clairvoyance in Solomon's corpse, Goisha saw everything. From the impact of Age of God's End until the deeds done by humanity. Goisha saw how pitiable they could be. There was not one moment where humanity lived without disharmony. They are holding themselves back. They are also the cause of their inevitable ruin. When everything was over and the bleaching of pan-human history came, humanity will be done for. That's why he took a heavy responsibility to turn humanity into a better race. For that to happen, the current humanity has to go. Solomon. Goisha saw the possible futures with clairvoyance. Every single time, he saw his plan coming to a success. Chaldea couldn't prevent him due to the temple. As long as it stands, he along with the other demon gods will be revived. There is no way to circumvent it with the current power of Chaldea. They aren't the same Chaldea with the extra classes in the future. How strange. He was expecting a resistance when they found out about everything, yet nothing happened. Chaldea took its time to rest instead of rushing straight to him. In that case, he chose to take the initiative. You are not like this. Nevertheless, the ones who sought him arrived. They made their way to the throne with cautiousness. They are a pair of man and a girl, a master and a demi-servant. Seeing this, Goisha knew it had started. Future. Sigh. This might be fate indeed. Romani lowered the cup of coffee to his table. Even after years had passed since he joined the chat group, he is the same overworked guy as before. Never use your final noble phantasm. We'll find another way to this. That was what Shiro said before being backed up by others. Nobody wanted Romani to disappear for good, just like his original self. They have more options to choose from thanks to the chat group. For me to not use it. Maybe he knew at that time. Looking at the complete 10 rings on his fingers, many thoughts ran past him. Upon reaching the highest rank, Beyonder, he is no longer affected by this reality. The 10 rings he planned to use for Ars Nova remained untouched due to everyone's joint efforts. He no longer had to erase himself from existence to defeat Goisha. It is simply an anchor of his memories to look back. Man. We didn't know what was on your mind at that time. Speak about being mysterious. Aside from his wives, nobody guessed the events of that day. Chapter 321, that day. Shiro hissed as he saw Goisha being beat up with the servants' cooperation. The ray-shifting technology of Chaldea reached its peak, thus allowing the remaining staff in Chaldea to view Ritsuka's fights remotely. I see you have some questions to ask. He looked at Da Vinci. You're free to ask me. For example, do you know Romani's true identity? The answer to that is yes. You're great at reading minds. It's an acquired skill. When Shiro decided to take in a harem, it is natural to learn something like this. It is imperative for him to learn it to mediate the relationship between them. Knowing how it'll become bigger in the future, he has to thank his past self for learning it. Seeing his relaxed expression in contrast to Romani's serious commands, she couldn't help but wonder. Of course, this was seen by Shiro. You're wondering when we will make a move. Da Vinci knew about Sinan, Shinji, and Shiro. They were the ones who helped them and appeared inside Chaldea. She knew how they came from different worlds. Romani has it all planned out. We're the variables in the plan, the ones that will give the final push. Just like Ritsuka. Technically, yes. Even though Goisha knew about Ritsuka, never had he thought that he could contribute towards his end. It was mainly due to Romani's Ars Nova, but Ritsuka helped by making Goisha more conceited. Can you do something about him? Da Vinci asked. Romani. You'll have to see everything yourself. Ah. Shiro stood up, much to her confusion. I'll be going to the bathroom. What? Ritsuka couldn't believe what had just happened. In one moment, every single servant summoned by him were gone. It didn't matter whether he has the battery to sustain the servant summons. Every single servants he met in each singularities and the ones summoned using Mash's shield were all gone, leaving him and his Kaurhei alone. Will you answer remain the same? Solomon, no, Goisha asked the demi-servant. Just before everything began, he asked whether humans are worth saving. He was curious why she could side to the same humans who used her for their inhumane experiments. Nevertheless. Yes. I will protect you this time, senpai. Mash. Hearing her answer, Goisha went with his ultimatum. What a shame. Then, burn to ashes along this era. As he spoke, the band of light in the sky lit up with purple light. Enormous amounts of mana started gathering to it. The energy received from killing humanity in numerous parallel timelines converged at this moment. Lord Camelot. Mash summoned forth her noble phantasm. A tall ivory wall appeared and began to shield themselves from Goisha's impending attack. It is none other than the walls of Camelot that stood tall against invaders. No. Just like his every iterations, Ritsuka knew what is about to happen. He felt powerless that he couldn't save his Kaurhei, that he couldn't be the one who protects her. In fact, he was always leading them. Mash accepted this end as a form of repayment and gratitude to Ritsuka's unrelenting will. Now, burn like the garbage you are. Goisha's deep voice rang out. Ars al-Madal Salomanis. The limitless amounts of mana shot at their direction. Bzzzt. A deafening sound came from its activation. Their eardrums might have instantly shattered if not for Lord Camelot's defense. However, this is just the beginning. Bzzzt. Goisha didn't care on whether the other demon gods were incinerated with them. To him, the extermination of humanity's final master matters the most. Moreover, they will remain immortal inside the temple. The intense attack affected Chaldea's surveillance. Their cameras started dying one by one as the destructive mana cut their connection off. I'll be going. Romani. Da Vinci thought her predictions were coming true. You don't need to worry. This time. I have more allies. Romani spoke. When I'm gone, can I trouble you to lead Chaldea in my stead? Da Vinci went silent. She was, in fact, one of the few people who knew Romani's true identity. He kept it this way so as to not startle Goisha's clairvoyance. He also didn't know who was the traitors inside Chaldea until he joined the chat group. All right. Hearing this, Romani heaved a sigh of relief. For his next plans to counter Marisberry's plans and change humanity's fate into the world's enemy, he has to leave the stage for a while. Goodbye. Mash could barely hold on to Lord Camelot. The concentrated mana that approached the concept of infinite is hard to handle alone. Whenever the noble phantasm is about to collapse, she held it with sheer willpower. Everything occurred within the span of a dozen seconds. Ritsuka couldn't speak due to the effect of Ars al-Madal Salomanis. As a mage who couldn't cast any mage craft save for reinforcement, it is only due to his mystic code that he's still awake. Just as everything is about to be enveloped by blinding light, someone came. You've done enough. The man gave her a small pat to the back. In that moment, an aurora curtain blocked the rays of concentrated magic. It appeared just as Lord Camelot fell. Consequently, it shattered, but not without enveloping the three. The moment they left the curtain, the two were surprised to find out they're still on the Temple of Time. The only thing that changed is the incinerated ground as well as the recovering demon god pillars. Abruptly, Goisha saw their appearance. That included the man who supported Mash. Who are? He was about to ask when two spears stabbed him from the back. The moment they did, the concealment of two people came off. Shinji held Longinus while Menma held Gungur. Both of them are irradiated spears used for this event. Bang! At the same time, Hajin pulled the trigger. It hit Goisha in the chest, piercing a hole in it. It came from none other than Black Barrel itself, the gun who claimed the lives of two types. PSSHK. Shinji and Menma pulled out their spears before being enveloped by the Aurora curtain. They have to do it lest they caught by a friendly fire. A huge golden lance was summoned from the sky. The Black Abyss, one of the 12 god keys, descended upon Goisha. Upon contact, it tried to destroy him thoroughly. Bam! The ground shook. A cloud of dust was kicked off by the giant lance. When it disintegrated and the dust receded, all that was left is Goisha's kneeling form. How? Boom! The surrounding demon god pillars exploded one by one. They are either purged by Kaujiki's apostolic army or Cardinal's cardinal skill. Seal also charged into them with a smile. Garden of Avalon. Madoka triggered her reality marble, turning her surroundings into a projection of Avalon. It nullified the impure demon god pillars and turned them into ashes. Release recollection. Sinon used the ability hidden in her annihilation ray. A huge magic circle filled the sky of the temple before golden rays of sunlight descended. Arise! Kuroniko brought out her shadow army. With their sudden addition, the balance of this battle tilted to their side. While the demon god pillars continuously revived, they are continuously being killed. Reality be rent, synapse break. Banishment, this world. Tuka used her tyrant's eyes to create a series of silver chains. They entangled the kneeling Goisha in a split second. Tuka's imaginary power medite. It's been a long time. Everything occurred within 10 seconds. Even Goisha went silent due to the surprise he received today. He met the gaze of his creator, the king of magecraft. Solomon. It's definitely not a nice time for a reunion, isn't it? Chapter 322, Cat. Everything happened within 15 seconds. It was so fast and shocking that Goisha couldn't even properly react until now. The combined attack of everyone stunned him. More than that, their irradiated items and abilities restricted him. Gungur anchored itself to Goisha's form. Longinus inflicted anti-divinity properties that Goisha has. Tyrant Eye enveloped him in the form of chains. Void Archive inflicted destructive laws to his current form. Even if he remains immortal in the temple, these irradiated rewards could counteract it. Of course, they ought to solve the problem at its root. At this moment, the demon god pillars continuously reappeared despite the damage inflicted to them. It's as if they were fighting against players with unlimited RES peons. This brings back memories. Shiro muttered. The fox, right? Didn't you obliterate it in the end? Tuka recalled the fox, QBI, back in that mission world. It was someone with unlimited response, hence she remembered it immediately. Bang! Boom! As the sounds of battlefield continued, Goisha finally composed himself. How did you do this? Dozens of all-nighters and lollipops. You. Goisha felt as if Romani is ridiculing him, but in fact, that was how everything led to this situation. A black-orange cube appeared on top of Romani's palm. When he grasped it again, it turned into the form of Black Abyss. Then, he stabbed it directly at his chest, increasing the stabbed spears to 3. Instantly, the law of destruction emulated from the original god key started corroding Goisha. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to fully counteract the Temple of Time. Lelich, Hajin-san, Seal-san needs more support. Hajin, copy that. Lelich, Kaujiki-san's output is enough for now. However, she will need more support soon. The same goes for Kuroniko-san. Lelich, based on my visions, they will converge on the two while suddenly leaving the rest behind. They will try and take out the two armies first. Surprisingly, Lelich's irradiated item is none other than clairvoyance, the same thing Romani used to have until he became human. Although, he could only use it for short-term vision, unlike the Grand Casters who could easily peak time itself. Nevertheless, it is an important weapon in the hands of Lelich as a strategist. Shiro-san. Hey there! The next one who recovered from their shock is none other than Ritsuka. What is? As you can see, we are trying to settle Romani's family problem. Romani-san. This time, it was Masha's bewildered voice. Family problem. That's right. Shiro replied to her query. You must keep this a secret. The two nodded at his words. Romani is actually Solomon. The very same Solomon who ruled over Israel. Hey! As if telling them mundane secrets, he proceeded to continue. That guy. He pointed at Goisha. is a life form left by him to guard humanity. He's kind of similar to a counter-guardian. Counter-guardian? Ritsuko was unfamiliar with those words. After all, he never experienced the enforcement of Alea and Gaia. Never mind that one. You'll know it later on. Anyways, something went wrong and Goisha turned against humanity instead. Both Ritsuka and Mash were speechless. They didn't expect they'll be hearing about the main reason why singularities happened. As for the rest, Romani explained it already. You know, turning the human timeline unstable by changing the past events, thus destroying humanity itself. While they were comprehending this, Shiro looked at Kaltsit who became preoccupied with something. Have you done it? Soon. In her mind, Great Sage began its processes. Error analyzing the target. Solution, evolution to a higher skill. Attempting evolution. Failed. Searching stabilizing factors. Found. Recommended action, initiate harvest festival. Embryonic demon lord seed found. No usable souls found. Searching for alternatives. Matching. Eligible substitutes to cognitive souls found. Solution, unnamed energy. From Great Sage's words, Harvest Festival is simply the germination of a demon lord seed. During one of the missions, Kaltsit acquired it as she was connected to the voice of the world through Great Sage. It is one of the reasons why it was rated as UR despite being only a unique skill, it offered a possibility go beyond their limits. Kaltsit saw Shiro's smile and understood everything. Turns out, he saw this coming. He heard about the demon lord seed from her a while back. Only, she couldn't fully germinate it as that requires 10,000 souls. She wouldn't deliberately cause a massacre just to acquire it. Despite her longevity, she kept a moral baseline. I see. Immediately, she prompted Great Sage to begin the Harvest Festival. Commencing. Connection failed. Retrying. Romani noticed the situation. Is it time? Yet. After Kaltsit gets her power up, we could dismantle your old house for good. Alright. Much to Goisha's surprise, the black abyss disappeared. When Romani summoned Void Archive once more, it glowed with dazzling light. It immediately turned into a set of 9 rings worn by Romani. Although Romani couldn't erase the temple with the fake rings, he could access Goisha's noble phantasm. Soon, a connection was formed between her and the Ring of Light, Ars al-Madal Salomanis. What? This event halted Goisha's attempt to escape. The mere fact that someone could establish a connection with his noble phantasm is utterly baffling. Commencement successful. Initiating Harvest Festival. It wasn't before long that Kaltsit became enveloped by a cocoon of light. This won't work. I'll step in a bit. Shiro, who is simply a spectator, briefly joined. He utilized mysteries to create a separate space-time for Kaltsit. With that, it will only take a few seconds before the ceremony finishes. She was enveloped by grey fog that covered the surroundings. Tap. He tapped his feet lightly, causing dozens of sword strikes to appear on each demon god pillar. Although it couldn't prevent them from resurrecting, their time interval to respawn became slightly longer. Seeing this, Goisha fell silent once more. Shiro looked at him with great interest. You can see it, don't you? Through clairvoyance, Goisha was able to see the outcome. After Kaltsit came out of the cocoon, it only took her newly evolved ultimate skill Wisdom King, Raphael to find the core components of the temple. With Shiro's help, it broke down, thus ending their so-called immortality. It led to Goisha's inevitable defeat. Can we talk? Romani spoke. I want to know why you did everything. Humanity is doomed to perish. I did what I could do. Perish? Is it the alien god? How did you? I can tell you later. Right at this moment, the cocoon broke into half, revealing a naked Kaltsit inside. When she opened her eyes, she saw the grey fog around her area. You predicted this. She said with the exact same straight tone as before. Having a time-related skill is really helpful. After that, the two fell into silence. Why won't you dress up? Shiro asked. I expected to receive some death glares, you know. Why are you looking, then? Because I expected you to wear something. Oh. Feeling something unusual from her, Shiro poked her a bit more. Where's the previous Kaltsit? The one that always hides her red ears behind her hair. I'm not. To prove it. Shockingly, she walked out of it without wearing anything and hung her arms to his neck. She possessed a certain fragrance that is specific to spirit life forms. Ah. Shiro realized that Harvest Festival could momentarily cause personality changes. After all, she's definitely not the same as before. Chapter 323, Past Catching Up. Literally. A cute kitten. It is an adjective that was supposed to be the furthest from Kaltsit. Her eternally cold expression and straight tone made her similar to machines instead. Such was the burden carried by her over the course of 2,000 years. However, Kaltsit is showing a completely different self right now. Shiro noticed the originum crystal on her shoulder. It became noticeable in the midst of her naked body. She retained her unmoved looks, but a thin smile was drawn to her face. Her feline ears trembled ever so slightly near his face. What is this? Inwardly, he was filled with disbelief. It is not because of her personality change but the biggest gapmo he ever experienced. He couldn't believe that she is capable of these actions. Who's the flustered one right now? Definitely not me. That thought occurred in an instant. When Shiro recovered, he decided to ask her to dress up first. Put on some clothing first. If I hadn't put this barrier up, what would you do? This time, her straight tone carried slight fluctuations. I would have acted anyways. Don't underestimate my power. Then why didn't you react when I came out like this? Kaltsit asked curiously. You could have dressed me up immediately, no. Then I wouldn't have something to tease you after you revert to normal. Kaltsit fell silent. So that's how it is. She mumbled before coming closer to him. With that, she kissed his lips. It didn't stop there as she used her tongue to intrude further. It ended up in a clumsy French kiss. Even Shiro couldn't believe what happened until a second later. Unexpectedly, he went along her flow and fought back. He utilized his tongue to show how proficient he was in such kisses. A thin line of their saliva connected their mouth. When they separated, Kaltsit felt slightly unsatisfied. She knew she wouldn't be able to boldly do such actions once she reverts to her normal self. She's already feeling behind the other girls who liked him. Thus, this happened. Suddenly, the mechanism behind her Wisdom King, Raphael, kicked in. It prevented any permanent personality changes as it would often lead in adverse effects. That was one of the effects her R-rated reward has. Kaltsit turned beet red in mere moments. Her face resembled a tomato due to the sheer amount of embarrassment that kicked in. She tried to keep a calm look, but she couldn't do so. Shiro. Not only was she naked when she hugged him, she even took the initiative for a deep kiss. That was something she definitely wouldn't have done. Detecting uncontrollable rise of emotions. Administering a calming effect. Alas, even the calming effect couldn't wash it off. The 2,000-year-old cat fossil experienced love for the first time. She couldn't do so due to how she was made to be as the preservator of Terra. It was due to Shiro's god-level charm that broke the limits and crawled to her heart. Seeing this, Shiro flashed a thin smile. He snapped before Kaltsit became clothed again. It is the same doctor's gown she wore most of the time. I didn't think you could be that cute. Stop it. Kaltsit realized something. She hadn't separated herself from Shiro yet. She was still hugging him. In a fluster, she undone her hug. Don't spread this to others. She said with a calm look. Although, a hint of her blush is still there. Yes, yes. You could trust me on this one. Shiro cancelled his power. The cubic space of grey fog collapsed. They are now back in the Temple of Time. Romani. Kaltsit looked at Romani. It's that fast? Anyways. He was about to ask the reason behind Kaltsit's reddish face but chose not to do so with her death glare. Analyzing components. Complete. The target Temple of Time has been virtually decomposed. Insufficient power. Cannot proceed with the task. Solution, huge amount of magicules in the sky. It's done. If you say the word, this temple will be destroyed. You heard her. What would you choose? Romani asked Goisha. If you are truly concerned about humanity, you can count on us. We know about Marisberry and the alien god. The nail in the coffin has been placed. Goisha made the rest of the demon god pillar stop attacking. Consequently, the chat group members stopped battling them. You will attempt to pave another way? Goisha asked as he looked at his creator. Currently, humanity is presented with two choices. Perish on Goisha's human order incineration. That way, everything ends there. Succeed on thwarting Goisha's plans and proceed on the Lost Belts. If they chose the second option, they would be faced by two more choices. Fight the traitors of the human order and collapse the Lost Belts to prevent the bleaching of pan-human history. Let the Lost Belt replace the pan-human history, thus allowing the alien god to succeed. On the paper, it sounds good if humanity won against Goisha. That way, they could continue to exist. However, the future shows that it is actually the least evil of the choices. Collapsing Lost Belts involve killing millions of its inhabitants, be it innocent ones or not. As for the bleaching, it could spell the end of humanity if one of the Lost Belts replaced the pan-human history. Worse, humanity would suffer hundredfold before dying. What Goisha presented is the least painful among every other choices. I have to correct you. We have begun in doing so already. The history and trajectory of this world is different from the other futures you have seen. Romani said. We also have the knowledge of the other timelines as well as the ideal future this world is heading into. How? We have our ways. Romani chose to divulge some of these knowledge to convince Goisha. In the first place, the latter is extremely adverse toward the alien god, going as far as to spite the future Ritsikas as the Chaldean, that they struggled against his plan. If there are better ways, Goisha would at least consider them. If you don't believe my words, use your clairvoyance. The future might seem a bit messy, but that's how it is. After hearing Romani's words, Goisha did as he was told. He used the clairvoyance on Solomon's corpse to see the future. Goisha couldn't believe what he saw. A new future. His clairvoyance couldn't bring him farther due to a certain force, but he did saw a different future. It is a future that could potentially lead to humanity not being the world's tumor. At the same time, they were able to struggle against the spider along with the other types who will descend to their world. With the power of the chat group, they possessed the ability to carve a new future. Just as he was about to return, he saw something. It appeared within all the futures he saw. It's as if he saw something in each frame of an animation. Bam! Crack! Rumble! Suddenly, the sky was filled with distorted cracks. It is akin to a static television. The incoming projectile crashed on the Temple of Time. Instantly, their surroundings was distorted. Within the radius of the projectile, it is now nothing but grey distortions. It's as if a shred of reality was torn apart. Solomon. Unlike before, Goisha wore a desperate look. I know. Romani, everyone. Beware. Nobody did not reply. They were too preoccupied processing what happened just now. As for Shiro. Shit. Moments ago, chills were sent throughout his body. It is his primal fear kicking in, something he ought to have lost long ago. He didn't know if it was because of his authorities or something else, but he simply knew. Origin state. Tail on. He immediately used his strongest powers. He turned into the same form as when he visited the future. On top of that is, a power that is a portion of. He immediately possessed the power of a Shiro. The first one who caught this change is none other than Kaltsit. Before he could reply, he sent Mash and Ritsuka back to Chaldea. Romani, close off the temple. What? Alright. Now, the Temple of Time is sealed off. As it exists within the imaginary number space, it is completely sealed. What's going on? Kaltsit asked. You'll see. Right after saying that, some of the distortions cleared up as a result of the world's interference. It is trying to restore everything to normal. Once the veil was lifted, everyone went silent. Ugh. It is a man with thousands of magic circles behind his back. It formed a huge wing, signifying his great attainments. However, he was corrupted by something. Surprisingly. Shiro. The man looks similar to Shiro. Shit. I wondered how it was settled. He muttered. That's how it went. In the end, he had to clean up the mess from his past. Chapter 324, The Truth. 1,000 years ago, Fenrir and Magus enacted a play. From their vision of the future, they knew that Fenrir's will go berserk. It would lead to chaos as he will begin to wreak havoc uncontrollably. The only way to remedy it is for them to be complete Shiro again. When the two merged, that was when Shiro's memories of the past were cut off. He didn't know how it concluded. Only, it was evident that he succeeded with the plan. Never had he expected that the way it would get resolved lies in the future now. That's how it is. He mumbled while gritting his teeth. Tuka, help me in its restraints. All right. Romani, can you ready your noble phantasm? This will be a hard one. Sure. But, what's happening? Romani asked. Remember how I ended up in Terra? That I fought back to remove that corruption? Well, that guy's my past self. Shiro didn't waste any time manifesting the tail Caliban. Immediately, Shiro utilized the tail gear's strongest attack. For now, the others should get away from its radius. I'll take care of it. Teleporting 7 targets. Utilizing the artifact shield of Achilles. Every chat group member who could get affected by Shiro's impending attack was protected under Kaltsit's influence. The time of birth hath come. He is the one who masters all. At the same time, Romani began his chants. Break release. Ultimate mode. From the great sword, a tall pillar of black and white flames emerged. It was able to pierce through the skies. It burned even greater as another second passed. Its destructive power is now comparable to Ars al-Madal Salomani's. It was to be expected from an attack of a Shiro. Romani, now. Romani, copy that. Final blazer. Ars al-Madal Salomani's. The pillar of flames descended to it. At the same time, the ring of light sent down a pillar of purple light. BZZT. Bam. Crack. The sheer intensity of the attack shook the Temple of Time. It made dozens of tears inside the imaginary number space. Bluntly put, these attacks are something beyond a human's imagination. Rumble. The ground rumbled as the cacophony of the attacks broke the concept of sound. It could no longer be considered on the conceptual definition itself. Strangely, the intensity of the light should have blinded everyone, but they didn't. Instead, they were able to view the full glory of Tail Gear's finisher in Romani's Ars al Madal Salomanis. Struck with an attack far stronger than what Mash experienced, everyone thought that whoever intruded this place should have disappeared already. However, it's not over yet. Tuka. Got it. The wave of light wasn't even cleared up when Shiro ordered Tuka to act. Bright silver chains went to the direction of it. Consecutively, Romani summoned the Oath of Judah in his hands. Zeroth form. PSSHK. Click. He placed the Oath of Judah on the ground before chains came out of it. A greater amount of chains manifested conceptually, numbering hundreds. All of them went to its direction and tried to entangle it. Teacher. It was the second time Madoka heard Shiro's panicked voice. The first time was when they tried to fight against Walpurgisnacht. Since then, she never saw him this shaken up. Thus, she decided to enter her goddess form. She took on the identity of the law of Cycle's human side, gaining its limitless power temporarily. We're in big trouble. Obviously. When Shiro gets disturbed, that's when things go real. Kaujiki responded to Kuroneko's mumble. Kaujiki manifested her overlord mech in an instant. Hundreds of thousands of her creations flew and formed a gigantic version of her. Unlike her normal appearance, the giant form wore a crown, a robe, and a staff. It is one of the highest level equipment in her inherited legacy. It allowed its original owner, Han Xiao, to reach the peak of the universe. It enabled him to interfere with concepts itself and fight world-rending enemies. Meanwhile, Kuroneko's aura went 180 degrees. The black heart inside her fluctuated greatly, signaling Kuroneko's distress and seriousness. Shinji, what happened? I don't know. One thing's for sure though. It's something extremely serious. I'll get up my guard, then. Shiro's mind swiftly addressed the current situation through the chat group. Shiro, everyone, be aware. Something crashed inside the temple. It's an enemy, remember. Hajin, I'll keep my eye on it. Ghost, are you alright? Shiro, yet. I'm reminding you to not approach it, Mako. Ghost, okay. Cardinal, Shiro. I'll help. That's. Shiro, it is what you think it is. Lelich, I need to remind everyone here. My clairvoyance got too fuzzy. I can't see something. Shiro, that's normal. Its sudden intrusion should have disrupted it. Lelich, I understand. I will reach out here once it comes back. After a while, the light fully died down. The demon god pillars immediately tried to regenerate as they were caught in the crossfire, only to sense that it became extremely taxing for them. The attack of a went literal senses. If not for the temple's remnant power defending them, they would have been erased already. Solomon, what was that? Trouble. Just as Romani replied to Goisha, a loud howl originated from it. Arg. The attack served to dissipate the disruptions. It fully revealed the appearance of what they are fighting. Shiro? Teacher? Aniki? BZZT. Shiro couldn't hear them as she rushed at it. Clang. Surprisingly, it rose the black sword he wielded. Sparks flew between Tail Caliban and the black sword of it. Cracks opened between space itself due to their clash. A strong wave originated from them. It forced some people to step back and destroyed several demon god pillars who had just regenerated. Fuck. Why did you appear here? Shiro's face twisted as she cursed. Shit. Arg. Shiro's past self merely groaned before he pushed Shiro away. As a result, she flew backwards. However, Shiro didn't forget to launch a laser in his direction. Bam. It was counteracted by the wings made of magic circles. Su. At this time, the chains sent out by Tuka and Romani arrived. Crack. With their combined strength, they pierced through the wings and entangled Shiro, past. Bang. The flintlock rifle, Black Barrel, fired its shot once more. Hajin's accuracy and him being locked down by the two chains allowed the bullet to hit. Shiro, past, is now imbued with the concept of death itself. Hub. Madoka summoned forth a pillar of pink light. It is imbued with the power of her reality marble, Garden of Avalon. She sensed something corrupt from Shiro, hence quickly thought of how this would be detrimental. Bam. Madoka's attack followed up. It easily passed through his wings before it descended towards him. Phew. Due to the consecutive attacks, its signatures got covered up. Everyone else except for Shiro couldn't tell its current state. Though, Kaltsit realized how it went upon seeing his serious look. It's not over yet. She calmly said to Romani. My ultimate skill couldn't get through him. Romani, can you connect me to your phantasm once more? Alright. Now, even Romani wore a grave expression. An opponent that couldn't be wiped out with that magnitude of attack is an extremely formidable one. Found it. Suddenly, Meteora declared something. To think it was stored in the library. What did you discover, Meteora-san? Sinon asked. Senpai. He is a wielder of. This time, Meteora's eyes widened. The corrupted root. Chapter 325, Disappearance. The root is a well-known concept that originated from Shinji's world, Fate World. It is said to be the source of everything, that one would reach unattainable heights when contacted to its swirl. Gaia and Alea tend to guard the entrance to it closely to control the number of magicians in their world. Although it was closely guarded, some still went through it. Kisker Zelrich Schweinorg, the wielder of second true magic Kaleidoscope. Ayako Ayazaki, the wielder of fifth true magic the Blue. They were the ones who got past the counter guardian set by the two wills. As a result, they gained power transcending reality itself. Nevertheless, what they gained are merely a part of it. It has occurred. Zelrich stood up from his seat and overlooked the clock tower. His sight caught of Rin and Shiro. They studied at this place after the events of the Fifth Grail War. Even teacher is entangled. He viewed the memories sent by his parallel self. Who knew there could be something terrifying than the spider? For a magician, he knew the full capabilities of the root. It was supposed to be something without any consciousness, it lacks the identity to make decisions. A corrupted root. Its aim is far worse than what the spider could bring. Zelrich wandered around then thought. He tapped his cane a few times. While he was busy doing so, someone else had arrived. I suppose you felt that too. A red-haired woman walked in a carefree manner. So, what happened? Zelrich saw his fellow magician place some bags containing souvenirs in his desk. It happened in a parallel world. The one where Left Laner couldn't stop himself. It's that one, then. The magician, Ayako Ayazaki, turned serious at the thought of her good friend. In this world, Lef was able to kill himself to prevent the events of human order incineration from happening. At the same time, Chaldea wasn't established. Still, she knew about the existence of that world that Alea and Gaia gave up. Teacher told me that they'll settle some matter in that place. In the end, things turned out like this. You're still calm though. Zelrich recalled the man's words. If I cause something bad in the future, I'll take care of it. If it's still out, I'm dead by then. Granted, he only met Shiro twice, but the power he possesses gave his words a certain weight. Coupled by Romani's words, Zelrich is certain that he would fulfill his words. The two magicians silently watched for some absurd changes. Corrupted root. Kuroniko was astounded by that revelation. Was that from Shiro's past? It was not just her. The ones who knew Shiro reacted to Meteora's findings. They knew that Meteora focused more on the dismantling of Temple of Time before, hence they knew her knowledge capabilities. Shiro fell silent for a moment. That was the only thing he kept secret from everyone. Not only would its acknowledgement bring them potential trouble from the root itself, they might be able to discern the forgotten future. As evident to her guesses, Kaltsit looked at him strongly. Let's talk later. Her words resounded in every direction. It is aimed to both Shiro's friends and lovers. For now. Bam. Determining they wouldn't come at him, Shiro, passed, crashed head-on to Shiro. The latter enacted a defense centered around Madoka's Garden of Avalon. She also enforced it with the tail Caliban, achieving the same effect as Romani's Magecraft. A/N, the invisible wall that Goisha did a Senator Armstrong. PSSSHK. The loosened shackles binded Shiro, passed, firmly. They prevented him from raising his black sword once again. However, they began exhibited small cracks. This won't work. Many thoughts flew in Shiro's mind. It is commendable that everyone performed well during their first fight against A, but it'll prove to be difficult to completely eliminate one. Unfortunately, they have to do that thing to resolve everything. Against a berserk Shiro, passed, they would require more than this. Bam! At this moment, a gigantic halberd fell from the sky. Turns out, it was Kaujiki's overlord mech in action. It embodied a similar destructive nature as Shiro's. Do you have any ideas? Romani went to Shiro's side. You're actually this strong before. No wonder you could handle your wives well. Shiro deadpanned at Romani's comments. The current appearance akin to a goddess blankly stared at him. Wait a minute. Wives. Past. Time. A brilliant idea came to her mind. All of them became A. Just as Shiro became a bit more enthusiastic, her past self began casting some sort of magic. The magic circles behind Shiro's, past, back lit up one by one. It began to exude an air of mystery, showing his grasp over the concept of magic itself. His illimitable wisdom was shown at this moment. Cardinal, call the others. Shiro. I need to prevent this one. Shiro recognized the spell that was being cast. It is none other than the same attack he used to obliterate Fenrir. It is made to be strong enough to partly erase a beyond creator to make their play more believable. In short, it is an attack of an unimaginable degree. I'll be back after this. Shiro declared. After that, she flew at an extreme speed. She went past the barrier and reached the strike zone for Shiro, past. A grey fog was emitted from Shiro's eyes, manipulating time itself. At the same time, an aurora curtain was deployed. Crack. Shatter. The two superimposed powers made a hole in time. Shiro never stopped charging as she pushed Shiro, past, toward the gap. By the time the gap disappeared, the two couldn't be found anywhere. No. Suddenly, Kuroniko shouted. No. 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 She fell to her knees. Her countenance turned crazy as her crimson pupils glowed brightly. No. Just as Romani showed his concern, he noticed Kal'tit's expression change as well. Her eyes widened in shock as she stood still in a daze. Shinji. Ow. Shinji clutched his head painfully. What is? He blankly mumbled. Memories came and went in his head. One moment, he would recall something. Next moment, he would forget about them. However, a memory remained in his mind. Anarchy. Just as everyone thought it wouldn't get more chaotic, Madoka made a tear out of the imaginary number space. Her looks are similar to the ones worn by Kuroniko, Shinji, and Kal'tit. I will find sensei. Soon, she also disappeared. She, who was the only as of the moment, was the sole person who could track where Shiro went. What is happening, Kal'tit? Romani asked. Shockingly, Kal'tit concentrated too much that she couldn't hear Romani's words. Fortunately, Shinji came to him while heaving deep breaths. Romani-san. Romani was surprised to find out that Shinji's hands are extremely cold. Anarchy. He. No. Shinji stopped talking for a moment to reorganize his words. I remembered something from the future. Do you remember how we called our future selves to stand a chance against Setsuna-san? Yes. We came to know about certain memories. We forgot it after we came to our senses, but I remembered something. Amidst the confusion, Shinji continued. Today is the day Anarchy disappeared. Chapter 326, Traversing Worlds one after another. Crack. Crash. The aurora curtain and mysteries broke. My surroundings changed to that of an unfamiliar place. Nevertheless, I focused on attacking my past self. Rumble. His magic attack pushed me to the ground. I felt a mountain crumbling due to my body falling. My sight caught the descent of my past self. Thousands of magic circles spun on his back as they tried to repair themselves from void archives and Tyrant's Eye. This time, I summoned an open door and engulfed him. I opened my storage and drank several SSR-rated recovery items in one go. By the time I downed my third one, the space cracked. Bam! Another set of shockwaves was sent in this continent. It uplifted the surroundings trees and created cracks all over the place. I summoned forth 3 clones and had them hide in separate histories. This power came from mysteries that allowed someone to conceal himself. I left my Cosmic Destroyer, Neo Deca Driver, and Chain of Heaven, in Kijil with them. A gaze. I felt someone trying to spy on our battle. It was from a fellow. This familiarity. Was it the slime? Rimuru Tempest? I gathered the surrounding knowledge and found out that I am in Jura Forest. The mountain which I crashed into was previously a dragon's cage. Storm Dragon, Feldera? It doesn't matter. Zoom. Immediately, the damaged forest returned back to normal. At the same time, I summoned another set of aurora curtain and mysteries in order to bring my past self to somewhere desolate. Clang. I pushed him to the curtain as our blade clashed. My past self, only capable of muttering unintelligent groans, is clearly affected by it. The hidden danger I resolved after 1,000 years of planning the route. When I entered my third life, I was split into 2 and got sent in different time periods. I also found out about the as well as the that accompanied my split selves. When I reached the end, I traced their origins back to the root. However, they were different. The that went to Magus leaned towards order. The that went to Fenrir leaned towards chaos. When Fenrir couldn't suppress S chaotic disposition, I, Magus, drew up a plan upon seeing my future. That plan involved resetting the portion of the root in. It succeeded after the mission on Madoka's world, but I didn't expect for my past self to spring up like this. It is strange. Why would my berserk past self appear now? So many questions appeared on my mind, but I need to eliminate him first. Crack. Shatter. We successfully went through the integrated curtains once more. Our surroundings changed this time. Strong radiation littered the radius. A nuclear battlefield. I caught the sight of dead people, no, dying people on the ground. Radiation are emitted from their bodies. Swiftly, my clone came from the history along with the chain of heavens. It entangled my past self midair. It started to nullify his prowess, something caused by its anti-divinity properties. I can't have you causing trouble here. Bam. Bam. Suddenly, I heard muffled impacts nearby. There, I saw a caped bald man fighting against an alien, no, a former human. I met gazes with the caped baldy. Seeing my past self restricted by the chains, I declared. I will leave. Good luck. I remembered his name. Saitama, was it? He will be a chat group member in the future. Shatter. This time, I dragged him across worlds. The only requirement I sought is a peaceful world away from its inhabitants. Crack. Bam. My wishes were fulfilled as I entered a seemingly peaceful place. It should be somewhere. Who are you? I retract it. A huge red dragon bearing the Dream Authority resides in this place. From what I could gather, the dragon's name is Great Red. Do you know of a peaceful place? Hey. That was the reply I received. Got it. He wouldn't be able to talk to me. Crack. Crack. At this moment, the chain of heavens began showing signs of loosening. Quick. Peaceful. Just as I was asking, a dark portal opened not far from here. A foreigner stepped outside, bearing powers similar to A. He is not a but has a part of it. Ho. I felt his stare. For such beings too. Fuck it. I already felt his malice. Since he directed it, I won't care about his base anymore. Crack. Pull back. The chain of heavens were successfully recalled just as it was about to be damaged. Fizzle. Despite being afflicted by the chains, my past self summoned forth pages of books that covered him. Moments later, he barely recovered. The magic circles on his wings lit up as it gathered an unprecedented force. Shit. With a thought, I sent the bystander dragon away from this place. Buzz. A bright white light illuminated everything. It broke down everything to the units of information sorted by his wisdom. That is my ultimate attack, wisdom dissection. Similarly, I summoned forth Aurora Curtain as a prototype of a shield. What followed next is mysteries who manipulated the power to reach its end. The third one is wisdom that counteracted the attack. Lastly, destruction served to nullify my past self's wisdom dissection. The four-layered shield completely protected me. Even though my power came from a temporary source, everything was enough to deal with my peak form. Both of us has the root, which balances it out. The gap doesn't matter much. As for the foreign machine god, he is not even a. Facing attacks from my merged past self with two portions of the root, it was surprising he lived. Then again, the small characteristics he has barely retained his existence. The light suddenly disappeared. I saw the dying being transformed into pages of a book. He still persisted despite the intensity of the attack. However, his dimensionality was already reduced to 2D. He would be invulnerable to the attacks of everyone in reality, but there is a person who could deal with him, me. A bright jeweled crown appeared on top of my head. My authority with wisdom reconnected with the attack that affected the machine god. Archive. The pages gathered to form a book. Its cover stated Eve Talda, Regal Ziva. Information regarding his origin entered my mind before being processed by wisdom. After reading everything, I erased the book, effectively removing his existence. Eve Talda. Exe. Another world. I got it. Their world was about to invade the world where I was in. He saw me as an enemy since I have the root which adapted me to any worlds. I don't have to fear the wills as I am influenced by their higher UPS. Truly, this guy's arrogant. Looking at the severely damaged dimensional gap, I pulled it back to its former state. Mysteries and wisdom was enough to turn back time and reverse the damage. However, the disturbances made is another matter. They will be invaded. I'll give this as a compensation, then. I was thinking about the compensation when my past self utilized destruction. Infinite sword strikes littered the dimensional gap, threatening to destroy it once more. I am located at the center where everything converges. You underestimate me. My black sword turned into Tail Caliban's form. Its components moved as it turned into the unlimited mode. One strike is enough to cause infinite sword strikes. Imbuing destruction and mystery to force the end, I swung my blade. Unlimited destruction mode, break release, final blazer. My strikes began counteracting his. The sounds of swords clashing could be heard from everywhere. A single confrontation led to a slight crack in the dimensional gap. It instantly shattered under great duress. The space got fragmented before disappearing. It was akin to a mirror breaking into countless pieces. Shit. Even with a portion of my power mostly suppressing our confrontation, it still couldn't hold our strength. I floated in space as I met gazes with 2 dragons. I also saw heaven, earth, and underworld. Arg! Without any choice, I summoned forth chains of heaven once more. He was bound once more, but it is a temporary solution. My home. Whoa! The 2 dragons has varying reactions. The one known as Great Red was simply surprised while the infinity dragon bearing the form of a black-haired girl stood still in extreme shock. What did just happen? I could already tell that Great Red is a troublemaker. Apologies about that. I accidentally destroyed your dimensional gap. While I was talking, I already summoned the clone-bearing Neo-Deca driver. He is in the final form ride with the final attack ride, all rider kick inserted. A second later, 21 Heisei riders appeared and triggered the absolute hit effect. The rated reward could affect even beyonds. Boom. Another round of explosions happened. It affected my past self as his struggles weakened. Of course, the chains are starting to loosen once more. Checking my storage, I didn't find any suitable items for the current predicament. I needed something to restrict or counter. I found several items that answered my query, but I lacked a decisive one, something far stronger than chains of heaven. Screw it all. In the face of crisis, I random spin. Placed all my bets to the gacha rolls. I spent the remaining million points I have. I didn't have the time to spare due to before, but Decade's attack brought me just that. My site was covered with the draw results. I immediately saw several rated rewards. When I saw one of them, I froze. Subconsciously, I smiled wryly at my luck. The reward is a direct counter to my past self as well as a solution as to what world I should travel. After scheming over the rest, I found yet another ability that has the same nature. Immediately, I received them. I could instantly feel the power of the root becoming stronger under this ability. At the same time, a force that threatened to counter everything that I have. Fortunately, I could rein it. Imagine Breaker, and All Fiction. These 2 are the highest rated awards that I should be able to get through the chat group. I could already tell its power is far beyond what most could handle. It breaks the boundaries between orders. It could allow a mortal to kill gods and even creators. However, the power has to be tamed at first. All Fiction came under control of the root itself as it is the source of everything. Meanwhile, Imagine Breaker could be tamed by my current strength. There are no consciousness inside the power, it was apparently extracted, but the instinctive desire to counter still exists. Under the gazes of the 2 dragons, I raised my left hand. Like a painting being rewound, the dimensional gap was repaired. The same kaleidoscopic scenery reappeared. I was about to direct this power to my past self when something shocking happened. Arg! Crack! Shatter! His scarlet pupils lit up as a blue circle of void was summoned behind him. The chain of heavens broke instantly. A sword strike passed through my neck. My sight distorted for a moment before my hand caught my flying head. It reattached my head back to my neck. All Fiction. It is a power where you could turn everything to fiction. It is an overwhelming power that only my peak past self could handle. With that, I turned my death into a fiction. The dimensional gap wasn't destroyed, either. Isolating myself and my past self is the solution. Take care of my gift. I mouthed to the dumbfounded dragons before an aurora curtain engulfed the 2 of us. My past self couldn't dodge at all. All Fiction made things simpler. When our surroundings changed, I sensed we have arrived to the most optimal world. Terra world. Chapter 327, definitely a cliffhanger. A vast infinite space. Its boundaries couldn't be found as it contained the mysteries of this world. A high dimension. I came here knowing this place could better handle the fight. As expected, I am not mistaken about it. The only thing I need to do is to use it as a springboard towards the origin world of All Fiction. There might be someone willing to help me out of this mess. At the same time, I placed a beacon. It should tell others of my current location. My wives are all. If they arrive, we could conclude everything. My past self's power emanated, apprehending the imaginary power I was forcing him into. All Fiction has the same nature as Tuka's tyrant eye that overwrites reality itself. The amount of power that slipped from his surveillance completely repaired Chain of Heavens. Not only that, I was able to recall Romani's void archives and Tuka's chains. He is now bound with triple-layered suppression. Click. I no longer suppressed the damage to our surroundings. My strength worked to its full capacity once more. Moments later, our surroundings showed signs of erasure. Surprisingly, layers upon layers of reality was added to mend the damage. Magic God. Though I also bear that title, I am different from the magic gods in this world. They have certain flaws that could only be made up. Of course, there are also complete magic gods such as the one who interfered just now. I'll comply for now. Without wasting the given opportunity, I started doing what I have planned. One of them is attracting my wife's attention, but the other thing is to enlist the help of a future chat group member. Unexpectedly, a phantom of the swirl of the root appeared behind my past self's back. All three chains that bound him shattered. Nothing is higher than the root's strength despite its corruption. The high dimension began breaking down. This time, even the additional layers of reality couldn't mend it. Just what the hell is happening? I heard a girl's voice. She must be the magic god just now. Apologies. What will your apology do, hey? I'll pay up later. From here, I saw her appearance. She is a blonde girl that wore an eye patch. She reminded me of Tuka's little sister, but she is more mature. That's how I would put it. For now, I would appreciate your help. You better uphold your words. I knew why she responded positively. First, I came from another world. That was something I learned from Imagine Breaker. Second, I made my wisdom authority evident. It showed how I am a magic god of another world. Of course, I had Imagine Breaker from her. The power of the root is able to do all things. Good. If I... Suddenly, a strange sensation swept over me. Chills were sent all over my body. It is no longer a physical matter altogether but metaphysical one. Is it? No doubt. A premonition. From the beginning of this fight, I felt more suffocated. It worsened right now, when I could fight my past self on equal grounds. Thinking of it again, why would my past self be in the present? At first, I thought it was a paradox, an event I had to accomplish. To resolve the matters of past, I have to conclude everything in the present. However, was that simply it? My instincts began telling me no during the fight on the dimensional gap. The inevitable. If you. Nothing. I manifested the black sword in full power. The same went for. The world felt more bizarre than ever. A huge distinction appeared between myself and the world. What are you? The girl named Athanas asked. All fiction. A dimensional reduction strike occurred. This power sought to reduce my past self's existence to a lower level whilst creating replicas of my black sword. An image of Black Barrel appeared on my hand and shot at it. Bang! When the bullet and swords came at him, they simply disappeared. They were erased from this world like an eraser. If the world is a paper and I am the pencil, he is an eraser. Everything was reduced as such. Even the magic god beside me was affected. What is? Just then, I sensed something. Crack! The barrier of time broke down. No, rather, it disappeared. When I pushed the enhanced width to the maximum, I managed to go beyond the barrier's reach. It's like climbing over a wall and seeing the view beyond it. With that, I knew everything. I learned about the future I forgot under its influence. From my destined end until the current situation in the future, I discovered them all. I ceased my current plans. Covering the infinite distance of this world with my power, the destruction of this dimension halted. Under Athanas' astonished gaze, I pulled out every single UR and SSR rated rewards that I haven't integrated to myself. All fiction and Imagine Breaker is something I will require now and in the future, but the rest of my artifacts could be given away. That included Neo Deca Driver, which is destined to be on Ritsuka Fujimaru's care. A split second later, I managed to send countless clones according to my plan. These should solve the deficit in numbers of in the future. I took out a tome of spells and handed it over to the blonde girl. I knew her future as a. One reason why she became one is due to this assistance. I am letting everything play out just like what I saw. This should vouch for everything. I said. I'm sorry for the trouble we have caused. Without waiting for her reply, I walked towards my past self. He is standing still, as if waiting for me to come. Many thoughts ran down my head. I saw the future. I knew the outcome of our fight, rather, the original outcome of it. I came to Harui Suzumiya in an attempt to ask for assistance, but the corrupted root blew up in this world. After that, I disappeared. The darkness which engulfed the future appeared as well. In the original timeline, I was caught off guard. My past self used it to transfer me somewhere. However, both he and I knew about it. Hence, the tranquil moment right now. Stop using my body. No. He couldn't speak, but I perfectly understood his intent. All right. I merely nodded. I continued walking to him. I compiled my main weapons. Imagine Breaker that denies the bad endings. Mysteries that lay out the events occurring in all worlds. All fiction that reduces someone to a chunk of text. Destruction to forcefully pave a new path to the future. Lastly, wisdom to utilize the powers above efficiently. When combined with the root, their potentials become limitless. They could be used to affect the entirety of reality itself, not just a world. That is the standing that belongs to the absolute of this world, the highest power that exists. It is already terrifying after amplifying these powers infinitely. Now, that power turned against reality. Why did this responsibility fall to my shoulders? And I was the chosen one to represent the opposite side. From the beginning, the portion of the root inside me was no accident. It was destined to fall into me. It is the main cause why I got split into two and why I became stronger after being the complete Shiro. It wasn't corrupted in any way. It represented the root S will as opposed to its former self. If I was chosen to contain the root S former self that advocated stability and order, the radical portion became the one that advocated destruction and recreation. It no longer wanted to watch from the sidelines. It wanted to participate to reality itself. It wanted to join in the adventures itself. To do that, destruction and recreation was necessary. The current reality was created in accordance to its non-interference. It needs to do a factory reset before it disappears. Enough of this. Tap. 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 I stopped 1 meter in front of him. I looked at its eyes before speaking. Shall we begin? Yes. With that, the black-blue sphere devoured us both before disappearing. It's a pity to keep it hanging, no? A/N, it's official. MC breaks the fourth wall when he broke the power system to tatters. Jokes aside, do look out for the next chapters. There'll be more sufficient explanation there. Happy reading. Chapter 328, Anomaly. A blank sheet of paper. That was how reality could be described. It didn't have any texts, characters, nor the exciting stories, simply a blank canvas. The one who made things possible is none other than the root. They were the ones who gave life to the sheet of paper. It is similar to the creators back in Altair's world. It first started to the creation of worlds. Then, the characters followed suit. As time passed by, the number of worlds increased, and so does the wills supported by the root itself. Each world has their distinctions, their specialties, so as to speak. There are worlds where the scope of normal is lowered to a realistic degree. There are also worlds that are supernatural in nature that has people who destroys continents at will. Then there are the exceptions. They are the people with great significance to their respective worlds. They were given the chance to interact with the root, rather, the swirl of the root. By doing so, they gained exceptional powers. These people are formally called. Just as it states, they are beyond the scope of reality. They gained the authority to independently manipulate portions of it. They transcended the state of creators and became something akin to an editor or a co-author of a book. Nevertheless, they could still be erased. What could be the process other than two evenly leveled powers fighting one another? Surprise, surprise. Who would have thought that the position many people longed for is just akin to an editor of a book? That the one with true authority, the author, the root, could fire them at any time? I am different. I am no author, editor, or co-author. I am merely a proxy. The root couldn't directly influence reality. Both the chaos and order couldn't interfere with the board game unless they start a new round. Ironically, I was chosen as Order's proxy and at the same time, the breakthrough point of chaos. Am I considered a double agent at this point? Nope. Not really. Yes, I allowed Chaos's direct intervention, basically something that freely allows one illegal move in chess. That's like using the queen to obliterate the king on white's first move. In this case, it's obliterating the world. Then again, I now have the authority to do the same. If it wants to obliterate my king, I will send a nuclear bomb to his. This level of out-of-bounds gameplay is something common for the root. The surroundings changed to an empty white room. An 8x8 chessboard appeared with all the pieces present. A spitting guy of myself sat on the opposite side. Can you at least stop using my face? I asked rather rudely. It is the appearance transcending reality itself. It's the most suitable one to use. I deadpanned at its reply. It is more petty than I thought. Anyways, I am in the white side. Pawn e4. I moved the pawn in front of the king 2 tiles forward. The faker responded by putting his pawn to e5 right in front of mine. What I did next is to move my king 1 tile forward. A literal question mark rose on his head as he tilted his head. Seeing myself act dumbly feels complex. It proceeded to perfectly respond to my moves. It didn't even laugh or had any other reactions to the bong cloud opening I played just now. Just what I would expect from playing against Stockfish. It would spew something like blunder with the red texts. There's no need for an author's note. Bong cloud is a tactic where the king moves at a priority, something that is seen disadvantageous on most formal games. In a sense, it stays true to Lelich's philosophy. Hey! Are we seriously playing like this? The silence is deafening. Do you want to blast off speakers while concentrating? Well then. 4 speakers surrounded us. They all played Colors Flow at the same time. The instrumentals blasted to the maximum volume before the starting Jibunwo rang out. Nevertheless, Mr. Faker wasn't bothered by it. No, it is more apt to say that it does not possess such feelings. It doesn't understand the characters freely, yet it wanted to interact with them. It's like someone wanting to write a fanfiction but doesn't understand the personality of the said characters. At least, I won't continue reading such garbage. I apologize in advance for the countless authors out there. Anyways, that's why I am fighting for. I won't let reality be turned to a garbage fanfiction floating around somewhere. That'd be the worst way to disappear. Several dozens of moves later, it visibly gained advantage. It took every move seriously in contrast to myself who played a meme opening, Bong Cloud, from the beginning. Oh. It's already Spirits of the Sea Kenshi Yonja. Sometimes, I fathom how shuffled playlists work. They'd be playing a bright and upbeat song at first before suddenly switching to some heart-wrenching ones. Tab. It forked my queen and king. Having no choice, I moved my king away. The queen piece was captured, but I exchanged it with its bishop and rook. An equivalent exchange, per se. Since we're already here, why not talk sincerely? Why did you cause all of this? Everything would have been fine without this shit. I was expecting for it to speak through text intents but it didn't. You don't know the feeling of a reader. Oh. I clapped my hands. Should I put this one out? Your existence is becoming more defined. A brightly lit text appeared in front of us. I never expected for the root to be like that guy. The Demon King of Salvation. His life is very interesting. I accidentally interacted with it back then. I saw his ending, which I wouldn't spoil to everyone who hasn't seen it yet. After recreating everything, will you sacrifice yourself several times? I'll trouble you to give yourself a cheat like fourth wall or omniscient reader's viewpoint. That way, you could live after dying. You won't die if you are killed. It went silent for a moment before it continued to move a chess. The colorful journey every person has. I long for it. I see. The root is actually a philosophical being. Though I don't think you should involve reality with mental struggles. Nevertheless, I saw its reasoning. It always watched every single journey that occurred from the beginning. I'm not surprised for some kind of anomaly to happen in its existence. That's the title of this chapter, anyways. A dead giveaway as to why everything I have experienced occurred. Don't struggle further. Everything is up for naught. Snap. I removed the speakers around us. Silence filled everything once more. Tap. 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 I never responded until the fifth move. At this time, I am under the threat of checkmate. I only have few pieces to move without the queen. Didn't you always see this happen? When someone is struggling, there's a chance to succeed. It occurs under my power. Yeah, I know. You're the one who gave people the plot armor to accomplish stuff. If you say so, then couldn't I grant myself plot armor? You are restricted in this place. You are too preoccupied dealing with myself. Though thanks to this place, I reached the state. Nothing mattered much here, only the root itself, in which case is something I am in possession of. Tap. The chess pieces on the side fall apart. My king is now checkmated with its queen. Really? Under its doubtful eyes, I grabbed the empty air on the corner tile. Much to its surprise, a bishop revealed itself. It captured the queen who threatened checkmate a while ago. You really didn't understand us. Chapter 329, Deus Ex Machina. What does it feel to be a character? Simply, it is staring to another screen and reading their journey. All of their struggles and glory will be seen as a book. No matter how a reader tries to empathize with the characters, they couldn't truly understand them. The Most Ancient Dreams case was the biggest example. The story he weaved couldn't be fully understood without experiencing it himself, and he did exactly that. This reader wants to do the same, but it must reconstruct everything first. That was the reason behind the apocalypse drawn in this period. To be honest, I might have failed without the root's intervention. Just as how chaos was allowed to spread in reality, I was granted another chance to rectify things. That time was when the anomaly with Altair occurred. By then, everything went the same, but there are subtle differences, so subtle it wouldn't show its repercussions until now. You. For the first time, the faker who copied my appearance wore a shocked expression. The expected subtle differences had finally arrived. Nothing changed inside the blank room except for the chessboard. Several new pieces appeared on my side, pushing his king to a checkmate. How do you like it? I asked. My plot armor, that is. How? You're a bit dense, aren't you? I have mentioned it already. You never understood us. The root couldn't fully understand its characters. That was an absolute thing. However, what if the root allows itself to be used by its characters? It results in unimaginable changes. You'll feel it when the time comes. It was Shiro's parting words moments after his disappearance. It transcended space and time as it reached the ears of his trusted friends and lovers. With these 8 words, everyone understood its meaning. Add to that the knowledge of Kal Tsit, Shinji, and Kuroniko who briefly connected to the future, it was already a done deal. Despite the time barrier existing, they managed to retain their future memories. Albeit, Shiro left a special reminder. Don't affect what you've seen. Help the variables. Lastly, never concede. I will be there. Due to those words, the three never divulged much. Romani and the rest understood it. The former had experiences as a former possessor of clairvoyance. There are some things in the future that should be left untouched. Since it was Shiro they were talking about, they trusted his judgment. The chat group members proceeded as usual. They took in new members, accomplished missions, and so on. Meanwhile, Shiro's wives had seemingly disappeared in pursuit for him. Cardinal was the one chosen to pass their message. She also understood Shiro's concerns with the things he left behind. As for the three people who saw the future, they discreetly fulfilled it. Kuroniko was the designated one to rally the variable for the upcoming time he spoke of. With that, everything proceeded similarly to the future they saw. Kuroniko was caught by the expanding influence of the root and had to be guarded by his black sword. Kaltsit and Shinji completed their responsibilities of spreading R-rated items to other people. S at number at $% number, ah. Mic test. Mic test. S at number at $% number, oops. I never had to do it here. S at number at $% number, I apologize for interrupting. The signal here is quite bad. Immediately, the rowdy chat group fell silent for a moment. Shadow, isn't this the richest guy? Mu, you're right. Rimuru, Shiro-san. 14, don't tell me you're asking for money. Shadow, can you give me something, great richest benevolent Sama? Mu, I won't stoop as low as you. 14, foolish humans. I should have destroyed you when I had the chance. Ilhan, please don't take a minority as a general example. Shinji, says the one with a dozen wives and children that could play a football game. Shinji, Aniki is finally here. The chat group became extremely lively with his addition. Everyone in the chat group knows about Shiro from Rimuru. Although, their knowledge are more limited. The leaders restricted the fact that he created the archives used by the chat group as well as him traveling in time. S at number at $% number has created a new chat room. Upon inviting the leaders, the current, he could finally talk clearly. S at number at $% number, so. This should be the sign. Romani, you said that you'll feel it. Romani, I never expected something this direct. S at number at $% number, my bad. I said what sounded cooler at that time. 14, so? What are you up to? S at number at $% number, some very important things. I came here to ask if everyone's ready. Rimuru, ready for what? S at number at $% number, nothing much. You'll just meet the guy behind everything. By everything, I mean it. The chat group fell into a momentary silence. S at number at $% number, how are things going on your side, Kuroniko? Kuroniko, piece of cake. It's completed. S at number at $% number, thank you. S at number at $% number, everyone doesn't need to worry. All I need are your presence. I shall do the rest. Romani, alright. What should we do? S at number at $% number, think of me. 14. Ilhan. Romani. Haruai, you're good at jokes. S at number at $% number, right. A few seconds later, the atmosphere turned serious once again. They followed Shiro's instructions and thought of him, which led to yawn. This situation. The 100 or so were surprised to find out they switched perspectives. They are currently facing someone who looked like me. The scattered pieces of the chessboard and his empty gaze made them bewildered as to what happened. I sent an explanation to them. It didn't last a moment before they all calmed down. How could you? It reverted to its previous way of speaking. He showed his intent to reality itself. Momentarily, my cognition was overturned. The world turned grey. We are both the root, but only I am aware of our single flaw. As a reader, you couldn't fulfill your dream in this way. For this turnaround, 100 tilts our balance. I simply concealed this possibility and you overlooked it. With that, I won and you lost. The root was split into two sides. We are of equal standing. However, my decision to merge with myself changed that fact. The other self took advantage of a loophole and came to this place by itself, in sharp contrast to my decision to be with Shiro. I gained full understanding of all this world, yet it didn't. From the prologue, it is our inevitable fate. I came back to myself. I sensed that the root wanted to say something to its counterpart. Everything went back to normal save for the bewildered look of the faker. We're done talking. Let's not pad up the word count further. Everything will be resolved after this chapter. I stopped wasting time. I picked up the king piece on my side. I'm sorry to say, but we'll be terminating your career as an author. It's best you remain as a reader, because your novel idea sucks. Crush. With the power of plot armor, I muttered. This is checkmate. With this move, reality was overturned. Final chapter, Epilogue. There wasn't any significant effects. From the moment I declared checkmate, the faker disappeared. It was pushed back to its previous place, the location where the root resides. From our connection, I knew how the Order side took advantage of its weakness and thoroughly erased it. There won't be any insane bastards who would seek to erase all worlds anymore. As for the chances of this happening again, it won't. It is a one-time thing. The root would never affect reality again. It won't find the chance to sneak again. Everyone else is free to write stories of their own. Nobody would dictate their endings. Crack. The position I had once reached parted ways with me. I no longer felt the dissociation of this world. I am a part of it once more. However, it doesn't end like this. The sense of familiarity was overrode with a conflict. As someone who became the vessel of the root and used its full power, I had long transcended the world. Having that power withdrawn made me experience dozens of drawbacks. Am I still Shiro? Or was I a remnant of the root? Where do I belong? That place or this world? I became somewhere in between. I could be from the root's place, yet I could also be from this world, the reality. This conflict escalated and started tearing me apart. Crack. Will my story's end signify a new beginning? A new prologue? Of course not. I had prepared for this moment. I wouldn't let this epilogue turn into infinite sadness, the type that leaves emptiness after seeing your favorite character die. I've learned enough from Romani. Yo. Everyone. Tap. I tapped my feet to the floor. A transparent wave swept through the blank room. The chair opposite of me remained. What was added were the 100 or so that helped me in the crucial moment. I saw many faces, be they familiar or not. You look like you're dying. The one who spoke was a white-haired girl with golden pupils. She is the 14th Hearse Chair, also known as the Final Hearse Chair. I know where she got her snarky attitude. To stop the time loop in their world, Kiana Kislana has to merge with her on the finality cocoon. The one in front of me was the Kiana who retained her sense of self and stopped the cycle once and for all the while sealing the other Hearse Chairs on the moon. You're, well, not that far from the truth. You remind me of someone. She said with a frown. Hey, I'm better than Auto Apocalypse. At this moment, hundreds of Auto Apocalypses from several timelines sneezed simultaneously. It even reached to his epic music video in select worlds. The soundtrack on that one is an absolute banger. Someone else stepped up from the silent group. I wonder why they are like this? Complex emotions, perhaps. Shiro. Don't wear that solemn look, Romani. Did you plan to sacrifice yourself since the beginning? I paused for a while. Indeed, I saw many futures where I was sacrificed. Pfft. Ah ha 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 ha. I covered my forehead with my rested arm. I'm kidding. I didn't plan something like that. You know how well we are similar in this regard. I only fight in winning battles. I had directly quoted one of his final words to Goisha. What should we do? This time, it was Ritsuka who stepped forward. She wore the same outfit as Decade, a long trench coat and a red turtleneck. I met her orange pupils. You are familiar with Decade's concept, no? That specific which I passed on to you. So it's like that. Yet. I supplemented a short explanation. I'll keep it shorter than Kaltzit's words. Thank goodness she wasn't here as of the moment. I am currently torn apart two sides. One of them belongs to its place, the role of an author. The other belongs to the character portion. I am stuck between these two places, and they are pulling me apart like a stuffed toy. In this regard, I would be needing everyone's help. I need my character portion to be stronger than the author one. You don't want to be an author? Suddenly, the high school girl, Haruai Suzumiya, asked. Hell no. That ain't fun. That seems fair enough. Haruai easily agreed. So this was the reason why. Yet. I erased the definitive future and made it vague in purpose. That way, we could write whatever we want. The search of many could help cement my existence here. I answered Ritsuka's final doubts. It is why I chose to add many in contrast to the ones from the future I contacted. The main purpose was to thwart its plans, but the other purpose is to save myself. Everyone went silent once more. A second later, someone stepped up. You've done many things for us, Shiro-san. It's our turn to act. Thanks, Rimuru-kun. So, what do we need to do? A bald man named Saitama asked. It's like before. But this time, the target should be me. Crack. My hands started disappearing already. The tearing force gradually became stronger. Think of me. My stories. My legends. My proof of existence. Crack. This time, I couldn't feel my feet. It was wiped off clean. I'll entrust myself to you all. If time allows it. Only a single moment remained before I am completely torn apart. Let's meet again. Darkness. Bubbles. Water. Suffocation. That was everything the man felt. He tried to reach out to the surface, but to no avail. Still, he didn't give up. He reached his hand out to the only light source. Ah! Suddenly, he found himself thrown backwards. The man found out he was no longer drowning. Ha! In his sight, he saw nothing but a paved pathway. A strange source of light illuminated it. His surroundings are purely made of nothingness. Where am I? He scanned his surroundings once more. Alas, he only saw nothing new. Step. Upon stepping forward, the man was surprised to see his line of sight change. He saw his body turn small like a small boy's. His confusion didn't hinder his other feet from stepping forward. Step. Suddenly, a large chunk of memories gushed forth. Shiro. The boy recalled his name. What came next are memories of a life he had already lived. Shiro's refusal to talk with others of his age didn't prevent fate from letting him meet Mako Hanma. That served as an opening to a colorful life. Shiro vaguely sensed the urge to step forward. Step. His line of sight changed once more. Shiro became taller than before. Unlike before, he is now wearing a naval uniform. Step. His other feet caught up. It signified another wave of memories which came to his head. Fukushiro Sakurai, the commander of humanity's front lines against the otherworldly invaders dubbed Leviathans. He sailed on the sea along his trusted comrades. As much as they had fun, the sorrow balanced it all. Shiro saw everyone fall one by one until he himself has to do a sacrifice. Step. His third step didn't change his line of sight. However, a mirror image existed beside him. He wore a luxurious white robe filled with many accessories and jewelries. Meanwhile, his mirror image wore a royal regalia fitting for an emperor. Step. Once again, he remembered. The Supreme Magus. The demon god Fenrir. Both of them are Shiro. Magus met Fenrir's scarlet pupils. They smiled at each other before looking forward. They are no longer clueless. They know what is about to happen. Step. The fourth step didn't result in drastic changes. Only, Fenrir was no longer at my side. Everything reverted to normal. Our split selves became one again. I wore a light armor formed by the fusion of Magus and Fenrir's garments. A crown hung on top of my head while a black sword is sheathed on my waist. Step. My other feet caught up. Memories gushed forward like a tide. This time, however, it is far more eventful, far more fruitful. I met new friends and went on adventures with them just like in the past. Kal'Tsit's world, Terra. Kaujiki's world plagued by beta. Shinji's world wrought with suffering and regrets. Romani's world that is enacting the Grand Order. Sinan's world where the steel castle remained afloat. Madoka's world in which little girls were forced to fight for their lives. Shiro's world that faced the threat of a being 1,000 years later. Altair's world where the fictional creations either clashed or sided with their creators. I could tell. It doesn't end there. There are many other interesting worlds out there. Numerous people experienced an adventure of their own, much like me. After everything that. Step. The fifth step. The final step that leads to outside of this tunnel. The one that signifies the end of my struggles and the beginning of a new journey. Step. I took that final step. My eyes were momentarily blinded before it adapted to the brightness. When my other feet caught up, I saw the figures of several women. I didn't make you wait for long, did I? Are you sure about that? The mischievous Magus smiled at me. 10 years isn't particularly long. The feline woman said. It's a small price to pay for my beloved. The girl who wore goth-themed clothes struck a pose. It doesn't matter. I missed you from the start, literally. The purple-haired girl looked at the swoman in question. Hey, it's not my fault we got lost. You were the one who came with me. More importantly, I've heard you turned into an adorable boy before. The said woman teasingly said these words. I'm glad you're back. The woman in white veil spoke solemnly. Shiro. The brown-haired librarian couldn't hold it any longer. You made it back. Just as expected. The military princess said in a certain tone. It's good you're all right. I can't take it if you pull another one like that. The strict but adorable Glass's secretary smiled in relief. You're finally back, dear. The nine-tailed fox maintained her elegance, though I know about her surging emotions from within. They were not the only ones. Shinji, Anaki Sakura, Nii-san. Madoka, sensei. Shino, Shiro-san. Kaujiki, you made us wait for long, Shiro. Romani, right. You had us worrying. Tuka, it's just Romani, He never stopped overthinking. Romani. Tuka, jokes aside, it did take you a long time. The chat group became extremely lively. Back then, that journey started with this. It was supposed to be a countermeasure, but it served as the start of my previous journey. Shiro, yeah, I'm sorry about that. At this moment, a new journey started. Afterward. This is it. The end of our 1-year-long journey. Those fun and troublesome moments that happened while writing this FIC would remain in my heart for a long time. After all, this is the very first work that I had completed. A FIC that spanned over a year with exactly 332 chapters. For everyone who have been supporting this, thank you. I truly appreciate the support you had given to me while writing. There are times I was discouraged and got on the brink of dropping, but I was able to continue this until the end with your help. Once again, thank you very much. Now, as for those who are wondering why I started a new FIC while it is ongoing, this is the answer. Around 100 chapters ago, I decided on the rough draft of a foreigners chat group's ending. It would go something similar to Lord of the Mysteries but with the highest entity introduced so far. I do apologize if it got quite confusing near the end with all of that fourth wall breaks. The distinguishing line got blurry just as how I envisioned it, but at what cost? Haha. Anyways, this might be the end of this story, but there are still something in store for it. It would have several side stories that details the aftermath of everything. These chapters would be released at irregular intervals. No worries though, I already have some of them planned. My focus would also shift over to I Will Live a Better Life. Writing that one felt fresh as it is the complete opposite of a foreigners chat group. Do support it if you can, smiley face. Lastly, writing this afterword, and chapter, made me feel complicated. This ending was previously only in my head. Seeing it end gave me mixed emotions, particularly nostalgia and slight emptiness. The thought of not having to create a new arc that centers around Shiro and the chat group members made me feel empty. Nevertheless, I am grateful for finishing this work and giving it a proper conclusion. Albeit it did come quite short from the promised 1/5, 440 chapters, of the longest chat group FIC, Syscon chat group by Akikan 40. Go man. I guess I will cut it short here. Let's not make this afterward something similar to Kaltsit's 2000 chapter monologue, winky face. Thank you for hopping on this journey with me, dear readers. From your lovely author. Idle young master. Side story, Santa Shiro. The Fool. It is a pathway once taken by a chosen person. He was able to fight against the scheme of a pillar of the universe, protecting his existence from mysteries. His adventure was one of the reasons why Shiro chose this power as a medium to regain his strength. It was simply captivating to see a mortal struggle against a god, and win in the end. Although, if he went the normal way, he would have taken great risks in time. Even the acting method wouldn't be able to fully ensure a smooth sailing life form within the world where it came from. Thus, it was converted into something that he could take, which is in the form of a system reward. Nevertheless, Shiro began to grow fond over the said stories that it entailed. As such, a talking vending machine. Please don't lump me with normal vending machines. I am the first edition of the wish-granting vending machine manufactured by. Misaka could no longer bear listening to the mystical rockle-granting vending machine's words. It all sounded like pointless mutterings on her ears. All right. Since you are being so suspicious, I'll take my leave. Fine. A person appeared out of thin air beside the vending machine. He was wearing a set of Victorian outfit as well as a pair of metal-framed glasses. A mage. I'm not. The man paused for a while. I'm just a man living on his retirement. You know, getting tired with many things and all. She suspiciously eyed the self-proclaimed old man who didn't look old at all. Although, she had a reason to believe him. In this world, there are many things that could reverse the aging process, effectively becoming young forever. Anyways, since it is currently Christmas, I believe it is my job to act as Santa Claus. Misaka doesn't know whether to laugh or be vigilant in his words. So, what is it that you desire? Facing his serious question, she thought of a ridiculous request. What if I want the path to become a level 6 Esper? Level 6? Seeing the man fall in deep contemplation, she was about to take it back when he looked at her once again. It should roughly be on the level of magic gods in this world. That shouldn't be something too hard to give. Upon his words, Misaka found out that time itself had stopped. Only she was able to interact with her surroundings and move freely. Considering the man within this academy city, I'll give you the means to hide this from him. A gift box manifested on top of his palm. After signing the Christmas card, he gave it to Misaka. This should be the side when I'll say Merry Christmas. I hope you could fully utilize this gift. Just as she was about to respond, she found out that everything returned to normal. The man and his vending machine is long gone, and the only thing that remained is the beautifully wrapped gift box on her hand. Am I dreaming? Misaka would definitely question herself more by the time she opens this present. The man's sigh echoed in the endless void. Some worlds has their own end. It is inevitable they would have an epilogue. It's just that I hated it and. Shiro reminisced the experiences he had over his long years. The most recent one would be his messy battle against his version who became an apostle that sought to end everything. It was a conceptual battle on the level of two beings on the very peak. He reckons nobody would be able to write it perfectly with words. As for what happened after that, it is quite a long story. All he could say was that handling a harem is not that easy. Next world, it is. Manifesting a sleigh, Shiro continued acting as a Santa Claus with a matching outfit and white beard. Though, his beard didn't suit him at all. Using his ability to travel world, he arrived on a new world. The moment he did so, he felt the entire world itself reacting on his arrival. Not now. With the thought, his existence disappeared, as if there never was any foreigners that entered just now. The hostile Honkai energy gradually receded. Soon, Shiro arrived in a blue planet. Another parallel Earth. She said that her adventures here are fulfilling. After settling everything, they were able to connect with his stubborn daughter who went out on her own to find him. He appreciated her sentiments, though this world is another matter altogether. Despite her measures, she wasn't able to completely eradicate the threats this world possessed. For once, this world is very special in a way that it birthed a special will that adopted a survival of the fittest approach. The destruction of many worlds due to Honkai is also repeated on a cycle, prompting its residents to adapt. Just now, he found out a totally different race living on another planet. They abandoned their physical body and lived through the use of mechanical bodies instead. Unfortunately, the people of Earth didn't have that option. Nevertheless, his daughter contributed enough to ensure the preservation of the world's high-end forces. Just like before, he plans to become a full-blown Santa Shiro of this world. A red-haired woman was spending her Christmas, with more than a dozen bottles of alcohol. Hiccup. Another Christmas spent. Suddenly, her shaper senses came back as she heard something go through the chimney of her fireplace. Thud. Ow. How the hell did Santa go through these? Much to her shock, Santa Claus crawled out of the fireplace. His outfit started burning from the edges, though it mysteriously disappeared as soon as she blinked. Who are you? Santa Claus deadpanned at her. Do you even need to ask? Well. Santa Claus. You got that right. The drunkard and Santa Claus seemingly got together well. Santa Claus opened the huge red bag on his shoulder and began searching for something. While he did so, the drunk Heimko asked something. Don't you need to come when children are sleeping? So you consider yourself a child? Hell, no. Soon, she began preparing something for him. It was her last piece of cookie along a glass of whiskey. Who is he? I don't have my battlesuit. I need to notify someone. Under the facade of a careless drunkard, Heimko began thinking of solutions to the Santa Claus who appeared just now. At the very least, she couldn't feel any Honkai energy or the likes, signifying he is not that strong. However, which weakling could sneak inside St. Freya Academy, in her room out of all places? Finally, Santa Claus took out 2 small black boxes and placed it underneath her Christmas tree. Right. Your students. Can I leave their presents here? I don't want to be labeled as a thief by sneaking in their rooms. Heimko looked at him with an incredulous look. Don't you have a legal team in North Pole? More importantly, why have you only thought of it when you sneaked in my own room? Well, I believe Miss Heimko wouldn't immediately call me a thief or whatnot. After all, your most precious thing would be the 120 years old wine stored in your cellar. No thief would steal something like that. You. His words is the same as telling her she didn't have much belongings for a thief to steal. Seeing her nod, Santa Claus began placing the gifts for her students as well. It amounted to more than a dozen. It turned the desolate Christmas tree into a slightly festive one with all the gifts below it. All right, that wraps it up. He said before noticing the cookie and the whiskey. Was that for me? If not. All right. You have my thanks. Santa Claus swiftly ate the cookie in one sitting. He then followed up with the unusual combination of whiskey that washed it down his throat. This is it. Have a Merry Christmas, Murata Heimko. Much to her surprise, he started going through the fireplace once more. Wait. You. She didn't expect that he would suddenly leave after that. She didn't mind the flames of the fireplace and checked the chimney, but to no avail. By the time she went outside, all she saw was a vague silhouette of a man riding a sleigh being pulled by reindeers. What the hell? Heimko blankly returned to her room. Her sight caught a glimpse of the gifts placed under her tree. Being cautious of bombs or something, she looked at them more closely. When she found the one with 2, Heimko, she didn't hesitate to open it. Hey! It was a black box. She opened it and saw it had a syringe enclosed on it. A note was placed on the inside of the lid which stated, "This settles your problem. Honkai energy is quite a troublesome thing, but this should be the most perfect solution to control it. Merry Christmas! Yours truly, Santa Claus." With Santa Claus words as well as the unexplainable charm he possessed, she had the inclination to believe him. Was that really Santa Claus? After this, it's time to face those night attacks again. Little did everyone know. Beside his will to help many worlds complete their stories, another main reason why someone with such a strong power chose to become Santa Claus is to avoid his wife's sneaky attacks. If others knew about it, they would merely say one thing to him. "You lucky bastard." A/N, this signifies the first side story after a long time. While I can't completely promise the stability of the updates here, due to uni, I'll try to drop a couple of side stories every now and then. For now, I'll be writing a chapter for my A Better Life, tomorrow. Here's hoping that I will finally be able to finish my research paper before the next semester comes. Happy reading!